Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 1-20. Text Chapter 1 Konoha Gang formed. Kakashi, your little nephew still can't practice chakra. After the task was over, Sarutobi Asuma with a cigarette in his mouth turned to look beside him, and his tone involuntarily took on sigh. Interesting academy in the ninja family of this era, it is definitely a disastrous thing not to be a ninja. Maybe one day, it will die inexplicably, and life and death are completely involuntary. Hatake, whose head looks like grass, squinted with one eye and sighed, isn't it true, but that kid was a stubborn one when he was young, and he focused on martial arts, and he didn't look down on our profession as ninjas at all. Then you just leave him alone. Sarutobi Asuma breathed out a meaningful sigh of smoke with the glass in his hand. Since the death of Hatake Tsukumo, the Hatake family has not been as good as it used to be. If the direct descendants of the family become waste again, it will undoubtedly be a heavy blow. If one is not good, it will make people feel peeping. After all, friends are not omnipotent. In the dark room at night, Kakashi, who was holding a wine glass, was silent for a long time, and then he suffocated and decided, I will send him to school when he is a big student. Can you persuade him? Of course, he has to go if he doesn't. After all, I am the head of the Hatake family. Ha ha oh. Eldest sneezes and sniffles, Hatake slams. Kick flew the sandbag. Why can't I practice chakra? The man cultivates internal strength, and he will definitely stand in the sky in the future. It is possible to become stronger once again in a new life. The guy we lived in for a lifetime finally got away from Yuhi luck, got rid of the care of Ma Wadong who was cursed before his death, and got the inheritance of DNF martial artist, which also became his reliance on Hokage. But to be honest, Liamong was very uncomfortable when I first came here. Among the 5 countries in Hokage, Konoha ranks 3rd in his heart at most, and he belongs to the appearance of surface fiber. Compared with the 2 countries, there is a world of difference. Konoha White Fang committed suicide, 8 colors died one after another. It's fine if the starter of the interesting academy hangs normally, but all of them died inexplicably. Danzo 3 generations of 2 old bastards, neither of them is a good person. In truth, both guys had to be dragged out and shot. Dedicated to such a ninja village, Lu Manton felt that the duck was strong. After knowing his surname, this enormous pressure instantly climbed from the foot of the Himalayas to the top of Mount Zumolangma. Hatake. What a bloody surname. Speaking out is definitely the first choice to attract hatred. I think the name of Konoha White Fang was too loud back then. Ninjas can't give up in the middle of the task, even if they don't want to die, they have to complete it. However, after Hatake Tsukumo became famous, all ninja villages issued edicts one after another. When encountering him, you can directly give up the task and run away. It is not a failure, and if you can escape back, it is a victory. Because of this, after the news of Kakashi's father's suicide spread, every member of the Hatake family who went out on a mission had to be extra careful. Once the name is exposed, no matter what the strength is, it will attract a group of pursuers who are not afraid of death. The revenge, the snow hate, and the chaos were utterly swept through the sky. From this, it can be imagined that Hatake Tsukumo has done a lot of evil that year, and no one wants a second White Fang to appear in the ninja world. There are countless attacks in and out of the village. Result, the Hatake family was unlucky, from the original high-end peak family, all the way down to the middle back. If it wasn't for Kakashi's resistance all these years, I'm afraid people would have stepped into the mud long ago, or it would have been expelled from the family. Inheriting such a provocative surname, Liamong would be false if he didn't complain. All with a wooden character, smack yourself so unlucky to have the surname Hatake, not the dead wood. Senbon Sakura, Byakuya, how many years can Reaper live, and how long can Hokage live? Mother Sippy, this time crossing is too bloody, I really want to kill myself. A series of vomit was scolded for 3 years. And 3 years later Liamong ushered in another heavy blow. After many inspections, it was confirmed that the descendants of the Hatake family are expected to become the children of the Hatake family after Kakashi, and their physique is naturally insulated from chakra. In other words, if Liamong couldn't become a ninja, the identity of the family heir would naturally be deprived. After that, all the people who had been favored by 100 times changed their faces, from the original young master to a waste, and even the servants treated him differently. Liamong suffered a lot for this. But as the old saying goes, when God closes one window, he quietly opens another. Blind ears, dumb hands, Lu Meng cannot be a ninja, but he can become a martial artist. The disconnected cities and weak warriors who were often cursed in their previous lives were possessed for some reason, and they had to pay back what they owed me, and call back all those who scolded me. With martial arts self-defense, I didn't want to be bullied by others and learned to work hard, and with that kind of energy, I entered Kakashi's eyes and got a new resource. Although not as good as before, it is barely enough. However, these did not eliminate the resentment in Lu Meng's heart. Because these are what he deserves. If he sees me not being good, he will abandon them. If he sees my hard work, he will provide them. Such a realistic family is disgusting. Hatake, is it amazing? I bother. With a fistful of resentment, the 50-kilogram sandbag burst, and the swirling sand was sprayed far away from the back like flowers. Martial arts collapsing fist. Due to the uncontrollable force, it is impossible to throw a punch now, and the sand and stone are turned into powder. Looking down at most of the sand and stones on the ground that were still in full shape, Liamong shook his head dissatisfiedly, asked the servant to change the bag and hang it up again, and banged again. 3 years have passed, and the reluctant Liuman was thrown into the ninja school by Kakashi. Kakashi, the turtle who suffered thousands of knives, said in the name of the patriarch, "If you don't go, I will cut off your family's supply." A 6-year-old doll, how strong can it be? Without family support, it would be impossible to survive. This was confirmed when Liamong sneaked into the forest at the age of 4, none of those beasts were normal. However, that sneaking was not without gain. He leaned over and hugged Zaifeng, who was snoring at his feet. Liamong followed Kakashi to the ninja school. Unexpectedly and logically, he entered Naruto 1 class. That's right, it's the protagonist Banji. Aluka, I will leave Liamong to you in the future. Don't worry Kakashi-senpai, I will teach him well. Baruka Ueno smiled and pressed Liamong's head, rubbing it hard twice. After finishing the work, the head of Hatake disappeared with a light grace, leaving only one of our classmates full of resentment. When the people arrived, they took the stage to give speeches. After a talk full of allegiance to the village, Baruka ordered everyone to come on stage in order to introduce themselves. Soon as the words fell, a yellow figure stood up immediately. I'll come first, I'm going to be a Hokage man. Shut up. He stepped forward, a big flying foot fell to the ground. Liamong coughed twice and walked to the podium. Under the surprised eyes of the whole class and the teacher, he smashed his fist. After taking the lectern, in the name of Hatake Liamong, I announced that the Konoha gang was established, and recruited members after school. And don't forget to pay the protection fee tomorrow. If anyone doesn't pay it, I will join him. Text Chapter 2 _ The secretaries of the thugs and military divisions are all in place. Hatake-san, how can you do this? The blindfolded Ueno Iruka stared at the podium, the students sitting below in an uproar. Konoha gangster, protection money. What a stinky bastard. Who does he think he is? Trouble. But it's cool to say. After being yelled at, he kicked the smashed lectern aside. Hatake Liamong copied Kabuto with both hands and walked back to his seat. Baidu Interesting Academy. Baruka with a light cough, and motioned for the next person to come up with a black line all over his head, but there was no one answering him among the students who were staring at each other. Uchiha, Sasuke. There is no stinky fart, only more stinky farts. The guy who was called had an ice cube face. He went up faster and went down faster, which immediately attracted exclamations from the Nympho girls, but Iruka was over. He had a feeling that the class of students in front of him was probably the biggest challenge in his life as a teacher. In fact, Uruka was absolutely right. No, it happened again. Just as the student Ursukako, who had registered his name, was about to go back to his seat and sit down, Naruto, who woke up from a coma, blocked his way and blocked the aisle with his feet on both sides of the desk. Why are you hitting me? Idiot. Who are you calling an idiot? Whoever promises is an idiot. 2 pairs of eyes and 4 eyeballs stared together, accompanied by the crusade of almost all the girls in the class. Uzumaki Naruto held his knees with both hands and slowly leaned forward, playing cross-eyed with Uchiha Sasuke, intense sparks as the two approached. More and more bright. The classmate Liamong sitting in the back row can take a look. Okay, let me help you. 5 fingers turned over the bricks and weighed them up, making a bad boy in baseball throwing posture, and throwing a brick on Naruto's ass. For a moment, the entire class fell silent. About a minute later, the roar of the sky overturned the roof. I'm going to kill you. Yuhi's eyes widened. Yuhi's second assistant clenched his fist, and he kissed a man mouth to mouth. Naruto spat wildly and shouted angrily, "Oh, God, my mouth is broken." Baidu Interesting Academy. No, Sasuke-san's first kiss. Damn, that's mine. Kill that yellow-haired boy and kill him. Enough. Uruka, whose whole body was pierced with sparks, went berserk as the blackboard shattered with a clatter. Hatake Liamong, get out for me. Immediately. Okay, let's go now. It's better if you think I'm willing to come, and I'll be expelled. Indifferently, he took Zaifeng into his arms, and Liamong, who didn't want to come to the school at all, left as soon as he said it, whistling cheerfully. Out of class. At this time, the students discovered the kitten with golden fur and black striped Madara pattern. It's not that they have bad eyes, it's just that a certain classmate was too conspicuous before and completely ignored others. Seeing the back of Hatake swaying away, Ueno Uruka, who was trembling all over, stiffened his neck and shouted, "Don't leave the school." Got it, it's really long-winded. It's not good to go back like this on the first day of school. Liamong, who embraced the west wind, decided to visit around. In the afternoon, the bell for the dismissal of school rang, and Liamong, who came back from the tour, blocked the door of the class, and the 3rd class of the year, which was about to dismiss, was dead silent. Don't be in a hurry, the Konoha gang I founded is officially recruiting people. That one, don't slack Kiba there, say you, stalker. Who are you talking about dog walking? Inuzuka Kiba, who was leaning against the desk, stared, and Akamaru in his arms also barked twice. Liamong, who was very shameless, patted the west wind lightly, just say a word, don't embarrass me. Yawning and raising his small paws to wipe his mouth, Zaifeng, who was woken up by his master, turned over by Akugan, curled up and shrank, and fell asleep again. That shady appearance immediately attracted the cheers of the nympho girls. So cute. It's so cute. What is it? Akamaru, who got in through the collar, shivered all over, and Inuzuka Kiba looked at the west wind in horror. Liamong smiled disdainfully. Zaifeng is not a cat, but a tiger. I stumbled into the number 44 practice field when I was 4 years old. For the sake of keeping pets, how about messing with me? Don't bullshit. Inuzuka Kiba, who knew the surrounding environment of Konoha very well, was stunned when he heard the name of the number 44 practice ground. Similarly, the girls who returned to their senses no longer had the same narcissistic look they had before, and all looked at Zaifeng with fear. For these obviously brain-dead guys, Lumeng didn't even bother to deal with it, but just looked at Kiba with questioning eyes. While, the first member of the Konoha gang walked up to him and explained his choice with his actions. The Liamong classmate who successfully recruited a capable general turned his eyes and looked at the pineapple head who was looking at the roof of the canopy in the last row. Shikamaru will not come, we still have less military divisions. Don't come to me with troublesome things. There will be barbecue after joining, I will treat you tonight. Nara Shikamaru can't be kidnapped, and Akamichi Choji can't be dealt with. Sure enough, Liamong's voice fell, and the little fat man eating potato chips next to Shikamaru changed his position, let's join the gang, I want to eat barbecue. Troublesome guy, but forget it. Another 2 members joined the team, feeling almost flamboyant, and turned their attention to Aburame Shino, a transparent person with small round sunglasses. Will the buggers come? Good. Okay, the thugs and strategists have been recruited, and there is still a secretary for the bookkeeping. I'll take a look. He glanced at the rest of the class, and the Liuman who blocked the door took Hyuga Hinata into his arms, and the little girl who didn't understand rejection suddenly jumped. Suddenly white smoke was blowing, and Yuhi's delicate little face turned into an apple in the blink of an eye. The contented gang leader announced loudly, the recruitment is over, and the rest don't forget to bring the protection fee tomorrow. Let's. Idiot. He wanted to walk past when he uttered the cold words, and Sasuke Uchiha's handsome performance attracted a chorus of praises. Liamong was slapped in the face again, his hand was horizontal, and he slapped the door frame. Second assistant, do you want to be beaten? You can try. Dominantly raised his chin, Sasuke Uchiha didn't even take his hand out of his kabuto pants. Liamong laughed at his bird-like anger, and gently put Zaifeng and Hinata aside, and raised his hand. It was dim. Street Fighter sand throwing. What? His eyes flinched and he retreated. Sasuke was about to retreat when a brick that appeared out of nowhere hit him on the forehead and fell to the ground. Good, so despicable. Shameless. How could he do this? Oh my Sasuke, my heart. A brick knocked Urzuzi down, and Lu Meng spit to the side in disdain. If it weren't for the mad dog-like attitude of the Uchiha family, the brick just smashed the bridge of the nose instead of hitting the forehead. I promised to send it directly to the hospital after that. Plastic surgery. Choji, did you really decide to join this gang? Shikamaru glanced at the handsome pot lying on the ground with black lines all over his head, feeling that big trouble was coming. The little fat man hesitated for a moment while chewing on the potato chips. I still want to eat barbecue. You know roast meat. Lu Meng, who was about to lead the team away, patted down Sasuke and hugged him back to Zaifeng, when suddenly there was a guy with a beard in front of him. Well, I also want to join the Konoha gang. Except me, I'm the future Hokage-sama. Quiet. Dead quiet. Regarding Uzumaki Naruto, the students in the class are not as cold as they were when they were young. But it can never be called intimacy, and the title of the monster fox has been heard from time to time. It must be a big trouble to get him into the gang. What will he do? The whole class looked at him, and Naruto, who was waiting left and right to answer, gradually became desperate, and just as he was about to leave, Liamong hit him on the shoulder with a fist. Let's go, the future Hokage-sama. But with you joining us, we can't eat the barbecue in the store today. Therefore, the gang leader decided to go to the river to do open-air barbecue. Ah, you agree. Naruto opened his eyes in disbelief. The founder of the Konoha gang suddenly regretted, idiot. How slow is your nerve reaction? Hurry up with me, the meat will be undercooked after a while. Wow, I'm in the gang, I'm in the Konoha gang. Jumping and shouting, Naruto's crazy celebration was not over yet, and more people brushed at the door. Hatake Liamong, Lord Hokage summoned. Shikamaru. Kiba. Trouble. Rolling his eyes and looking back at the newly harvested younger brother, Liamong reluctantly ordered, you go to the river to prepare the materials. Naruto and Kiba are in charge of hunting, fish, rabbits, wild boars, etc. Fine, Choji and Shikamaru are in charge of collecting firewood. Shino, Cheetah, go get some honey and clay. Better to pick some fresh lotus leaves, and get ready when I come back and do it myself. I'll go see what the 3-generation-old man wants to do first. Text Chapter 3 _ the biggest gangster in the world. Kicked open the door of Hokage's office. Classmate Liamong leaned against the wall on the left side of the door with a face full of XYZ, and asked impatiently, Father, what are you doing with me? Be respectful to Lord Hokage. Baidu Interesting Academy, stared at the dead fish's eyes exposed outside, and Kakashi frowned in fury. In front of this fucking little nephew, he couldn't help but get angry. Liamong made a disdainful cut, and looked at the main seat without flinching. Why establish the Konoha gang? The 3-generation-old man asked in a soft tone, with no hint of joy or anger. The old face covered with tawny Madara was smiling, like an old fox who had only become a fine. Classmate Lu Mang, whose eyelids rolled white, replied indifferently, boring. No, boring. What kind of answer is this? Answer the questions raised by Hokage-sama. Idiot. Turning his eyes to Kakashi, who was threatening to interject, Liuman was about to get angry. Isn't your 250 with an antenna in your head forcing me to send me to school? Is this young master looking for something to start a gang? The Thunderbolt clearly knows that the young master can't practice chakra by nature, and the things he learns have nothing to do with ninjas. What are you throwing me into the ninja school? Is it a waste of time? The more he said, the more angry his eyes were spitting fire. Liamong continued to roar frantically. It is precisely because of what you have done as an idiot and brainless that the young master decided after a few nights of deliberation, in order not to waste future money. For 6 years, I can only build a gang to play. If you don't want to see me ruining the Hatake family, you will get the young man out of the school. The young man promises to disband the Konoha gang immediately. You. Okay, Kakashi, don't be angry with a child. The 3-generation-old man who was holding his pipe, poisoning the future flowers of the Fire Kingdom while swallowing clouds, asked in a strange voice, Hatake Liamong, as big as you are. Don't all the children like to be good people and heroes? Why do you want to set up a gang to collect protection fees? Aha, a good man, a hero. Old man, are you telling a joke? Lei bent over as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Classmate Liamong covered his belly and almost laughed. Good people don't live long. The scourge has lived for thousands of years, and the heroes have died early since ancient times. The young master of the interesting academy cherishes his own life very much, and he still wants to live forever, but he doesn't want to die halfway. I'll teach you how to be a good man and a hero. Quote. Little guy, how can a good person and a hero die early? Who did you listen to? Is the 4th generation a good person? Classmate Liamong asked a different question. The old man nodded without thinking. Are those 4 generations heroes? Remembering the disciple and grandson who sealed the EPUB, Nine-Tails Demon Fox with his own life, the 3 generations of eyes exhaled a smoke. Yes, he is not who is. But he's dead. A bleak autumn wind blew through the skylight outside the building, and the fluttering leaves flew into the distance. The 3 generations were speechless, and Kakashi was silent. Heroes are always prone to die prematurely. This sentence is very philosophical after hearing it hard at first, but it is very philosophical when you think about it carefully. The names engraved on the memorial tablet are the best proof. I don't want to be a hero, and I don't want to be a good person. Heavenly Path is power, and the Land of Fire is the biggest gangster in the world. It's like a tiger in the forest will never give up hunting rabbits, or he will starve to death. Father, actually I want to learn from you. The words of the sudden turning point were extremely strange, and the 3rd generation Hokage raised his eyebrows strangely. This child who is not like a child, but looks like a wise man, since he doesn't want to be a good man and a hero, why does he want to learn from him? Sarutobi Hiruzen's curiosity is enough to kill a cat. Because you're not a good person. The long sound that was deliberately dragged shattered his heart, and Patriarch Hatake's body froze instantly. Hokage, the 3rd generation of eyes, overturned the teacup excitedly. Little guy, why is this old man not a good person? Old man, don't listen to me when I say this. Look at the 3 apprentices you taught. With a twisted look, Lu Meng set off a map cannon. Orochimaru drug dealer, abducted and sold. Population, Jiraiya lustful peeping at the bathhouse, Tsunadiheim excessive gambling and defaulting on debts. Porn, gambling, drugs, and the 3 most dangerous things in the world. You teach your apprentices the same thing. You can teach your apprentices like this. Look, tell me, will you be a good person as a master? Click. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and the 3rd generation Hokage was stunned. This is a word of heart killing, an absolute word of heart killing. After speaking, the Liamong classmate who confuses the 3-generation-old man, opened the door disdainfully. Okay, you have finished asking what you want to ask. I also want to attend the gang establishment party, let's see you later. No, best, never to be seen again. Boom. With a slam, the door was slammed, and the founder of the Konoha gang ran away without a trace. The dull-eyed Sandemu was silent for a while, then suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Kakashi, are these what you taught him? No, my little nephew likes to study the history of various countries when he was a child, and he especially likes to collect strange articles. He may have realized these things himself. The owner of Hatake replied that he was very uncertain, and he was more and more at a loss to Liamong. So, the pipe in his mouth flickered a few times, and the 3rd-generation Hokage suddenly smiled. Teach him well, this kid has a pair of eyes that can see through the fog. What about the Konoha gang? Let's put it aside and see, maybe bad things can turn into good things. The decision was made to let it go. It's time for the peaceful village to make a move. Kakashi, you should step back first. Yes. The figure disappeared in an instant, and there was only one person left in the office. The 3-generation-old man who slowly got up walked to the window and looked at Hokage Rock, murmuring the word Heavenly Path repeatedly in his mouth. Gradually sloping westward, Liamong classmates, who hurried to the river bank, laughed and started roasting meat. Dried the blood and hollowed out the internal organs, filled the inside with spices. The grass chicken wrapped in fresh lotus leaves was covered with clay and buried under the fire, and the free-handed chef brushed the hair on the wooden stick with honey and brushed it for a while. Roasted in layers for a while, the roasted hair has a crispy skin and a sweet and fragrant flesh. It is a perfect match with the beggar chicken dug out of the pit. It was so delicious. Quote, I still want. That's mine. You scrambled for me to eat Heisei. Watching the food made by yourself was eaten up by the younger brothers. Liamong has a different kind of satisfaction. After secretly wrapping the last hidden rabbit leg and stuffing it to Hinata, we were very happy the bastard declared the party over. The 6 Shaoqiang went home and reported to their parents, not to mention that Liamong, who returned to Hatake's house, became a scourge again, and ordered his servants to cut down an ancient tree that Kakashi liked most, and cut off 6 baseball bats. In the early morning of the second day, the gangster who walked into the school gate more than half an hour late distributed crime tools to the younger brothers. Seeing that others have it, Hinata is anxious, and she doesn't know what to do with Yuhi's little face. The corner of her mouth is ready, and she stuffed a brand new butterfly notebook in it. You are the secretary, and you will be in charge in the future. Just keep the accounts, and leave the shouting and killing to us. What are you looking at? Why don't you quickly take out the protection fee? Boom. The first robbery by the Konoha gang begins when a baseball bat smashes over the desk. We are cultural people, and we are not human beings when we are cultured. Malu, give Lao Su a good time, and don't make the father angry. Text Chapter 4 _ Congratulations to the 3rd generation. With the tragic experience of classmate Urzuzi yesterday, the work of collecting protection fees is progressing very smoothly today. Interesting Academy. Well, Yamada Hanataro 5 tails. This is a little less, remember to make up tomorrow. Kagawa Hiroshi 29 tails. Not bad, not bad. Wow, this kid named Tiantian has 500 tails. Hinata marked his name, and he won't have to pay it again this month. He patted the little fat man Tiantian on the shoulder. If something happens in the future, I will report my brother's name. Who dares to bully you and I will beat him. Thank you classmate Liamong. The pocket money given by the family was robbed at one point, and the little fat man with glasses wanted to cry without tears. The face of the gangster, who was very unconscious, turned pale. What classmate, do you want to call the boss in the future? I know, boss. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheeks, and Tiantian, whose legs were shaking, was about to be paralyzed. That, boss. Can I go back? Come on, next one. The first day, the first year protection fee was charged a total of 2 taels. This extremely eye-catching figure strengthened Liamong's heart to rob, and decided to pay the protection fee to the end. But I ran into a little trouble doing it the next day. There was a hard ballast in the second grade. Brother Ning, Neji. The little face drooped from behind Liamong, showing his head half pulled, and the little secretary Hinata grabbed the corner of his shirt nervously. Miss. First, he looked at the dodging Hyuga Hinata, and then at the Erliuzi with Kiba's signature silver white in his mouth. Hyuga Neji's face dropped to freezing point. In your honorable capacity, you shouldn't be fooled by these bastards. Together, it would bring shame to the Hyuga family. Quote. No, it's not. He pulled the little secretary who wanted to defend himself behind him, and spit out the Kiba sign in his mouth. Why, look down on us. Humph. I don't care who you are, and I will not be allowed to interact with the eldest lady in the future. The Hyuga family is not something that you people can achieve. Left one is Hyuga, the right one is Hyuga. Hyuga Neji has offended the people in the Konoha gang. Although the families behind Liamong's younger brothers are not very strong, they can't do Hyuga alone, but they really want to work together, not to mention Hyuga, even Uchiha has to weigh it. Boss, I want to beat him. Woo. Inazuka Kiba, who was upset, tilted his neck, and the little white dog Chimaru also barked. Nara Shikamaru frowned and took 2 steps forward, nodding her toes and saying, although I hate trouble, I think he's very upset. Beat him, I'm going to buy barbecue with his money. Akamichi Choji put away the film and banged his fists as big as 2 gravels. And me. This was Uzumaki Naruto. Count me in. He raised his hand and pushed the small sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, and Aburame Shino was the last to sign up. The little secretary hiding behind Liamong was completely flustered. On one side was her brother in the family and on the other was a new friend. She really didn't know who to help. Hyuga Neji looked at the gang of gangsters who came around, slowly raised his hands, and snapped his fingerprints. You will pay for your arrogance, the honor of the Hyuga family cannot be tarnished. Byakugan Kai. The milky white pupils suddenly shrank, and Hyuga Neji, who had blue veins all around, was about to make a gesture of gentle fist, and a handful of yellow sand mixed with pepper noodles came over. Yumu, what a great eyeball technique. Brothers, come up with me and flatten him. Shazi slapped a brick on the forehead, the gangster who lifted the baseball bat and threw the eldest young master Neji to the ground, and the younger brothers who followed him lifted their feet and kicked. I made you Hyuga, I made you look down on us, can't kill you. No, don't fight, please, stop fighting. The cry of begging for mercy came into my ears. Liamong stopped for a moment, looked back at Hinata's small tearful face and retracted his feet. Today, sell our secretary to face Naruto, find the money, others will block me over here. The door, and all those who do not pay will be brought down. Quote. Settle Hyuga Neji, it is much easier to collect money. Although this guy is a bit stinky, he is the chief student of the 2nd grade, that is, the number 1 of the 2nd grade department. Fuck him, and everyone else will give it all for nothing. 6 tails, we sent it. As soon as the money was collected, the bright-eyed classmate Liamong grinned and pinched his waist, almost grinning to the back of his head. After laughing, he immediately turned his attention to the 3rd grade. From the beginning of this day, the students of Konoha Ninja School are considered bloody mildew, and they are routinely robbed once a week, ranging from hundreds to a few dollars. If a file is created, if it is overdue or not enough, it will be pulled into the toilet to talk. For this matter, the 3 generations of old men are not less worried, and there are many black spots on Madara's face, which is already full of old age. But will our flamboyant classmates care? In the past 6 years, he took the lead in grabbing 9 grades and more than 30 classes. He never thought that what he did was wrong. And every year, he will bring a thug and Hinata little secretary to welcome the new students. Those juniors and juniors who didn't know the inside information, all became lambs to be slaughtered, and they were all recorded in notebooks, and the banknotes flowed into the pockets of the Konoha gangster. For these stolen money, Liamong did not spend it indiscriminately. According to the different development directions of the gang members, many props are specially customized for them. For example, Hinata played iron ball for 6 years, which has become an integral part of her life. And the weight on Akamichi Choji, the bug in Aburameshino's backpack, and so on. During this time full of laughter, everyone unknowingly spent 6 years of study and life. Apart from the extermination of the Uchiha family in the 2nd grade, and a big play directed by Lu Meng, nothing really happened. A week after the Uchiha family was exterminated, the returning Rasukuko turned from an ice cube into an iceberg. After class, I didn't know which muscle was wrong, so I challenged Liamong. At that time, Lu Meng didn't want to agree. In his words, he didn't want to bully orphans and widows. Who would have thought that it would be better not to say this, but the second assistant immediately became anxious when he said that, and took out Kuu and greeted him. Under the anger of Liamong, a violent hammer sent Uchiha Sasuke to the hospital. For this reason, Kakashi locked him in a small black room for a month, saying that it was a wise decision made by 3 generations of old people. The little black house is really called a black. There is not even a skylight in the darkness, and there is no light in the room. Except when the servants deliver meals every day, light can be seen from the open dark pavilion, and the rest of the time is terribly dark. If the light is dark, that's all, the ghost place is still dead, and it won't even give birth to crickets. When it was released a month later, everyone was almost dumbfounded, and after 2 weeks of delay, he was still in a trance. In order not to leave sequelae to himself, Liamong, who is slowly recovering, decides to take revenge. Is it summer? %B. Text chapter 5 _ gotta get a catch at the end. Day that the 3 generations of Hokage were destroyed, in a blink of an eye, it was time for graduation. In the past few years, the interesting academy may have been caused by the ants selling vegetables downstairs. But unfortunately, I don't know if it's because of my old age that I didn't add a new recruit. Ashima, who had retired from the Daming mansion, was outraged. She moved out by herself and set up a family for another life, almost angering the 3-generation-old man to death. After hearing about it, classmate Liamong secretly made a lot of fun, and even held a party to celebrate, which made the Hinata brothers all stunned, and they didn't know what kind of evil the boss was making. Konoha, which is like spring all year round, ushered in a new year. At the same time, it was time for the gangsters who had been at the Konoha Ninja School for 6 years to graduate. For this reason, the excited tears of the juniors and juniors from grades 1 to 5 became the Yellow River. They're finally leaving. A young boy who was often bullied wiped his nose and smiled. Madara sitting next to him frantically threw up the book and cheered loudly, "We are finally liberated. Hallelujah. God. Boom. Are you happy that we are leaving?" A baseball bat smashed on the glass of the open door. Listening to the familiar threatening tone, the 2nd class of the 5th grade fell silent for a moment. A long time. Tianjian Sanlang, who was the squad leader, swallowed his saliva and stood up, and asked nervously, "Boss Lu, Liamong, I don't know what are your orders for coming here. We have already paid the protection fee for this week 2 days ago." "Don't worry, boy, the uncle is not here to collect money this time." Leaning over his neck and leaning against the door, his fingers flicked open the broken glass and explained with a smile, "We will be leaving in a few days, to thank you. After 2 nights of thinking, the uncle has decided to hold a grand graduation party. Don't forget to attend when the time comes." Don't worry, we will definitely go. The party held by Liamong can't be delayed even if it goes up to the mountain and down to the sea of fire, otherwise there will be consequences. Thinking of some horrific images, Tian Sanlang couldn't help shivering. After finishing the business, Liamong picked up the baseball bat to fight against his shoulder, and walked towards his class with 8 character steps. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Luca's old face that was black as hell. The scar on the bridge of his nose twisted back and forth with the shaking of his cheeks, just like the earthworms born in the garbage heap. "What are you doing again?" "Don't worry, I'm not charging protection fees this time, I'm going to invite them to the graduation party." Yawning and leaning against the door, seeing Aluka's glamorous face is clear, if you don't explain things clearly, you have to let him go out. Why don't you stand here and wait? Hearing that Liamong didn't bully her classmates, Aluka, who had been suffering from headaches for 6 years, was taken aback for a moment. Then she regained her senses and asked, "What graduation party? Why didn't I know there was such a thing?" "Of course you won't know, because this is what I did. It's easier to read on a mobile phone. m.heihei168.com, his eyebrows twitched and his mouth twitched. Aluka, who doesn't know what kind of monster this bastard has produced, said with a stern expression, "Those who are about to graduate soon, you are not allowed to bully the lower grade students. Now go back to your seat and sit down. We are going to take the graduation exam." "What's the test?" "Separation, body, technique." After spitting out the 3 words, Aluka's voice fell, and one person jumped out immediately. "Mr. Aluka, how can you do this? You know that I can't do the avatar technique, but you still ask this question. You say, do you have any intention of not wanting me to graduate?" Shouting out Yuhi's ears red, Uzumaki Naruto hammered the table frantically. Boom, bang bang. "Enough. If you keep filming, I'll disqualify you from the exam." Uruka's heart and lungs almost exploded as she slapped the blackboard on her forehead with a livid face. What a good student. He just let Liamong, this bastard, break it. Seeing Naruto like this, he dared to yell at the teacher. He must be taught a good lesson. The 3 teachers invigilated the exam, and the students took turns to enter the door, but while the exam was taking place, Aluka found that there was one person missing. Where did Hatake's splendor go? The record book that has already jumped over 3 lines, Liamong's line is still empty. After thinking about it, Uruka shouted out the door. "Call Hyuga Hinata in for me." After 6 years of getting along, Aluka had already figured out the details of the students, and wanted to find Hatake Liamong, that bastard. Where is that kid now? Doesn't he know he is going to take the test? Hinata's little secretary replied shyly, "Yuhi, brother Liamong went to pick up supplies for the party. He said that he couldn't practice chakra, so he didn't need to take the graduation exam at all. It's a waste of time to come here. This bastard." Bang! His fist slammed into the table, and Uruka's 7 orifices glowed with anger, and his eyes were on fire. "It's fine if you don't come for the usual exams. How dare you not come for the graduation exams?" Inside the Hokage office building, the 3 generations of Hokage who observed the exam room through the crystal ball raised his eyelids. "Kakashi, what are your plans for your little nephew?" "It's all up to Lord Hokage. Liuman's temperament is too wild, and if he doesn't put a collar around his neck, he might cause some trouble. I really don't feel relieved to leave him alone at home." When Kiba came together, the owner of Hatake sold Liamong. Generation old man took his pipe in his mouth and thought, then follow the example of last year. "You mean Little Lee, that kid from Lee Rock?" Kakashi smiled as the one-eyed outside lit up. "Thinking about it in my heart, I can finally drive this fucking thing out of the house and avenge the ancient tree in my yard." Who would have thought that if he hadn't been happy for a while, the 3rd generation of Hokage gave him a fatal blow? Well, just like Little Lee, your nephew Liamong will be specially approved for graduation. I'll see and put him in the 7th class. Believe it. Teach him yourself, and he will surely grow up. Fire, Lord Hokage, can I not have him? No. A muffled thunder struck his forehead with a click, and Sparta, the owner of the Hatake family, dug a hole and buried himself. Why is this? God, can you tell me why this is? Not to mention that Kakashi's heart was full of ashes and his head was full of gold stars, and the Liamong classmates who finished picking up the props arrived at the venue early. It was said to be the venue, but it was actually outside the gate of the ninja school. This place is spacious enough, and it is still in the place where you must pass, and there is nowhere to run if you want to run. Set up the stage, pull the wires, and aim the 8 subwoofer speakers in all directions. In order to buy these items, Liamong spent a lot of money. But it doesn't matter. I believe that after the party, all the investment can be earned back. When did the Konoha gang ever make a bad business? Lu Meng personally served as the director, Hinata's little secretary served as the host, Aburame Shino was responsible for maintaining the order of the venue, and Nara Shikamaru coordinated everything. The school bell rang, and all-night heavy metal music rang through Konoha. The Luang classmate with a wireless microphone shouted hoarsely, "To celebrate the graduation of all the students of the 6th grade, 3rd class, I announce as the founder of the Konoha gang history. Shoji Ninja School graduation gala has officially started. All students and teachers attending the party are requested to pay the admission fee voluntarily, 50 taels per student, 500 taels per teacher, and 80 parents. Okay, Akamichi Choji, please collect the money as soon as possible." Quote. You are still robbery. It's okay to rob students in the school, how come they are about to graduate, and they also rob the teacher together? The angry Iruka was just about to get angry when Akamichi Choji's fat face came in front of him, smiled and said very honestly, "Mr. Iruka, we also need money to hold a party. The students have less money, and we don't want too much, just it can only be put on your teacher's head. If you don't want to pay it, it's fine, we didn't force you anyway, right?" Choji. I always thought you were a good student. I didn't think so. You also learned badly from them. With tears in her eyes and sniffling, Iruka never dreamed that even a simple and honest fat man like Choji would learn to come out and collect money. But what I have to say is that Choji's appearance is really attractive. Yep, like it very much, like it or not. After collecting the money, the dance started, and even parents and teachers were counted as students, and they collected a total of 150,000 taels, which made Liamong happy. While he was happy, Hinata's little secretary's slightly cowardly voice came from the stage. "The founder of the Konoha gang, Hatake Liamong boss, please bring us a campus youth song, you at the same table. Please." The elusive boss shines brightly on the field. Quote. "Cough, come here." Raising the back of his hand to wipe his mouth, he wiped the stray cat's waste into the backstage, took the guitar from Shikamaru's hand and walked to the front court, cutting the wires with a kitchen knife all the way. The teachers, students, and parents who came here half forced and half curious all opened their eyes wide, wanting to see what kind of shit this bastard who had been at the ninja school for 6 years could sing. "You at the same table, why have you never heard of it?" Gently plucked the strings twice, closed both eyes, and took a deep breath of the evening breeze, as if returning to the past, back to the water like youth. Liunin sang along with the wind. "Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday? Do you still think about tomorrow? You who used to cry the most. Teachers can't remember. You who can't guess the problem. I also flipped pictures by accident. I just remembered you at the same table. Who married the sentimental you? Who read your diary? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? La 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 la. Accompanied by the memories buried in the bottom of my heart, playing the music engraved into the soul, and immersing in the luminosity of the singing, at this moment, it seems to have obtained some kind of sublimation, which infected everyone in the venue. Regardless of age, regardless of you and me, all fell into the childhood that I thought I had forgotten in my heart. Who said that being young is not frivolous, but it has flown away. Opening the long-cherished beauty, everyone who heard the song cried. Students are afraid of losing, parents regret the past, but who can seize the present? After the song was sung, Liamong shook his head to shake off his thoughts, walked slowly to Hinata, and bowed his head affectionately in front of all the participants, imprinting that sweet softness. This kiss, the mountains and tsunamis, this kiss, the love for life. But two people smashed the table. One is Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third generation, who peeps with a crystal ball, and the other is the head of the Hyuga family, Hinata, his father, Hyuga Hiyashi, who observes with Byakugan. These two guys, one had their daughter stolen, the other remembered a lifelong hatred. Hatake Liamong, don't let this old man know that you forged that letter. Liamong to show his extraordinary artistic talent, but also sent himself into the eyes of 3 generations of Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had been unable to find the culprit, suddenly thought of a possibility. It is possible to do evil in the sky, but it is impossible to live by doing it by yourself. Little bastard, wait for the old man, this matter has absolutely nothing to do with you. Text Chapter 6_Farce Graduation. Boss, that kid Naruto is gone. Baidu Interesting Academy. Just after the graduation party ended, Aburame Shino ran over, showing a trace of concern in a cold silence. Liamong, who was ordering money, was stunned and secretly delighted. He deliberately put on a heavy look and said, "That kid failed the exam today, maybe he can't think of where to run. Call everyone together, and everyone will look for it together." With the help of Inuzuka Kiba, Akamaru, it is not difficult to find Naruto, not to mention Hinata's Byakugan perspective, but Aburame Shino's bugs are not very useful. If they are not placed in advance, the searchability of those small things is not strong. The 6 people led the way with Akamaru, and the little white dog barked and ran out of Konoha. When he was about to leave the fence, Shikamaru stopped, frowned and analyzed. Something is not right. Even if Naruto fails the exam, he should not run out of the village. Although we are not official ninjas yet, there is no warrant issued by Hokage. If you leave the village without permission, you will be sentenced to escape. Quote. Then what are we going to do? With the flamboyant oil paint on his face, Inuzuka Kiba stared outside the village in the direction of Akamaru's roar. Nara Shikamaru closed her eyes and thought for a moment, then cast her eyes on Liamong. Keep chasing, Lu Meng replied decisively. What if Lord Hokage is to blame? I'll take it all. As a gang boss, you must have the momentum of a gang boss, and Lu Meng was very fearless at this moment. The younger brothers looked at each other, laughed and jumped out, shyly and proudly following Hinata's little secretary beside him. Over there. Stopping to sniff the air and turning to the west, suddenly, Hinata, who was observing from the center, exclaimed, "Ruruka-sensei is injured." Who did it? Yes, it's Mizuki-sensei. Hinata replied very disturbed, startled by the cruel reality. Liamong's eyes narrowed slightly and continued to ask, "Where's Naruto?" Behind the big tree. The moonlight-like water swayed Silverway. Looking at his colleague who was paralyzed in a pool of blood under the tree, Mizuki's whole face was distorted. Ueno Iruka is not only a classmate of his time, but also a teammate after graduation. However, unlike Iruka, who is content with the status quo, Mizuki has always been dissatisfied with the work arranged by the village. What's so good about being a teacher? Tenten teaches those idiot students who don't understand anything, but also depends on the face of the big family and acts like a 3-grandson all year round. As a cannon fodder chunin, Mizuki has always been dissatisfied. In pursuit of the strength to get out of the ordinary, this high-spirited educator never gave up looking for opportunities, and today he finally found it. Iruka, hand over Naruto, I'll take the Book of Seals and leave. For the sake of the past, I won't kill you. Cough. You don't think about it. How could Iruka not know what the sealed book meant to Konoha? He would never agree to this. Mizuki was irritated by this answer. Iruka, you don't know what's wrong. Do you think it's worth it to accompany your life for the demon fox? Don't forget how your parents died. Shut up. Naruto is not a demon fox. A very bloody emotional scene was staged while Liamong and others were on their way. The 3-generation-old man who observed through the crystal ball put his hands up, and the eyes under Hokage's hat looked particularly gloomy. How will Naruto choose? Thinking of Namikaze Minato's exhortation before his death, the dying 3-generation-old man is ashamed and ashamed. Heihei168.com. But for the so-called persistence in his heart, this old guy doesn't mind being ashamed. Uzumaki Naruto, don't make it difficult for the old man. Hinata, how far is it? Liamong asked anxiously after glancing at the bloodstains left on the road. 500 meters. Accelerate. Swish swish, 6 paths figure changed rapidly. Mizuki, who finally caught the person in front of him, laughed wildly. The whistling windmill shuriken in his hand turned into a whirlwind. Uruka, give me death. Great blade throwing launch. Uruka sensei. With a loud roar, the figure jumped out, and the returning Naruto blocked in front of Uruka, the blood on his back gushing out like he didn't want money, and stained the large scroll tied around his waist. Seeing the Book of Seals again, Mizuki was about to laugh. Just when he was about to knock Naruto down and take the book to escape, a man suddenly appeared from the side, and said in a very playful and provocative tone, "What are you laughing at? Say it. Do you guys have fun together?" Flag, wood, Ryu, Mang. Biting out the name word by word, whoever Mizuki hated the most in the school, except for the demon fox Uzumaki Naruto, is none other than our Liamong classmates. Seeing this bastard right now, Mizuki's face twitched like a donkey butt. "You brought it on yourself, go to me." The slowly slipping Kunwu spun and fell to the ground, and Shuimu, who was trembling all over, froze in place. Uehua was scattered, and Shikamaru with a troubled face squatted on the ground and complained, "Boss, you are not careful, shadow imitation is very tiring. Those who are capable will work harder. Control them. Brothers will flatten him together." He pulled out the baseball bat that he had used for 6 years from his pocket with his backhand. Liamong felt that this thing should be retired. Shino Choji, who also picked up a stick, walked out of the shadows, and Inuzuka Kiba, who was holding Akamaru, was also full of bad intentions. Teacher Mizuki was shocked. "What do you want to do?" "Don't do anything, fuck you." A stick knocked on the middle of the forehead, and Lu Mang, who rushed forward, lifted his foot and kicked in the crotch. Out his eyes, like a toad, and scared the General Jonin, who was watching through the crystal ball. "Kakashi, you taught him this trick?" Might Guy covered his crotch with a solemn expression, and the tone of the question was obviously defensive. Facing the sharp eyes of a group of colleagues, the owner of Hatake wanted to shake his head and say no, but would people trust him? Mizuki picked up Uruka after he was done flattening, and Liamong smashed Naruto's head with a fist under the dodging eyes of Naruto. "I will tell everyone in advance, and if you dare to mess around again, be careful I beat you." "Old boss. Boss." He pushed away Uzumaki Naruto, who was so excited that he wanted to rub against him. Liamong took the Book of Seals and threw it behind him. "Hurry up and find something useful to write down by yourself, or soon the old man will send people will have no chance if they come." Quote. "Hatake Liamong, you can't do this." Uruka hurriedly shouted when Liamong threw the sealed book to Shikamaru. Seeing his uncontrollable appearance, Lu Meng spit in disdain. "You have to get paid for your work. Let's help the village retrieve the Book of Seals. Can't we learn ninjutsu? Listen to me, everyone. Hurry up guys. No, it's full of forbidden technique, you guys. Hinata, tell him to shut up, he's already injured, why are you making a fuss?" Inuzuka Kiba shouted again while Liamong was yawning and resting. "Boss, there are too many ninjutsu records in it. What do we learn?" You and Choji look for the 8 inner gates, whether you can use it or not, write it down first. Shino looks at the 2nd generation Hokage's dark skills, and your bugs are the treasures of the Yin people. Shikamaru, I don't need to say it. Now, you can figure it out for yourself. Naruto, don't bother me here, go see the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique, you will be invincible if you learn this. Really, boss, we all have ninjutsu records, why don't you and Hinata come to see? Hearing that there was an invincible ninjutsu, Naruto hurriedly ran to the Book of Seals, turning around and asking as he ran. Lu Mang, who was sitting on the ground, gave him an impatient look. Let's forget it. The blood of the Hinata family can't use high-end goods, and I don't have chakra here at all. When you remember it, put the principles of the 8 inner gates with I'll just say it. Ah, you're going to be lazy again. Inuzuka Kiba and Choji turned their heads with twitching face and eyelids. Liamong angrily threw a clod of soil over. Chu Mao Cho, if you have this skill, hurry up and memorize it. If I make a mistake, be careful I knock you. The farcical sealed book incident ended with the arrival of Kakashi. Returning to the village to question the 3 generations of the old man, Liamong turned up Byakugan indifferently. What do? I just let the younger brothers learn some ninjutsu. What about you? That's not ordinary ninjutsu, it's forbidden technique. Do you understand forbidden technique? After shouting furiously, the 3-generation-old man persuaded angrily. If you don't learn to walk, you want to run. If you have the ability, why do you remember such a technique? It's okay if you don't use it, but if you use it, you will die. Is the forbidden technique really easy to learn? Quote. Oh hey, I said you old immortal can say something human. You think we are stupid, we can't learn if we can't use it, can't we remember it first? After speaking, the entire Hokage office fell into a dead silence, including Anbu who was hiding, all looked at him with admiration. Dare to call Mr. Hokage old and immortal, this little guy is too sturdy. Compared with him, those fucking students in the past are extremely weak. You get out of here. The cigarette bag pot in his mouth was pinched in his hand and it was broken, and the distressed 3-generation-old man ran away. Boom, boom, dodging a few pieces that were thrown, classmate Liamong ran out of the gate with a weird smile. The next day at dawn, the students of the 6th grade and 3rd class came very early. The graduates who did not graduate all gathered together, took the classmate record invented by Liamong, and the 3-1 gang got together to write down their thoughts. There are many. The teacher also bought one. Undoubtedly, these small books have made the Konoha gang a big hit. Boss, do you think we will be separated? Naruto, who kept showing off his forehead, with his yellow-haired head close to him, aroused a lot of anger, and all the students who did not graduate all looked at him, his eyes wide open. The jealous fire that spews out can burn the country of fire to ashes, but this kid still doesn't change the virtue of that stinky fart. He was kicked by his annoying Liuman, remembering the specially approved graduation certificate and forehead guard that Kakashi threw over after returning home last night, and the fire pierced out of his head. After half an hour, Uruka, who was dragging the disabled body, entered the shift group, and Liuman entered the 7th shift without any accident, and divided with the overjoyed Uzumaki Naruto, the ice-dead face Uchiha Sasuke, and the nympho Sakura Haruno. Together. When the 10th class was in, after Hinata who was disappointed and weeping, Ino's sister also became violent. Uruka-sensei, why do you want me to be with these 2 bad guys? Ahem, this is Lord Hokage's arrangement. With a slightly pale face, Iruka quickly divided the rest and left immediately with a blessing. After a while, the teachers who came one after another took their students away. When Kurenai Yuhi appeared, Liamong rushed over. Beautiful sister, can we discuss something? Shaoshueguo, what do you want to say? The beautiful Philip Yuhi blinked. Kurenai Yuhi of course knew who Liamong was. What, can I come with you? Kakashi's only son is too unhuman. I'm afraid he will find a place to throw me when he goes out on a mission. Kukai chuckled and covered his mouth. Although he had heard it before, Kurenai Yuhi never imagined that the relationship between the uncle and nephew would be so bad. Look at what this bastard said, and even kidnapped him out and threw him away. How can you say that about your elders? However, with Kakashi's temperament, this is really the same. Thinking of this, Kurenai Yuhi became sympathetic, and the man who beat the snake and followed the stick took the opportunity to wipe away the tears. Sister beautiful, can you promise me? I'll send you flowers. With a backhand, he pulled out a bunch of flaming roses, and when he found something wrong, Liamong quickly shoved it to Hinata, and then touched a bunch of deep Yuhi-colored roses. Kurenai Yuhi flicked his nasty forehead with a funny flick. Do you just want to be with you? Little guy, you really understand flowers. But my sister doesn't have time to accompany you. Come with me in the 8th class. Oh, you sell high. My angel has left me. He sat back down in dejection, and Liamong, who was hit so hard, lost his heart. A few minutes later, a middle-aged uncle with a beard and a cigarette in his mouth walked in. When he called to the 10th class, Ino's patience finally reached the limit. I quit. First, there are two bad guys. One can eat and the other can sleep, and the teacher who finally arrived is still a smoker. God kills 3 generations of old age, and my mother is fighting with you. Sakura, don't stop me. Horse, shrill scream, Ino's sister was hit as hard as the 6 paths sage created the moon. Sarutobi Ashima's cheeks trembled as the cigarette slowly slipped from his mouth, feeling that the future was gloomy. This is the student I want to bring. Old man, I want to kill you too. Whether you like it or not, smoker or slacker, Ino is always dragged away. When the room was quiet, only the mantle Sakura Naruto Sasuke was left. He got up from his depression and walked to the door of the classroom. Naruto looked surprised. Boss, where are you going? You can't wait for the teacher to lead the team. All right, safe, I know who that slacker is. Tell him I'll go home and sleep first. Lazy waved his arm. Liamong, who didn't look back, was about to leave, and a black shadow came in front of him. Is this your attitude towards the head of the family? Hey, the sun is coming out from the north today. He looked at the sky outside the door in amazement, and turned his head strangely. Kakashi, why don't you touch the black cat? I thought I had to wait until the sun go down the mountain. With black lines all over his head, his fists clenched tightly, and the nose of the head of the Hatake family was almost crooked. He didn't want to come so early, but Liamong was there. It was really late, and the students didn't all run away with him. 7th class, follow me to the rooftop. Kakashi, who couldn't wait to speak, got angry. You bastard, tell me quickly, and go home when you're done. Ah, is it my turn? Text chapter 7_dementia, stupid class 7 for collection. When it comes to dreams or something, if you put it in the past, Liamong will never mention it lightly, because it is useless to mention it. Baidu interesting academy but now. As Kakashi's angry voice fell, this stinky boy who played a little cynical suddenly burst into a terrifying brilliance, and his eyes stared at the sky. The breeze blew up the silver-white tulle, and it drifted obliquely into the distance. Suddenly, Liamong spoke. His voice was not high, but full of firmness. I will put this body into martial arts, use martial arts to prove Tao, and shatter the void. My will definitely stand in the sky. Quiet. Dead quiet. After a long time, classmate Ursukuko put his mouth behind his ears, and hummed with disdain in his eyes. What a arrogant. I don't seem to understand it very well, but I said it with great momentum. Haruno Sakura blinked ignorantly, and became crazy again. Kakashi stared at Liamong silently. Is this really my bastard? Naruto, who was sulking for a long time, sullenly said, Boss, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word. Sakura. Sasuke. I rely on. As the perfect aura was broken, Uzumaki Naruto's head was full of paste, so let's focus on it. Lu Mang, who was struck by lightning while pretending to be B, staggered, jumped his feet in a frenzy and cursed. Kakashi he was aiming at, look at what apprentices you have accepted. A nympho. Everyone turned their attention to Haruno Sakura, and a big tic-tac-toe appeared on Sakura's broad forehead. A fool who puts on a stinky face all day. Everyone turned their attention to Sasuke Uchiha again, and the face of classmate Fuziko became colder. There is also a fool who is born without a string in his head. Boss, where's the idiot? Naruto watched all the guys look at him, looked left and right in confusion, touched the back of his head and started to be silly. The Liamong classmate, who was completely defeated by him, twitched his face twice, and turned his attention to the master again. A nympho, a fool who puts on a stinky face all day, plus a natural lack of brains. Genshin's idiot. Kakashi, you're a slacker. You've chosen 3 students, and one of them is not bad. Why, do you want to be on par with your immortal 3-generation grandfather? They taught pornography, gambling and drugs, you have to teach stupidity. Your sister, I quit. Indignant and frantic, Liamong turned his head and left after spraying, leaving behind 4 teachers and apprentices. The face is not the face, the nose is not the nose. After a while of kung fu, Haruno Sakura, who was finally relieved, threw her fist violently. "Sasuke, don't stop me, I'm going to kill him." The next day, dawn, the sun rises 3 poles. Last night, the Liamong classmate who was threatened by the owner Howden came to the number 7 practice ground with a stick of glutinous rice balls in one hand and a rice ball in the other. As soon as the Baidu Interesting Academy arrived, Naruto's second-hand man shouted, "Hey! Boss, can't you tell?" "Shut up, I really can't think of it, but you slacker teacher doesn't agree. Take it, eat your meal quickly, and don't inquire before taking the exam." You can believe what Kakashi's late king said. Late king. A word to wake up the person in the dream, and they rushed over at 4:30 in the morning. For fear of being late, the trio all stretched their old faces. One by one, they looked up at the sun that was approaching noon, and black lines appeared on their foreheads. Looking down at the rice dumplings in Naruto's hands, I was moved and burst into tears. But when people are unlucky, they drink cold water and fill up kiba, and Sasuke Sakura Naruto is about to eat, and the food in his hand is gone. Food, where did the food go? Enla, are you disobedient? Kakashi, who grabbed the rice ball in his hand and tossed it up and down, suddenly appeared and put the alarm clock on the top of the wooden stake, and the pointer pointing to 10 o'clock was extremely dazzling. "Student guys, I really like the look in your eyes. Before noon, whoever gets it will be considered qualified. Otherwise, go back to ninja school for me to repeat." Quote. The 2 bells in his hands were casually hung on his waist, and Kakashi, who took out a small yellow book, successfully aroused his resentment. After Naruto's idiot asked some brain-dead questions, the ignorant thing announced the exam. "Start. Then stay where the 2 of you are. You don't have to find a place to hide first. The will of martial arts, face the powerful enemy head-on." Liamong touched a kiba sign and held it at the corner of his mouth, with a strong belligerence in his eyes. "Kakashi, the young master has long wanted to clean up you." Naruto, number 1 program. "Yes, boss." Fingerprints knotted together, bang 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 burst into continuous smoke, and countless Naruto surrounded Kakashi by the river. Looking at the shadow clones standing on the river, the head of the Hatake family was shocked. "Who taught Naruto this?" "Kakashi, sensei accepts the move, the shuriken shadow clone technique." Countless Naruto took out countless kunai, and with a flick of his wrist, the overwhelming Wuming shot out like a locust. 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1000. Seeing the rain of arrows by the river like a city wall, Haruno Sakura and Ursukoku, who were hiding, were stunned. "Then, that's really Naruto. So strong. Damn, he's just the tail of a crane, how can he be so strong?" The continuous rain of arrows stopped, and he glanced at the ground full of kunai, and snorted disdainfully, "Kakashi, don't hide, are you still afraid of our 2 fresh graduates?" "You guys are fresh graduates. I'm afraid even Jonin can't get enough of this power." Hiding behind a tree and putting away his beloved little yellow book, Kakashi touched the scratches with great distress, raised his backhand and pulled it away. He took off the Konoha forehead that he was wearing diagonally, revealing a fishy Yuhi eyeball. Uchiha family Kekkei Genkei, 3 Tomo Sharingan show. The Hatake family is serious. Glancing at the guy who came out from behind the tree, Lu Meng snapped his fingers. "Naruto, plan number 2. Understood, boss." The 2 teamed up with each other, and the Naruto standing in front was bang. Transformed into a giant windmill shuriken. At the beginning, Mizuki only carried 2 of these objects, and it was a well-deserved killer in throwing ninja tools. Looking at these pervert things, Kakashi, who revealed Sharingan, was scared to pee. "Wait, you guys are qualified. Never mind, keep shooting him. Fit ass. If you don't let your anger out enough today, how can you be worthy of your previous scourge?" Naruto, who was used to listening to orders in the past 6 years, didn't even think about it. He shook off the giant windmill shuriken and threw it out. Then he closed his fingerprints and used the previous ninjutsu. Hatake Liamong guidance, 3 generations of Hokage creation, Uzumaki Naruto tailor-made big killer, Secret Mystery, Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. When a specific ninjutsu is taught to a specific ninja, it will exert unimaginable fighting power. Kakashi, tremble in Naruto's arrows. Whoa, 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 whoa. Before the impromptu dance was over, Naruto interrupted Liamong's excitement when he found out that he was wrong. He scratched his head and said, "Boss, it seems that he missed the shot. You idiot, get out of the way." Before he could finish the warning, Naruto, who had revealed his true body, slammed into the ground with a wow, leaving only his dizzy head exposed. Kakashi, who jumped out from the side, fluttered with the mud stained on his body, looked back at the forest that was cut into the plain, and shook his finger when struck by lightning. No matter how powerful ninjutsu can't hit anyone, it's useless. This combination does benefit. Did you teach it to him? It's not me, could it be you? The Kiba sign in his mouth chewed hard twice, and Liamong glanced at the ground with hatred, and shook his head as he looked at the comatose number 1 younger brother and horseboy. The fists swept back and forth from the chest, and made a Sanshi gesture. Come on, Kakashi, it's my turn after Naruto High. Let me see, how strong can a man who copied thousands of ninjutsu be strong? To what extent? That eye is Sharingan. Uchiha Sasuke, who was lying in the bushes, widened his eyes, clutching the turf with great trembling. Kakashi stared at Liamong without realizing it, and stared at Liamong with a wary expression. As an elite Jonin, his intuition told him that his little nephew was not easy. Street Fighter Sand Throwing, Brick Attack, Poisoned Shadow Needle. Bricks were slapped at the door. Out. At the beginning Liamong planned to take 1,000 copies, but unfortunately because of his age, it was too strange to hold 1,000 copies. The length of 1,000 books was really not suitable for him, so he could only sign up with Kiba. However, for a street fighter, Kiba sign is no different from Shinbin, and it is full of poison when spit out. No, Kakashi is out of luck here. Although he had tried his best to dodge intuitively, there was still a bloodstain on his face, and his whole body instantly turned dark yuhi. A burning stinging pain spread, and a weak numbness appeared all over the body. This kid actually used poison. Where are you looking? With the help of the yellow sand mixed with pepper to block his sight, the high-yielding stream fell on the top of Kakashi's head, his arms spread like an eagle, and his right foot kicked like a claws. Step. Tread, tread, tread. He kicked 5 feet in a row, then twisted his waist, turned his back, turned around, and pulled out the whirlwind legs. The stiff Kakashi crossed his arms in front of him, and kept falling back like a sandbag. He secretly said in his heart that he must take care of this bastard when he returns. What damage did this do? It's okay to use poison, why even sprinkle the seasoning? Is this kid trying to fry me as a dish? Kakashi, take my final blow, Street Fighter King Kong Smash. The power of the volley's rotation was unloaded, and the crazy Liuman could not care about other things. The figure did not drop but rose and suddenly stopped. The right fist that was pulled to the back of the head, aimed at the door and blasted it. The unhappy Kakashi Sharingan spins wildly and slams his fist in the face. Turned into wood. The King Kong shattered to the ground, and the scattered sawdust had not yet finished flying. Boom! A bang fixed his gaze. I saw that centered on the right fist that smashed into the ground. The turf with a radius of 2 meters sank several feet, and the radial cracks spread to a full 5 meters. This is Master Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength. Sharingan burst out, sweating coldly on his forehead. Kakashi coughed twice with blood from the corner of his mouth. Obviously the substitute technique just now hadn't completely avoided. When he was about to explore the bottom again, Liamong copied his hand into Kabuto. Stop fighting, Naruto, follow me. Ah, boss, let's stop playing, let's not grab the bell. The yellow-haired boy who had just struggled out of the mud asked stupidly with his mouth wide open. Forehead threw him a Byakugan. Fuck you if you pass. Hurry up, let's go to Hinata's place to have a look. Kurenai Yuhi is a beautiful woman, more disabled than our broom-headed Class A. Much stronger. Broomhead, Class A crippled. Hatake is a liar. I order you as the head of the Hatake family, you tell me clearly. Who is the broomhead and who is the Class A crippled? Idiot, you're really not suitable for a writer. He turned around and left a ruthless remark, and rediscovered the liamong on the kiba stick. Kakashi froze in place for a long time, and suddenly a big kick kicked the turf over. This bastard. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, if you two don't come out again, return me to the ninja school. Now, immediately, give me I'll run around the village, and you'll pass after 500. Text chapter 8 _ This old man lost his conscience. You're immortal, you said, are you treating me with pure heart? There was a loud crack in the joints of both hands, and the anger of Liamong classmates was enough to set the whole Konoha village on fire. Interesting academy. Third generation Hokage took up his pipe with a smile, and Madara, an old man with a dark brown face, seemed to be happy. How could it be? This is a task required. The villagers have sent a task, and someone has to do it, right? Then you'll let us take out the feces. Boom. With a slap, he slapped the task sheet on the table, and his whole body shivered. Your sister, this old man has lost his conscience. Don't say that, the task is given by the villagers, and it's your turn and I have no choice. Jokingly exhaled the thick smoke and leaned back. The 3 generations of the old man put on a cheap look. He hated people as much as he hated them. Knowing that he couldn't turn him around in this matter, Lu Meng kicked his desk angrily, and turned back to go to the public toilet in the commercial district of Konoha village, the mission location, with his equally black-faced teammates. You immortal, you wait for me. In front of countless people, the face of the 7th class was lost. Hatake Kakashi, who was coming, looked left and right, and suddenly narrowed his one-eyed exposed outside and said, you guys are doing it here first, I have something to go out for, and I will be back soon. Kakashi-sensei. Whoosh. Looking at the teacher in charge of the class who ran away without giving time to answer the call after finishing a sentence, the entire 7th class was in a mess. Haruno Sakura has a tic-tac-toe on her forehead. The second assistant twitched the corners of his mouth. Naruto sluggish turned into a toad. Liamong, who was standing at the back, got furious and ran away. I'm just kidding me. Slip away, what excuses are there? Turning his head to stare at Kakashi's disappearing figure, his angry liar threw the draft away. Naruto Sasuke Haruno Sakura standing in front of the public toilet with a gloomy face. You look at me, I look at you, who is doing this? Is it everyone together, or find someone to come alone? Just as he was hesitating, a spherical fat man who was at least 800 jins and seriously exceeded the standard opened the wooden curtain. In an instant, a faint scent of feces blew all over the body. Naruto. Sasuke. Sakura. After a short pause, Naruto squatted while covering his belly and vomited. Sasuke's face was twitching and he said dryly, whoever likes to do this work can do it. Kill me. Haruno Sakura collapsed and grabbed her collar. The little girl's disgusting face turned green. After complaining, Liamong looked at their appearance, rolled his eyes and pulled Naruto up. Does it stink in there? Smelly. You don't want to get on your body, do you? Yes. So, Liamong nodded and said, then, Naruto, I'll leave this job to you. It's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. Ah, boss, why me? With his mouth wide open, he pointed at his nose, and Uzumaki Naruto was instantly Spartan. Liamong patted his yellow-haired head and said, Shadow Clone, does Shadow Clone understand? Shadow Clone. Their faces tightened, and Liamong gestured to Sasuke Sakura with his eyes while making a bad move. The two who didn't want to go to the toilet to dig up feces showed a smile to Naruto for the first time, and there was no lack of desire in their words. Naruto, who was almost moved to tears, was so moved that he assigned hundreds of shadow clones. He was foolishly dragged away by Liamong, saying that he was going to the river to eat barbecue. Shadow Clone, who had finished digging out the feces, disappeared one after another, and Naruto, who was nibbling on the rabbit's legs, froze, and his little face instantly turned green, dark green and dark green. Vomit. I cannot stand it anymore. Who can help me? I'm dying. The nauseating feeling that Shadow Clone brought back from a day's work erupted at the same moment, like Naruto soaked in a big dung soup, and the mouth is full of the smell of the cesspool. The originally delicious roasted rabbit meat turned into a deadly poison at this moment. Old. Big. In the water-like night, the extremely miserable screams spread over the entire Konoha ninja village, and the cat let out a long sigh at Hatake's residence. Don't blame me, I don't want to do this. If you want to blame you can blame the 3 generations for not dying. The task is given by him, it has nothing to do with me, and it has nothing to do with a dime. The next morning, a light wind blew through the green leaves. Inside the Hokage office building, the pale-faced Naruto drooped his head as if he had been ill for more than 10 years. Kakashi was stunned after receiving the task, shoved the list into Liamong and ran. The female cat next door is giving birth, I'll go help. Female cat. In labor. The black line on his forehead stared at Kakashi, who was leaving like the wind. Liamong suddenly had an extremely uneasy premonition. He lowered his head and slowly opened the task list. His handsome little face instantly turned black into the bottom of the pot. You're immortal. Are you finished? Yesterday was digging out the dung for the public toilet, and today is pouring dung soup into the fields. He code, can't you send a task that has nothing to do with shit? Liamong Genin, this is the village's test for you. Some tasks always have to be done by someone. Well, you can go now, the next one. Officially, he waved his hand to leave, and the 3-generation-old man who was stealing the fun said secretly, dare to get me a fat woman to go home. I won't kill you kid, I won't be called Sarutobi Hiruzen. Who does today's work? The hot wind was blowing in the fields, and the piles of dung soup could stink for 800 miles. Haruno Sakura looked at Naruto with a pale face. The fool who suffered a big loss yesterday saw the beauty showing timidity, and immediately clapped his chest to promise that he would do the job today. I'm proud of you. Lu Meng nodded and left. Urzuzi snorted arrogantly, you're just as good as you are. Naruto, please, I'll make you lunch. Haruno Sakura, who has short hands and short mouths, and doesn't want to be contaminated with dung soup, uses a trump card to fool Naruto's classmates. Liumen, who walked out not far, was silent for a moment, and suddenly turned back and reminded loudly, since Shadow Clone can bring back the feeling of digging dung, it can also bring the combat experience back to the main body. Naruto, do you understand what I'm talking about? Sakura. Sasuke. I don't understand. Boom, boom. With 2 muffled noises, the shocked Haruno Sakura and classmates Ursukuko fell to the ground and slapped their foreheads. Naruto, you're an idiot, I mean it. Ah, boss, that's how it looks. You're a genius. Suddenly, he figured it out, and looked at Uzumaki Naruto who was thrown into the dung heap, his fingers twitching. Liamong turned around and left. If he stayed any longer, he was afraid that he couldn't help but chop off the rebellious boy with a knife. The sun went down and another day's mission was completed. Kakashi opened the door and coughed. It's impossible to practice with Shadow Clone. I know, but Naruto can do it. His white eyes flicked out of the door, and the corners of his mouth twitched sarcastically. Kakashi, who was instantly blinded, was stunned for a moment, then turned his head and slammed the door. I shouldn't have come here. You really shouldn't be here. My lord is not a ninja. You're telling me it's useless. Don't forget to remind Ursukuko and Sakura that those 2 guys aren't very smart. Dada's footsteps squeaked and stumbled, listening to the sound of thumping and slipping outside. Liamong closed his eyes with satisfaction, and continued to do the great cause of cross-legged meditation, which has never been interrupted since he was born. Although it is possible to lie down, this position is the most efficient. The next day, Tianming, in addition to Liamong and Kakashi, the famous slacker of Class 7, the rest of the 3 people were all dead, like eggplants beaten by frost. Kakashi-sensei, why can't I? Pervert, the second assistant classmate who lit up the light and was ruthlessly smothered. Ah no. Is gaff. Kakashi looked back and forth 3 times with a dignified expression, and rarely reminded seriously, since shadow clone is listed as forbidden technique, there is a reason why it is listed as forbidden technique. You and Sakura are different from Naruto, he is from the Uzumaki family. Humans are inherently resilient, and... Glancing at his belly, Kakashi cut off what he wanted to say. Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists angrily, and looked at Naruto with jealousy. But when he was jealous of others, he seemed to forget that others were not jealous of his Sharingan. What suits you is the best. Suddenly reminded to say no more, Lumang didn't want to be a nanny. Sasuke, who was agitated, turned his head and bowed to ask for guidance. Liamong turned his attention to Kakashi, he's your class teacher. Ah, how can classmate Liamong be like this? Haven't you helped Naruto, why can't you help Sasuke? Glanced coldly at Sakura, who was a nympho, and the flowing man pulled Naruto and rubbed his yellow-haired head twice. This kid is my younger brother, and it's natural for me to help him. I can also be your little brother. With bright eyes, he promised that the second assistant would give everything for revenge. Looking at this guy who was full of sadness all his life, Liamong sighed softly, I can help you open Sharingan, but forget about being a younger brother. Our Konoha gang doesn't plan to recruit people for the time being. Then please. Bowing deeply to the ground, Nisukako completely ignored Kakashi who was standing beside him. No one in the 7th class was willing to answer the instructor who didn't even perform tasks together. Naruto, assign a shadow clone to pick up the mission. Sasuke, follow me. Bottomless towering cliffs, and the cliffs are full of stone spurs crisscrossed by Kiba. Liamong, standing at the top tier, took off the rope that was on his shoulders, and threw one end of the rope to Ursuke, whose face changed slightly, and laughed like a fox. Tie it to your waist. Jump. Don't worry, you won't die. What are you kidding again? People will die. The pink fist clenched tightly and snatched the end of the rope, and Haruno Sakura burst out in a hurry, looking at Sasuke with concern. Ursukako, whose face changed wildly, thought for a while, bit Kiba, took back the rope and tied it around her waist. Before he could open his mouth, Liamong's figure turned around, and he took aim at his buttocks. Sasuke Uchiha falling off the cliff with his head down, Haruno Sakura shouted in astonishment. What are you doing? The rope, which was falling straight down, was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the bottom was almost bottomed out in circles. Hearing the screams from Feng Xiaozhang's classmate Ursukako, Haruno Sakura frantically grabbed Liamong's collar. I want to kill you and return Sasuke to me. Brainless woman, if you don't let go quickly, he will really die. He glanced at the rope that had only a few laps left on the ground from the corner of his eyes. Liamong pushed Haruno Sakura away, picked up the other end of the rope and shoved it into the one just now. Uzumaki Naruto returned to his senses. Hold on, if you can't hold Sasuke, you will die. Ah, yes, boss. With a startled head, Naruto clenched Kiba and wrapped the rope around his arm. Seeing his stupid appearance, Liamong was going to die of anger. Use Shadow Clone, you idiot. Ah, Shadow Clone. With a stunned expression, the rope in his hand slipped, and Naruto Uzumaki stared at the shovel with both feet, and rounded his eyes at the flowing mane that was quickly dragged towards the edge of the cliff, and finally reacted at the last moment. But there is no rush to arrest people anymore. Bang. Boom, boom, boom. The separated shadow clone swooped forward one after another, but luckily grabbed the ankle of Sakura, who had saved first. As the sun went down, Class 7, who had almost died, gathered together, and the Liumen's classmates, who were bruised in places, stared viciously at Naruto Uzumaki, who was scratching his head and giggling, you know what? Boy, I really want to kill you. Text chapter 9 _ that poor cat named Ahu. Successfully helping Sasuke to open Sharingan, the flamboyant feat shocked the top of Konoha, and even specially gathered for 3 trials for this matter. A careerist with a cane in his left hand, Homura Mitokado, an old man with glasses on the bridge of his nose, and Kaharu Udatane, an old woman with a chopstick in his hair. The three old immortals stood apart at the Hokage desk in front of their old skinned faces, and stared at the Liuman in front of the desk with extremely oppressive eyes. The cold wind blew the yellowed leaves and swept out the window, bringing a slight rustling. Danzo's left hand was leaning heavily on the stick to the ground and sternly asked, "Genin Hatake, why do you know how to open the eyes of the Uchiha family? Please answer the question," that the old man said clearly. Boom! The murderous intent suddenly appeared, and it was the old man who had lived for decades. The momentum accumulated on the battlefield in the past was diffused, and the still warm room was reduced to freezing point in an instant. With murderous aura, he touched his nose with a shivering gleam all over his body, and cocked his mouth impatiently. "Just open a Sharingan, do you need it?" Presumptuous. The two voices focused their eyes, and Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane also opened their eyes. The pressure of the three old immortals combined added to their body, and their legs and feet were softened because of their boldness and recklessness. After about a minute, seeing that the fright was almost over, the three-generation-old man sitting on the main seat jumped out and pretended to be a good person. "Liamong is still a child, don't be like this. Say it, don't hide anything." Humph! X3 snorted and stepped back. His body suddenly lightened, and he swayed twice and almost landed on the ground. His lowered eyes were full of hatred. He understood that he couldn't resist and could only suppress his grief and anger and explained, "I'm just helping Sasuke Uchiha to stimulate his body's potential. Potential power erupts when his life is seriously threatened. Kekkei Genkei is also a kind of physical ability, and there will naturally be breakthroughs at the moment of life and death. Is it any wonder?" Quote. "Where did you know this?" Although Lu Meng said it was reasonable, Shimura Danzo, who always liked to look at people with suspicion, didn't believe it. He felt that Liamong must be hiding something. Generation-old man coughed lightly. "This kid likes to read books when he was young, and the Hatake family is a family handed down from the age of samurai, so it's not surprising that they have such books. Sarutobi, I'm going to take him away." With a look in his eyes, Shimura Danzo became interested in Liamong. As long as people are brought back to their roots, anything can be asked. Even if you can't ask anything, you can have multiple talents. Third generation of Hokage quit. "This can't be done, your hand is too long." Humph! The walking stick in his left hand slammed to the ground again. Danzo glanced coldly at Liamong, and walked to the door without saying a word. Sound, watching the back of Danzo leaving, Menyon and Kaharu also nodded and turned to leave. After a while, only one old man and one young man were left in the room facing each other. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Tell me, old man, what else do you want to ask? Hokage just now didn't let Danzo take him away, and his mouth was slightly grateful. Sarutobi Hiruzen on the pipe and lightly rubbed it with his thumb, revealing his powerful chakra control power, and his eyes were straight. "Small tricks, you can't get on the stage, and they're useless in battle." The three-generation-old man who was content to suck the smoke from his mouth and puffed up the clouds laughed. Liamong rolled his eyelids and hummed with pretense, "What's so great? I won't give it to me for nothing." Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled thick smoke with a smile, "You really don't learn." "Learn a fart." He stared at the three generations old immortal angrily, and Liamong cursed in his playful eyes, "Young master doesn't have chakra, and he is learning physical skills handed down from the warrior era. If you can teach me, I have the same last name as you." Cough. I forgot about this. The three-generation Hokage, who nearly coughed up tears, shot out 2 smoke dragons from his nostrils and grabbed the pipe that flew out. Maybe it's because of the feeling of being indebted, or something else, but since the beginning of this day, the tasks of the 7th class are finally normal. But it's not a good life. Hoeing, plucking grass, and watching children. Lu Meng, who had fun in hardships, felt this way and said a famous saying that will spread far and wide in the future: "In life, you can practice everywhere." How to fix it? Urzuzi, who was most concerned about this matter, hurriedly asked. Liamong hit the awning and looked into the distance, pointed to the vegetable field that needed to be plowed, and explained, "You and Naruto pull the plow and steer the other. Before working, unload the plowshares. Then when you climb trees by treading water, method, try not to let your feet sink into the soil, and then turn the ground as quickly as possible." Quote. What can I practice like this? Urzuko frowned in confusion as he listened. Liamong's mouth threw a shocking answer, "I don't know. No, I don't know. I don't know that you still let us do this." His eyes widened, Uchiha Sasuke almost fainted. Liamong squinted at him, "I don't know, but I know it must be useful. If you don't do it, I will do it. Naruto will leave, and you will be in front of me. I'm coming." Although he didn't understand what this would strengthen, the Tenten wanted to become stronger, or Sukuko still grabbed the plowshare. Haruno Sakura looked at the two who were cursing each other with envy, and looked at Liamong expectantly, "Can I do something too?" "Then, use this thing to pick up stones." Liamong took out two 1-meter-long iron chopsticks from the portable space and handed them over. Seeing Sakura's confused expression, he explained, "Using chopsticks to hold stones can exercise physical coordination. After landing on the ground, pay attention to the coordination of your hands and eyes, as well as the steps under your feet. Try to use the shortest route and pick up the most stones." Quote. Oh, I see. With the bamboo basket behind her back, Haruno Sakura quickly ran to the two arguing in the ground. Because the method Liamong said was too difficult, Naruto and Ursukuko had already quarreled. "Here is an idiot, there is a fool, you come and I have a lot of fun." Kakashi, who suddenly appeared, looked at the busy trio in the field and walked to Liamong, who was yawning and drowsy. "You let them do all the work, then what are you doing?" "Being lazy." Kakashi, who almost fell into the ground, said it casually, "You can do it. Learn from you." Turning his eyes to the side, Lu Meng looked up and down for a while, and suddenly said playfully, "Why didn't you help Grandma to cross the road today? Or are you walking back from the lost path of life already?" Cough. "This is the task that needs to be performed in the afternoon." He took out the task list from Kabuto and threw it away. Kakashi, who was embarrassed to death, turned around and left. He couldn't stay any longer. He raised his middle finger high and opened the task list, a black line flowing down his face. I wondered how the only son of Kakashi could run so fast. Directing took on this life-threatening task again. Catch a tiger. Assignee, Mrs. Shino Mi. Status, wife of the Fire Country Daimyo. Age, around 50. Personality, passionate, generous. Features, looks plump, likes to dress up in heavy clothes. Objective, dark brown domestic cat with yuhibao on right ear. Remarks, this cat has an extremely rich escape experience. Also, keep an eye out for its claws. Good luck, Genin. Wow, why is this task again? Naruto spit out a sentence with the mantra he learned from Lu Meng, and looked left and right in a depressed voice, and asked in a strange voice, "Where's Kakashi, sensei?" "Go away." The task sheet was thrown at Sakura, who was blue-faced, and the same depressed man turned over his equipment. A wireless headset for liaison, a rugby helmet shield, rubber gloves, leather pants, and finally, an enhanced women's electric shock wolf protector. Distributing the equipment, headed to the village, the most famous rookie task in Konoha, almost all the Konoha genins of this era have done. Ahu, how fierce. Don't look at this little thing as a cat, but its ferocity is not inferior to that of a tiger. In order not to be taken back and ravaged by Mrs. Shino Mi, Ahu was able to display abilities beyond the limits of human imagination when escaping arrest. And for this reason, he has evolved tricks such as lightning flashes, snake-like tricks, hiding in cups, and volley gliding. It is not an easy thing to catch him. And even if he was caught, he had to guard against Ahu's crazy counterattack. Many newcomers have suffered from its dark losses when they performed this task for the first time, and many people even broke their eyes for it. If it weren't for the high level of Konoha medical ninjas, I'm afraid this generation of ninjas would have to cover their faces. Recognized by Naruto Sasuke Sakura. Today I must electrocute that cat. Reaching out to touch the cheek that seemed to be still hurting, Uzumaki Naruto grabbed the electric shock and launched a ruthless attack. When he first performed this task, he not only had his face scratched, but his nose was also bitten. God Akatsuki got that crazy cat named Ahu, how could he be so cruel? Scattered, searched, probed, searched from the noon sun to the dark and the moon rose, and finally found the 7th class in the broken flower pot on the street corner, grinning around the square. Sasuke stood on the roof, Sakura guarded the window, and squatted against the wall. Naruto, who was blocking the entrance of the alley, divided hundreds of shadow clone, and then the main body rushed in with an electric shock. Aim. It's sizzling. Take aim. Z-la-la. At the end of the mission, Mrs. Shino Mi, who was suspected of being Tsubaji's cousin, stared blankly at Ahu, who had more air and less air, and burst into tears frantically. Immediately after, a tiger pounced it into his arms and squeezed his chest desperately. Ah, my little darling, what's the matter with you? Aim. A mournful howl stuck out his right paw. Ahu struggled to squeeze his head out of the pile of meat. How could he still look half dead just now? She tried all her life to twist frantically. The more it twisted, the tighter Mrs. Shino's hug became. The elephant's arm, the big pancake face, and the fierce surge like the Magata trench, moving straight together like dough. Looking at the poor cat who was struggling with his life in Roshan, Naruto Sasuke Sakura pulled his face and was about to go. The 3-generation-old man stopped him. In view of your excellent completion during this period of time. After considering the various tasks and the abilities you have personally, I decided to issue a C-level task to you. Can you not go? Without the excitement as imagined, the 7th class now does not want to do advanced tasks. For them, it's a complete waste of time. With Liamong in the middle to guide, Sasuke Naruto Sakura improves his strength very quickly. If the B-level task is still fine, AC level is really not much fun. However, the order issued by Hokage could not be refused. After seeing the alcoholic client the next morning, the originally reluctant face shook his head and smiled. Dishonor, it should be this guy, right? Text Chapter 10 Kakashi, you are really not fit to be the head of the house. Sasuke, Sakura, don't stop me. Boss, give me a knife, I'm going to cut down this old drunkard. It's easier to read on a mobile phone. m.heihei168.com. It doesn't matter if he is suspected of his strength. Dishonor dares to laugh at Ning people or uneducated. A child who has lived in Byakugan since childhood. You can laugh at him for being stupid. You can also scold him for being stupid, but you can't insult his parents. It was because of the lack that he knew how precious it was. Looking at Naruto who was in a frenzy, he walked in front of Dasna with a smile. And in the old man's scornful eyes, he knocked off his half-mouthed kiba with a fist. Remember. I'm not hitting you, I'm saving you. Boss. Hatake shimmering. Naruto, Sandai, Kakashi, the glances that turn around can't believe it. The 3-generation-old man is angry with Chichaoshunyan's nostrils and eyes. How can you beat the mission client? Do you know how bad the impact of this is? He deserves a beating. Leaning over the unconscious Dasner's clothes, he carefully wiped off the blood-stained fist face, showing no sense that he had done anything wrong. Homura Mitokado, who was in charge of the mission reception next to him, was furious and asked, Genin Hatake Liamong, do you still know the rules of the ninja? How did you graduate from the ninja school? Boss, he has never taken the test, and his test scores are all zeros. Weakly reminded him to shrink his neck. Naruto was still very afraid of these old guys. Homura Mitokado's old face turned black in an instant. Sarutobi. Ahem, both parties are responsible for this matter. Can't the client insult the ninja casually? We have to guarantee the dignity of the Konoha ninja. But he made us lose face. A big country must have the bearing of a big country. As the center of the world's ninja village, how could Konoha do such a shameful thing? 3 generations of Menyon were making a noise here, and Dasna, who had been in a coma for a while on the ground, got up. His family knew about his family affairs. Not only was he not angry when he was beaten, but he was secretly happy. The guys at Konoha beat themselves now, and won't hold them too much afterwards. How could he not know what was going on in this mission? As a result, this ghostly old guy hurriedly said some good things, and his attitude turned 180 degrees. This abnormal performance immediately caught the attention of 3 generations of Hokage and Homura Mitokado advisors. After Kakashi's 7th team set off, another team immediately followed. Kuwuduo with proof of leaving the village. He nailed the notice board. Kakashi led the team out of the gate. Kamizuki Izumo and Gangzati didn't even look at it, which shows the guy's reputation in Konoha. But there is no door for Liamong to worship him. Be careful of being struck by lightning if you install too much. What are you talking about? Asked again, deliberately pretending not to hear clearly, playing with Kakashi, who had been with Might Guy for a long time. Interesting academy. Liamong looked at his dry look, snorted and turned away. Before taking 2 steps, Dazna, who was talking behind the wind, shouted, "Hey! Where are you going? The country of water is here." Quack quack. Fool, quack, fool. What are you looking at? Is it strange to go in the wrong direction? I haven't been there before. He gave his owner a fierce look. If it wasn't for the mission, Lu Meng really wanted to strip him and hang him on the door. He aimed at it. Can't you be gentler? After getting the direction and starting again, the first 2 days were nothing, but at noon on the 3rd day, Liamong, who quietly raised his guard, stopped the team. What's that shiny thing in front of you? It looks like it's a blister, boss. Naruto pouted and gave the answer. Liamong's eyes narrowed and he said badly, "It's useless for us to hurry like this. Urzuko, Naruto, you two, who can urinate into that pool of water at the farthest distance, I'll teach him an A-level forbearance technique." Really? Boss, are you really willing to teach us Class A ninjutsu? Uzumaki Naruto's eyes straightened when he heard that there was an A-level ninjutsu to learn. Although the second assistant next to him did not speak, but seeing his excited look, he was obviously moved. Only Haruno Sakura's pretty face made Yuhi squeeze her pink fist, both ashamed and angry. I am ashamed that the rambunctious idea is better than peeing. I am annoyed that she is not included in this game. You must know that it is A-level ninjutsu. But why didn't she think about who she could win even if she took her? Trapped in a congenital defect, if Sakura stood up and compared with Naruto Sasuke, it would really be called peeing in the wind, peeing one leg, peeing against the wind, peeing all over the body. There is no comparison at all. Hatake Liamong, I hate you to death. Don't guess the girl's mind. Let's ignore Haruno Sakura, who has a second personality, and see that Naruto Sasuke has opened Shikai pants. Can you turn around first, or I won't be able to pee. Yuhi opened his mouth with a face, and Uzumaki Naruto looked at the only lady in the 7th class in embarrassment. The mad Sakura punched him on the forehead and turned his back. Naruto, who almost urinated, quickly got up and ran to Sasuke's side. 2 people stand together to estimate the distance. You move forward a little, I will move forward a little. I am afraid that the distance is close and lose, but the ghost brother who is incarnated in blisters is angry. Mingtu, come on. Fuck them. Your left, my right. 2 black shadows jumping up and down, one left and one right, came with a whistling, and the chains dragged between the 2 steel claw prosthetic limbs were terrifyingly cold. Wait a second. The trousers were half unfastened and the blisters disappeared. Looking at the strange enemy rushing over, Uzumaki Naruto tore the zipper in a hurry. Sasuke, who was standing next to him, saw this and kicked him out. Shaking his hands was a series of hands. Lijian shot out. Chunin of Kurigakure village, who came too. With both hands in Kabuto, not eager to attack, Kakashi's eyes turned back and forth between Naruto and Dazna. When he saw that the ghost brother ignored Sasuke and went straight to Dazna, a dodging lock neck solved the incoming enemy, and Uzumaki, who had just put on his pants, slammed his face to the ground. Kakashi-sensei is really annoying. You stole all the limelight. Client, shouldn't you say something? He took out the rope to tie the ghost brothers. Kakashi first appeased the noisy Naruto, and then looked at Dasuna with murderous intent. Lu Mang, who was waiting beside him, kicked the old thing to the ground. Don't ask, you can see what's going on just by looking at his Shang virtue. It seems that the punch I hit him last time didn't count. Injustice. I am also forced to be helpless. I beg you, you must help me, or my whole family will not be able to live. One cry, two troubles, three hangs. The exposed old ghost whine cried and danced again and again, and even took out his daughter and grandson as threats, and he was extremely shameless. Liamong, who was too angry, pressed him to the ground and hammered him again, and when he was relieved, he sat down to rest under the strong resistance of Naruto Sakura. After the dog blood conversation was over, Naruto, the fool, made people fool again, and Haoyun went to the country of waves to help. Liamong looked at his silly appearance, and felt that after the completion of this task, he had to educate him once, and don't let him kill the big guy in the future. Killed him 2 by 1. Kakashi took out 2 kunai and threw them at his feet, and Kakashi, who was alarmed that the mission was about to get into trouble, began to guide the killing. Naruto Sasuke, who was staring at kunai, was stunned. Kakashi, sensei, do you have to kill them? Are they not already? These 2 guys are ninjas from the village of Kurigakure, the land of water. If you don't want to be hunted down by the blood mist in the future, pick up kunai and stab them to death. The ninjas in this ninja village are all lunatics, and they don't die when they perform their tasks. Non-stop. Quote. After the bloody words were finished, Kakashi immediately stepped aside. Naruto Sasuke looked at each other and swallowed together. Although I knew for a long time that such a day would come, I really felt that killing people was not as simple as I thought. Liamong, who couldn't stand it any longer, gave them a kick. Hurry up, killing a chicken is no different. It's all a stab in the neck, and it's clean by wiping the neck. Boss, why don't you come? Rely on your sister. If it's a man, be happy. A fist hit Naruto's face and swung it far away, and Liamong spat out the Kiba sign in his mouth, centering on the crotch of Mingtu's crotch. The roadside began to howl. Mingtu, who woke up from the coma, broke his throat and woke up his brother. Seeing the miserable appearance of Mingtu beside him, because of training pervert in the blood fog, Yi too was terrified. Seeing the appearance of these 2 guys, Liamong smiled with satisfaction. Kill it, meet their tyrannical eyes, kill him if you don't want to die, or I will kill you both. Old boss. Puff. With a muffled sound, kunai nailed his throat, and Ursukoku, who had finished fighting the enemy, turned his back coolly. But it is not difficult to see from his trembling back that his heart is not as calm as it appears on the surface. Kiba in his crotch, with a fatal blow to the neck. Seeing the tragic death of his brother, the head of the industry struggled frantically, and Naruto couldn't help but back away in fright with the appearance of spitting blood. Boss, are you really playing? Either he dies, or you die. Choose, boy. Kuwu, who was holding back Naruto's heart in his hand, stabbed forward slightly, and the boy who saw the blood went mad. Why don't you just kill someone? I'll kill you. Mentioned Kuuji and rushed forward. Uzumaki Naruto slammed through the heart of the head, and a large amount of dirty blood spurted out of his throat, spitting him everywhere. I killed. Did I really kill? Staggering 2 steps, he stumbled and fell, and Naruto Uzumaki tucked his knees into an ostrich. The night wind blew through the green grass, and the team that lit the bonfire was silent a lot. The feeling of killing someone for the first time was very bad. Both Nisukoku and Naruto ate very little, and even Sakura lost their appetite. Only Liamong and Kakashi were heartless and stuffed their belly. Boy, do you know that you're acting very abnormal. After eating, Kakashi leaned over and sat down. Liamong moved to the side in disdain, laying on the grass with the Kiba sign and looking at the starry sky. This is the awakening of a warrior. In the eyes of a warrior, life in the world is no different. There is no difference between a rabbit and a rabbit. It is nothing but a strong and a weak. The weak will eventually pass away, and only the strong can reach the peak. Just like a tiger roaring proudly in the mountains and forests, and an eagle spreading its wings in the sky. Quote. Kakashi, you are really unfit to be the head of the house. From the moment you transplanted that eye, you are no longer worthy of being called the Hatake family. Copy ninja, what a big name. Mang's eyes were ironic to the extreme. When someone mentions you, have you ever thought of your surname, Sharingan Kakashi, have you forgotten the name Hatake? You. Text chapter 11 _ shameless to no lower limit. Hatake family that came down, in fact, cannot be called a ninja family in the true sense. Interestingly, the inheritance recorded in the first-timers of the academy is also more martial arts than ninjutsu. The reason why Kakashi's father was able to make such a big name in the ninja world back then, did he rely on it? The sword technique that came down. In the process of death slaughter full of blood-colored breath, he realized the ultimate of the sword and created his unique Hatake-style knife technique. Use the short knife to suddenly activate at medium and close-range facsimile face from the samurai era. It's funny to say, Hatake Sakumo is not a ninjutsu, although he has the name of a ninja. This is also the reason why the Hatake family is in decline. It's not some ninjutsu, but a legend from the samurai era. Ninjas and warriors are fundamentally different. Today's Hatake family's children learn how to become ninjas at a young age, rather than aspire to become a warrior. Ninja is a surprise attack, which achieves the goal of one-hit kill. This is the white-fanged swordsman who stands in the world. He must have his own persistence, and he must have the courage to fight for his life without fear of power. Without these things, it is not that no one wants to inherit his white-fanged swordsmanship, the martial artist simply cannot learn it. The doomed tragedy is also an irresistible disaster for human beings. Hatake family who are unlucky in this disaster, Hyuga tools are not responsible for the means to achieve their goals. And a warrior has the pride of being a warrior. Has long been like the Hatake family. Kakashi did not study the family's secret martial arts, but instead relied on transplantation to become a martial artist. Because of this, the downfall of the Hatake family was inevitable. It's time to change. 3 days later, the sun pierced through the morning fog, and Naruto, who was born with thick nerves, took the lead out of the shadows, and the Ha family also fell into blood mold. Since the death of Hyuga Tenin, how could there still be a decent character in the Hyuga family? With the pupil technique on it, I am afraid that a snow-white rabbit will be relieved. The peach land will not be cut again. The Sharingan played ninjutsu, no wonder Liuman looked down on him. Only the one that suits you is the best. Learn ninjutsu, you're a white blind person, B level, A level, S level laughing and running ahead. Look left, look right, no shooting a mouse with a kunai is like throwing a dart and hitting a squirrel. Make the big guy angry, pierce his nostrils and eyes, and put a line on his forehead until he finds out. Beheading with a whistling toss one of the 7 knives in Kurigakure village, the country of water, the user of the broken knife, decapitation broadsword, Grandmaster Suiten, water-style ninjutsu. He escaped from the village due to a failed plan to assassinate Mizukage and became missing nin. Mission experience. D level 4 times. C. Copy ninja card times. Encountering such an enemy whose strength is called pervert in a C-level mission is tantamount to a disaster for ordinary ninjas. As soon as we met each other, this bastard gave the 7th class a slap in the face. What? The big knife, wiping the top of Kaka's head, flew over, and cut into the tree with a slam, and most of the blade fell into the tree. When everyone climbed up from the ground in embarrassment, he was struck by lightning and stepped on the hilt of the knife, condescending and filling his head. Hey, that guy with no eyebrows over there, what do you call Kakashi, sensei? Sweat. Great sweat. Nicaragua Falls Con. This kid is not afraid to stare at Naruto's curious face, with 3 huge tic-tac-toe popping out of his forehead. His bad appearance has always been his heart disease. Heihei168.com. Sasuke, who found out what was going to happen, quickly pulled Naruto behind him and took out the kuai in front of his chest. Cassie. Cut. Kakashi's mouth twitched and his heart twitched as he planned to discuss it. How could he accept such a 250-year-old apprentice? I said if I don't cut it again, let's discuss it with the two of us. If he didn't cut the West again, he still tried to negotiate. Naruto, who was so irritated, snorted, and his murderous eyes instantly fixed on Dasuna, who was hiding behind Sakura, who was trembling. Take this careful attention to the one who stepped on the beheading sword. The backhand raised his forehead to reveal Yuhi's 3 Tomo Sharingan, and Kakashi, who failed to negotiate, took a fighting stance. The figure flickered, and the beheading sword was instantly drawn out. Although there is no hope in my heart, the art of Kakasuiden, water-style Kurigakur. A hazy mist of water filled every inch of the surrounding space as the voice fell. Zaibuju, who was hiding in it, was just trying to use language to impress an old man and hand it over to me. Looks like it won't work anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Boy, what are you laughing at? Zaibujin's voice was cold, you could tell he was angry. No matter what he lost, he appeared on the river surface in a blink of an eye, with one hand in front and the other pointing to the sky. Laugh at you stupid, Uzumaki Naruto, haven't you always wanted to be in the limelight? To kill him for Lao Su, the technique of shuriken in all directions. Adding pressure, a sudden burst of laughter pierced the sky. Ha ha, ha ha ha, it's so funny that Naruto's shadow clone. And this is just the beginning. Ugly. Liamong, who covered his belly and rolled wildly, slammed the ground frantically and wiped his tears with his cuffs. Seeing this combination of pervert, ninjutsu again, Kakashi asked Liamong shamelessly. Got it, boss. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous explosions of smoke formed a circle, from the sky to the ground, everywhere. He was very persistent. Recalling those miserable days, Shu, Chen, Z, Shu, Hai, Si, Yin Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. The misery thrown out by shaking hands is not 10, 10 is 100, 100 is 1000. Boss. How on earth did you teach Naruto hand seal? A ninjutsu practiced for 3 years, even a fool can learn it. Although Naruto is a little stupid in hand seal, he has to say. I mean I'm here, I think so I think, Liamong swears, I'll never teach this kid any ninjutsu that requires a hand seal in the future. Boss, I forgot. Boss, I forgot again. The guy spoke again. The depressed memory shook his head and threw it aside, and the flow of slowly closing his eyes scattered his perception around. This is the profound meaning that only true warriors can comprehend, the sixth sense consciousness beyond the 5 senses. So I want to see you. Naruto, he's on the left. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned to attack, and kunai's flying shot merged into a wall in the blink of an eye. Just as the big guy's strange Liuman's command was in that unhurried tone, this time, he's behind. The attack of another turn turned into a torrential rain, and the nearly fatal one retreated all the way. Boy, are you a sentient ninja. Compared to the existence of grades. If I don't cut it again, in front of my heart, any concealment will be in vain. This eye is the eye of true consciousness, which penetrates into the foundation of the existence of all things, without subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. So you may not understand, but I can, still. Although it is difficult to see things in the fog, the big guy still does not distinguish between enemy and foe, and focuses his eyes on the position where Liamong is standing. Wait, boss, how can this kind of thing be taught to the enemy? Don't take me and that unruly head high. If martial arts are really so easy to pursue, the world will not be dominated by ninjas. Zabujin's gloomy voice pierced through the mist. You are too arrogant, boy. Teach you. What? At this moment, he seemed to be detached from everything. I once spent 3 years in the courtyard, where I closed my 5 senses and realized my surroundings. It was extremely difficult at first, and I was always easily disturbed by the outside world. I teach, can he learn it? The way of arrogance and awe-inspiring eyes. In front of me, you have no secrets. This. How could someone do this kind of thing? Kid, don't you say it again. It's not arrogance, it's self-confidence. He laughed disdainfully. You are afraid of Liamong. How could I be afraid? The beheading sword banged. He was standing in front of him, and he used a roar to cover up his guilty conscience. You are in a state of unawakenedness. After 3 years, you will be able to understand the rhythm of the wind and the murmur of the grass. If you don't cut it again, this is the skill to train your heart. Kurigakur's power is doubled. But all this is completely useless to Liamong. Big talk. Sali Na Yan retorted 2 sentences, and if he didn't cut his mouth to say he didn't believe it, he was actually more careful. Quote. I thought that I could cut Liamong in 2 without cutting it, but I never thought that things would turn out like this. Son, you are courting death. Sweden, water style, water body art. Naruto has shadow clone, and if he doesn't cut it again, it also belongs to him. If you don't cut it again, I just said that in front of me, you have nothing. Whoop. This is impossible. The shadow behind him suddenly appeared, and he lifted the big knife with his backhand and leaned towards the sky, as powerless as a fight. But it is practice to survive without cutting several times. Clasped his hands together to clamp the surface of the knife, closed his eyes and bowed his head with a smile at the corner of his mouth, and the silver-white wind and flower yarn was swept behind him by the strong wind rolled up by the beheading knife, with a kind of uninhibited freedom. The kick was empty, and Lu Meng was not disappointed, the big secret of beheading. Valkyrie kick bone shatter. The upper body does not move, the lower body is swept away, and there is no wind whistling from the side kick of the swinging leg. It seems to be a slow side kick, as if the child's Sweden water style, water separation technique intuitively tells him that this kick is very dangerous. Very dangerous. No more knives. The right hand holding the hilt of the knife loosened, and Kurigakur, who had done several backflips in a row, withdrew and went all the way. In one room, the knife was slashed left and right in his hand and threw behind him. Take him, this is my trophy. Boy, don't think that the uncle can only use the sword, open your eyes and see clearly. First, he took out a dozen water and wrapped his body around Naruto, and then he stood on the river with his fingerprints flying. After a while, a huge wave surged up behind him. Sweden water style, great waterfall technique. 9 days the silver river poured back the water that spewed from the rumbling sound, and it was like a wave that didn't want money. I rely on you to code me. Liamong can ninjutsu, even God can't stop him. But the key problem is that Liamong can't. If he can fight, he will fight, if he can't, he will run. Fang is a gangster, but Liamong doesn't think he can stop this pervert thing. He trotted and hid behind his owner. Break time. Boundless waves crashing against the shore. Sasuke had a stroke. The hidden mouth under Kakashi's mask almost looks like a hippo. 7th class collective Sparta. He's our boss. Kakashi, it's over to you. Classmate Liamong is too shameless. This is the shame of the ninja world. I have to kick him out of the house. Sakura is shocked. Naruto is stunned. Text chapter 12 Kurenai Yuhi's shocked 8th class comes to help. No matter how Naruto Sasuke Kakashi slandered the shameless Liuman, in order to protect the client's life, they had to stop the torrent created by Zaibusion for Liamong. Interesting Academy first release. Of course, no one else can do this, and Kakashi has to do it. Doden, Earth style, Earth wall art. Fingerprints flew out and vomited out several pools of sludge, and the earthen city wall raised from the ground blocked the impact of the boundless waves, and it was full of water. Although Tulubi is only AB level ninjutsu, but because of the mutual restraint of attributes, it is not afraid of the waterfall of the A-pole. The top two, one standing on the waves and the other standing on the top of the mountain, with blue veins and graves, all chakra frantically poured into the duel of ninjutsu. For a time, the earth and mountains were stacked, the huge waves were in the sky, and the rumblings were endless. When the water pressure subsides a little, and the roar is gone, how can there be a shadow if you try to find someone? Seeing that the situation is not good, Teodi ran away without cutting it, leaving not even a root hair. However, his knife is really good. Retrieving the loot from Naruto, Lu Meng played it carefully twice, but finally gave up. Although the beheading sword is good, it is contrary to the path he has taken. Kakashi actually has a knife manual left by his father, but is that thing useful? The knife technique created by Hatake Tsukumo, suitable only for his own use, has a distinct personal touch. White Fang is the profound meaning that he learned from the slaughter of all beings. When Kakashi's father was on his mission, no men, women or children were left behind. From an 80-year-old woman to a baby waiting to be fed, everything they saw was obliterated without the slightest hesitation. If they can't have the same will and killing intent, White Fang's swordsmanship can only summon Byakugan, making people laugh at Hatake's family without success. Who wants this stuff? Who turned around twice. It was inserted into the ground, and the beheading sword that was submerged more than halfway radiated cold light. Hearing the sound and turning his head, Naruto Sakura Sasuke was completely stunned. Seeing the students so rude, Kakashi, who was also slightly stagnant, coughed dryly, "Liamong, this knife should be handed over to the village." "Does the village give money?" "This, I'm afraid I can't." The black line on the forehead touched the mask. Kakashi was speechless to this little nephew who wanted money. When Liamong heard that he wouldn't give the money, his face immediately fell to the ground. "If you don't give money, you will pay a fart. Do you three want anything?" "No one wants me to keep it as a gift." "Boss, how does this thing work?" Curiously, he leaned forward and looked at the beheading sword that was nearly half submerged in the ground. Naruto's round eyes were full of wonder. Sasuke also followed over to take a look. He seemed a little moved and hesitant, but Haruno Sakura stood there and didn't move. Who would use such a big knife? Sakura, who fantasized about marrying Sasuke, hurriedly shook her head, imagining herself as a shrew wielding a big sword. Interesting Academy first release. Don't give it for nothing, it will affect your temperament too much. It's definitely a crazy woman who uses that thing, and maybe that girl Ino will like it. The dark-bellied yin smile shone brightly, and Haruno Sakura found the owner of the beheading sword. "Classmate Liamong, can you give it to me? I think Ino might like it." Cold sweat. Black line. Waterfall sweat. Kakashi, who knew what Haruno Sakura was thinking about, sighed. Sure enough, for a young girl of this age, it's still important to fall in love. What time is it, and I'm still thinking about attacking a rival in love. This knife, will Ino want it? Probably, maybe. Facing the questioning eyes, Haruno Sakura bit her fingers weakly, and her eyes wandered to both sides. After a short rest, the team continued on the road. Kakashi reminded on the road, "Kurigakure has always been on the mission. If you don't kill him this time, you will definitely encounter a strong enemy next time. Therefore, you need special training." Is Kakashi-sensei planning to teach us anything? By 3 feet's eyes gathered, and Naruto Sasuke Sakura was all excited. Who was walking beside him against the decapitation sword, let out a laugh and tilted his head to look at Shirakumo. "That cloud is really strange, like fog, rain, and wind." Wandering all the way to Dazna's house, he threw the old man with a blue nose and swollen face to his beautiful young daughter Jinbo, and sat on the chair to have a full meal. Kakashi winked at him during the banquet. Image, pay attention to the image of Konoha Ninja Village. The image is a fart. I think he needs to be beaten. He slapped the table and shook his chopsticks high. As soon as the imposing gangster's momentum came out, the old alcoholic Dazna did not do much, his little grandson first crying wow wow. "I'm there. Mom, I'm afraid." Turning around and throwing his head into the arms of the beautiful woman, little Budian was really frightened. His face was twitching and he let out 2 squeaks, and looked at Dazna viciously. The old drunkard immediately put on the appearance of being hurt and aggrieved, and wiping cat urine with a mournful voice, "Hey, the ninja from Konoha village. I also learned to bully the lonely old man. Have pity on my beautiful little daughter, who lost her husband at a young age, and my little grandson who lost her father. I am not alive." Quote. "You close my anus." Boom. His fist smashed over the table. Looking at the room that was instantly silent, Lu Meng threw open the door and walked out. Damn old slick, I really should have kicked you more last time. How can people be so shameless? You waited for me, you irritated the old man, and the young man turned back and put your daughter to sleep. The tender young mother appeared in front of her eyes, and Lu Meng secretly swallowed 2 mouthfuls of saliva. Although he didn't want to admit it, he really couldn't resist gentle women. This is the case with Hinata, and so is this beautiful woman named Jinbo. Should I take a chance? Tisk Tisk twice strolled to the beach, watching the magnificent waves of the sea and the sky. Liu Min suddenly felt homesick. Thinking, looked stunned. Hinata. Blue, Liamong brother. Boss. Wong. The boat that came from a distance swayed to the beach, and it was the 8th class of the same grade who came to help, led by teacher Kurenai Yuhi. The big wavy head, the pretty face, the plump body, the seductive eyes, and the pair of Yuhi-colored pupils make people fascinated. The most unbearable thing is the 2 balls on her chest. Wow, how big are these 2 white-faced steamed buns, but they are really good. E or F? Little devil, what are you looking at? Kurenai Yuhi pursed his chest boldly, snapping his long index finger to his forehead. Liamong, who almost hit the tip of his nose, quickly took 2 steps back and stayed where he was. He was afraid that he would spray nosebleed to death. Mr. Yuhi, why are you here? Master Hokage added an order after you set off. He thinks that the commissioner may have concealed the task level. Me, I rely on him to check me. Damn stinky old man, does he have maggots in his head? He knew there was a problem, so he asked us to come. If something goes wrong, my life will be lost. Kurenai Yuhi listened to Liamong's not very respectful address, and joked with a smile, you can't call Hokage-sama that, small, lustful, wolf. I'm a little lecher, a wolf, and he's an old lecher. Don't tell me you don't know the virtue of that old immortality. Ahem, where's Kakashi? As a qualified Konoha ninja, it's better not to talk about such a topic. Brothers, Hinata and Inazuka Kiba Aburame Shino, Liamong took the lead and returned to Dasna's home. Seeing the sudden arrival of the 8th squad, Kakashi was obviously relieved, and he and Kurenai Yuhi found a corner and muttered. The remaining 2 groups of young people gathered together, and you talked about the mission experience in recent days. After listening to the task done by the 8th class, Naruto tugged at his hair and ran wild. Why do we have to dig out the toilet to pour out the feces and pick up the garbage, but you can help people clean and take care of the house? Damn old man, his conscience must be bad. I think so too. Sakura, who had never dared to speak ill of Hokage, spoke up unexpectedly, but one could imagine how much resentment she had. Ursukako's ice cube face also froze at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the 7th class is not friendly to the 3rd generation of Hokage. After the retelling was over, the training began. In order to deal with the impending crisis, the 7th and 8th classes silently strengthened their training. Sasuke, come with me. With his neck twisted to the side, Kakashi threw the rest to Kurenai Yuhi. Looking at the 5 students standing in front of them with anticipation on their faces, the beautiful royal sister Gaba clenched her fists. Kakashi, wait for your mother, I will kill you when you go back. Yuhi teacher, what will you teach us? Is there any ninjutsu? I'm only good at demonic illusion. One sentence. Uzumaki Naruto, who was jumping up and down, fell to the ground, and Kurenai Yuhi really had no idea how to teach the remaining 3 students of the 7th class. Kakashi was never in charge of this class, and the Liuman who counted ants by the tree spoke up. Naruto, you are here in ink, play with your balloon, how many days have you not succeeded? Boss, are you playing with balloons again? If he scratched the back of his head, Uzumaki Naruto was already tired of playing. In order to strengthen the motivation for this silly boy, Lu Meng waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse, and stood in the field to get angry. When I was young, I opened my mouth and shouted, look good, 100 blossoms spiral aura. The left hand swung from the chest to the back, and at the same time, the right palm, which was held in the lower abdomen, lunged forward. After a loud shout, the frantically spinning blue vortex dazzled the eyes. So strong. Shino's eyes hidden under the sunglasses flashed, as if thinking of something. As expected of the boss, Inuzuka Kiba also showed admiration. This is the ninjutsu of the fourth Hokage. Shock. Incredible. Looking at the super-large spiral storm with a circumference of 2 meters, Kurenai Yuhi's beautiful eyes opened to the limit. Liamong let out a long sigh and smiled. Mr. Yuhi, this is not the ninjutsu of the fourth generation of Hokage, but the secret technique of martial artists, a means of bursting chi in the samurai. There are records in the times. But because of the excessive consumption, no one will use him in actual combat. Quote. Boss, that's what you taught me. Before seeing Shinzo, how could Naruto Uzumaki think that the tricks he was going to learn would be so beneficial? His head lacking a string can be consumed no matter what. Chakra is a problem that does not need to be considered for a pervert like him. Have fun with balloons, boy. Isn't it, boss? Still playing. He took out 2 bags of colorful balloons from Kabuto, and Naruto's face turned green. I blow. A balloon swelled up. Poof. I keep blowing. The 2 balloons swelled up and popped again. After playing with hundreds of balloons in a row and failing to pass, Naruto went berserk. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Who will save me? My hands are sore and my head is so swollen. I'm going to die. Text chapter 13 _ there is a kind of you don't run. Boom. There was a muffled sound, and as the hammer held high in Dazner's hand fell, the troubled Wave Kingdom Bridge finally arrived at the time of completion. The villagers of the interesting academy sang, danced, and were very happy. Many little girls and boys went together and started a warm and romantic beach dance by the sea. The rolling waves, the blue waves, and the swirling notes form a very humorous picture. The children of the sea will never be conquered by the enemy. But unlike the optimistic young people, many elderly people have worries on their faces. Cardo wouldn't let it go so easily. The untold amount of money was enough to drive anyone crazy. The sea breeze in the evening was a little cool, and Yuhi's burning clouds reflected Yuhi's blue. Client, take the villagers home immediately. The oak cup in his hand slowly dropped, and Kakashi turned his head to look at the distant sky. Bye, it looks like someone found us. A small boat, 2 figures, and the peach land with arms around it stood at the bow of the boat, no longer grinning. The girl standing silently guarding beside him did not answer. The sea breeze blowing through the jet black hair had a kind of quiet beauty. If they don't cut it, they are the enemies you said. From left to right, 1 4 5 6, the voices coming from under the black raincoat were extremely disdainful. Was a little annoyed if he didn't cut it again. Lei Kiba, don't despise them. Yo, isn't that the copy ninja? I'm going to hold a grand funeral for Hiroshi. Are you right, Rinmara? Rei Kiba, be careful. The sleeping bag on his back slid away halfway, and the peaceful and quiet little child like a porcelain doll chuckled. That smile, as if even the sunset would be inferior to it by 3 points. The man under the cloak stopped talking. He was also one of the 7 knives of Kurigakure. He beheaded a ruthless man who had graduated from his teammates in the blood fog. I am afraid that only they knew best why they took in the abandoned children after defecting. Rinmara, the owner of Kekkei Genkei, the monster that the world fears and fears. In them, Lei Kiba and Zaibujian seemed to have seen the past. No matter how vicious people are, they also have their own share of warmth. Be careful, let's go. Jumping out and running on the waves, the figure who opened the 3 waterlines stopped abruptly before reaching the shore. Kakashi was depressed because he saw the familiar gesture. Sweden water style Kurigakure's art. Matter how good the writing wheel is, it is also a pupil technique, and together with water mist, the greatest ability is instantly abolished. Similarly, Kurenai Yuhi, who came to help, is also a bit tricky. She is a demonic illusion type ninja. Can't see how people use demonic illusion. Mr. Yuhi, I can do it. Interesting Academy. Byakugan on. Fingerprints closed on his chest and blue veins on his face. Hinata opened the Kekkei Genkai of Hyuga's house. On the left. Kiba pass Kiba. Shot is the ultimate move. Inuzuka Kiba hates this water mist very much. The tiny water molecules pour into the nasal cavity. He and Akamaru always want to sneeze. Give me death. With the frantically spinning body and the sharpness of the 10-fingered claws, the secret techniques of the Inuzuka family penetrated the chopping board like a drill. Hinata, what's going on? Kiba's voice was puzzled, with a wary expression on the ground. The little secretary, who was not in a hurry to answer, turned around with a palm, but the same strange thing happened. The target of crushing was not the enemy that Byakugan saw, but an empty beach. The 8th class was a little flustered, and the most experienced Kurenai Yuhi stopped the students' commotion and turned his eyes to the side. Sunglasses to disperse the insect swarm. Aburame Shino understood what the teacher meant. Insects will not deceive people. Demonic illusion solution. The chakra in the body jumped, and Kurenai Yuhi opened his eyes again for a moment. No, this is no ordinary demonic illusion. What exactly is it? Hinata, who was looking around in a panic, and then looking at Kiba, who closed his eyes and groped with his sense of smell. Just as Kurenai Yuhi hesitated, a playful and frivolous voice rang out. Yo, don't be nervous. If I'm not mistaken, it should be Kurosuke Rai Kiba, right? You know me, boy. Kiba's sharp knives with thunder in their hands jumped with sparks, and the thunder Kiba that penetrated the water mist was very surprised. Lu Meng squinted and smiled. Not only do I know you, I also know the child behind you, a rare kind of blood descendant. Dare to fight Lan Wan's idea, die. Thunder gun, thunder wrist. Raised the 2 thunder knives high with his backhand and suddenly fell, and the Liamong turned around and ran away. Kakashi, I'll leave it to you, be careful of the demonic illusion of the child behind him. After a little reminder, he rushed to the beach, and Liuman laughed and raised his head. If you don't cut it again, do you still remember Xiaoyi? Come on, let's fight. Martial arts _____. An extremely ferocious shoulder hit his chest, and Liamong, who hit his crossed arms, raised his foot and kicked. In the meantime, it was yellow sand and bricks, and I had a lot of fun. Little devil, do you know that you are annoying? Kurigaku's 7 knives and close-up skills are all on weapons, and their fists and feet are not outstanding. Although it's not for nothing, it's numb when you meet someone who specializes in it. Raising his eyes, he didn't slash the aggrieved face of XYZ again, and the more he hit, the more happy he felt. I punch, I kick, if you don't cut, don't run. Come, let's fight for 800 rounds, and we will return the knife to you if we win. Seriously, don't you run. He was obviously afraid of the enemy's use of ninjutsu, but he said that he was full of pride, and this kid Liuman was dead. The shriveled and angry Kurigaku with fire-breathing eyes bit Kiba, slammed his lower abdomen with a slapped palm, and threw himself to the surface of the sea and fell into the water. Saw that he didn't cut into the water again. Liamong didn't want to turn around and ran. What? Yuhi, get back. Kurenai Yuhi didn't know what was going on. How could Kakashi, who had been through it once, not know? Late Kiba, who pushed back the battle with one kick, quickly turned back and ran away. Running and sulking there, you stinky boy, if you know how to be courteous to beautiful women, even the owner and the teacher have forgotten, this is not a thing. Kakashi was in the midst of this grumpy time, when the huge waves that seemed to cover the sky behind him rumbled down. Compared to the last battle by the riverside, this time, walking on the coastline is more beneficial, and the waves it evokes are more than 5 or 6 times higher, as terrifying as thousands of horses galloping. Looking back, all the internal organs were mentioned in the throat. Look at the height of the wave, at least 10 meters above. Boss, you're too mean to be a buddy. Wong. Taking the little white dog Chimaru to catch up with Inuzuka Kiba, who was full of resentment. Hinata is the most important thing. We give it all for nothing, right? He looked back at Aburame Shino, who was following him with a sullen head, and said in a maddening manner, with your kid's speed, do you need me to say it? Shino is not fast, but his brain is easy to use. This is not complete. Are you all right? Is it really like this? Veins on his forehead creaked and his mouth clacked. If it wasn't for the wrong time, Inuzuka Kiba really wanted to beat this bastard to the ground. The battlefield shifted. Liamong pushed Hinata aside. Just as he was about to take advantage of his ultimate move, snowflakes suddenly floated in the sky, the afterglow of the setting sun lit up, and the colorful Madara was unusually beautiful. Looking at the fantastic scenery around, Lu Meng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Hurry up. Arcane magic mirror crystal. Boom, 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 boom. The ice mirror rising from the ground blocked the way to escape, and Haku, who floated up from the mirror, appeared. Her Hyoten ice-style secret technique has also been strengthened with the flood that she has just created. This is the strength of the Suiten water-style ninja, a dragon in the sea and a worm in the desert. Except for the pervert of the second-generation Hokage and Kisame Hoshigaki, who is known as the god of water, no one has been able to break this iron law. Unfortunately, the battlefield happened to be by the sea today, and Lanwawa's entire yard was water. Boy, why did you run away? Don't you run away. Just now, Liamong was molested and never cut, but now Liamong who has entered the cage has been molested by no longer. But when has Liamong, who is a promiscuous person, suffers in his mouth? I said if you don't cut it again, are you not going to lift it? Why do you still rely on a woman to get ahead? It's enough to rely on a woman, and a little woman. Tisk tisk tisk. It's too pervert. Boring, absolutely boring. Bai is a man. Zaibi Yuzan's voice was very cold, and Mi Man's murderous intent seemed to turn the snow into pieces. Liamong pointed his head in surprise and said, it's really a man. If it's really a man, you let her take off her clothes and I'll take a look. Don't worry, I've never taken advantage of a girl's family, just peel off the upper body. Blue. Liamong brother. Hinata's seductive little face Yuhi was transparent, like a pot. Kurigakure was instantly furious, you are courting death. Suiten, water style. If you don't kill the lord again, please hand him over to me. The cold and transparent Bingaling couldn't hear a trace of the richness that a man should have. With such a beautiful voice, if Bai was not a woman, Liamong would go to the river. Well, the river pulled by the side of the investment house. You shouldn't make Lord Zaibusian angry. Arcane 10,000 ice petals. Hey, good men don't fight with women. Come on, don't spank. Jianbai himself, he snorted and aimed at Kakashi. The head of Hatake, who was almost chased by the waves into a dead dog, was drenched all over. Lake Kiba was chasing him frantically. Say hello. Copy Ninja Kakashi, do you have the ability to copy my ninjutsu? Come on, let's fight. Crazy, tyrannical, hysterical, Kurosuke Lake Kiba, who entered a state of battle, was obviously abnormal, like a critically ill patient running out of a mental hospital bed. Kakashi was depressed again. How can I touch some perverts? First a Kurigakure ghost, then another Kurigakure madman, will there be another Kurigakure weirdo in the future? Damn, why did all the unlucky things get me on the way? Reikiri touched the lightning blade, the electric light touched the spark, and when he saw the two of them fighting vigorously, his hands were itchy even if he didn't cut it. When he was about to move, a tree pole wrapped around his waist. Magic tree bound kill. You can die. Hand to his neck, Kurenai Yuhi finally seized the opportunity without the fog blocking him. The battlefield was instantly quiet. Don't kill the adults again. Text chapter 14 _ It turns out that ghosts can also say this. Get out of the water. When? Mr. Kakashi, here we are. Baidu Interesting Academy. Zaibusian, which was shattered into water stains and fell to the ground, disappeared without a trace, and the 7th class, which ran from afar, fell to the ground. Not only Uchiha Sasuke Haruno Sakura, who was by his side, was stunned, but even the enemy and us who were fighting were stunned. Is this kid sick? Instead of looking for a chance to sneak attack, he shouted first, who does he think he is? Which village shadow? Kakashi is speechless and decadent. Kurenai Yuhi looked at him with surprise. How did you teach such a superb apprentice? Don't ask me, I want to know too. Hey, boss, what are you doing hiding in there? Shaking into the magic mirror crystal, Uzumaki Naruto reached out and touched the psychic mask that Liamong used under everyone's stunned eyes. In the golden yellow chanting hood that looked like an upside-down sea bowl, all the students in Class 8 wanted to strangle this idiot to death. Looking at these two things that came home, and then seeing that there was no room for people to stand, countless exclamation marks appeared on Liamong's forehead. It's so weird, how did this kid make it? Don't Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina have hidden fool properties? Whirlpool, Vortex, Naruto, Human. Kiba, why are you looking at me like this? Staggering back and forth, dodging Inuzuka Kiba's claws on his chest, Naruto, who hadn't reacted, pouted. In the blink of an eye, this idiot was transformed into a hedgehog in the flying shadows. Is he also your companion? With dozens of ice mirrors in all directions, Bai Qing's cold tone revealed a little smirk. Liamong, whose nose was almost crooked, quickly shook his head. No, I don't know him. Do you know him? Boss, Naruto is dead. A step away. Although Inuzuka Kiba and Naruto often fought each other, they had a better relationship with him in the Konoha gang. Akamaru, Kiba pass Kiba. Two whirlwinds flew out staggeredly, and the empty stream beside him was insane. Both idiots, come back for me. Another teammate became a hedgehog, and Shui Wuyu's blood was terrifying to the extreme. Sasuke Sakura, who was standing outside, was stunned. Even with Sharingan's enhanced vision, Ursukuko could only see a black shadow. One can imagine how pervert Bai's speed is in the magic mirror crystal. Kaden Fire Style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Siwei Shenhai Wuyin. Uchiha Sasuke, who tried his best, didn't achieve the result he wanted. An instant, just an instant. One-handed hand seal, looking back and squinting, regardless of blood, or ninjutsu, Shiro has completely suppressed Ursukuko. Hyoten Ice Style, Ice Wall. The icy barrier that stood up in a loud voice was like a wall of despair, allowing the grand fireball to burn, and the two who looked at each other through the flames and frost seemed to stand at the two extremes of the world. Interesting Academy first release. Why is this happening? Sasuke frantically pulled his neck forward, hated in his heart, betrayed by his brother, and died tragically for his parents. This orphan of the Uchiha family lived a harder life than everyone imagined. I'm not reconciled. Raiden Thunder Style Chidori. Li Guang, like 1,000 birds singing in unison, was raised high above the top, and Sasuke, who suddenly pressed against the ground, rushed out. Against the sea of fire, aiming at the ice wall, rushing forward. Crackling sound, the wall of ice summoned by Haku exploded into pieces, and Ursukuko, who passed through, collided with the magic mirror again. Then there was another hedgehog on the ground. Damn, Naruto is stupid, are you stupid too? Again and again, the teammates fell down again and again. If it wasn't for the fact that Bai had not killed the killer, the rogue would have gone mad. First Naruto, then Kiba, here comes the second assistant. He coded, what kind of heads do you guys have? Didn't you see Lao Su saying it was very hard? If you have this skill, don't go to help Kakashi deal with the Thunder Kiba, or help Kurenai Yuhi to catch it and then don't cut it. What do you do in the magic mirror crystal? There is no such thing in courting death. Anxious and angry, Liamong is really afraid that something will happen unexpectedly. If Haku kills someone with a shake of his hand, there's no place to make sense of this. Kakashi, how long will you be an idiot? If you don't have any tricks, everyone will explain it. Nyang Exapi, it's really not a good thing to stay with you. When I go back to the village, I must apply to the old man for a shift change. If he doesn't agree with me, I will retire. He sprayed the saliva all over his head and wiped his nose. The flowing Mang is really angry. Hearing the sound, Kakashi roared furiously in the heart of Sharingan, do you think I want to be your teacher? If it wasn't for your father, I would have kicked you out of the Hatake house long ago. Change shifts, change shifts. As long as you can do it, I'm sure there is nothing wrong with it. Kakashi is thinking about beauty here, but Kurosuke Lei Kiba on the opposite side is not happy. Trick, you have a fart trick, pick me up first. Thunder Saber _ With the thorns of Kiba pointed forward, with a rumbling sound, and the muffled thunder said it. Kakashi, who is slashing away with instinctive wave, has not recovered yet, and the thunderbolts one after another slashed again. I told you to hide, you try to hide for me again, and dissipate in the thunderous funeral. Thunder Sword Technique, Thunder Gate. If it was just a single attack just now, then the lightning-inducing technique that inserts the double knife backhand into the ground is group annihilation. Looking at Yulong, who was constantly rolling in the sky, everyone couldn't wait any longer. Kurosuke Lei Kiba, you're a lunatic. Shiro, run with me, run out immediately. Shui Shun jumped to the side of Zaibuzhin who suddenly appeared, and quickly left. Kurigakure said to go away, took the opportunity to pull the trio of idiots back to the hood, and sat on the back of Uzumaki Naruto's head, looking solemnly at Naruto. Up the sky. Hinata, if you find something bad for a while, don't take care of us. Use revolving heaven, understand? Brother Liamong. Listen. He turned back and kissed lightly, revealing a smile. Liamong took a deep breath of cold wind, and faced the sky firmly. Maybe it was a long time, maybe it was a moment, the tumbling thunder suddenly fell down. The winding thunder Jinchuriki column, the jumping crackle, composed a song called Destruction on the ground where the flowing water accumulated. Sweetened water style, water formation wall. Rub, rub. The two jumped to their side, Kakashi and Kurenai Yuhi, the two Jonins shielded their students. Before the thunder was about to hit the forehead, Kakashi decisively used a sweetened, water-style defense. Water conducts electricity. As long as the water formation wall is not broken, people will be fine. The wind dissipated, the ground like a dog gnawed with scorch, and a pungent earthy smell was blown by the sea breeze, and it was hard to drill into the nose. Seeing that the enemy was not dead, Kurosuke Rai Kiba was a little surprised, and Renmara, who was on his back, moved slightly. Be careful of the ground. Doden, earth-style, decapitation in the heart. The hollowed-out arm was retracted with a puff, and Kakashi returned to the front of the team solemnly, looking exhausted to the extreme. Yuhi, take them back to the village immediately, the mission is not done. Kakashi. Don't talk too much, I can't put it off for long. A backhand, he opened the hidden button on his chest vest. Kakashi smashed the scroll that slipped out, and bit his thumb to draw a dark Yuhi's bloodstain on it. Let's go now. Arms swung the scroll, and Hatake Kakashi was tragic and decisive. Mr. Yuhi, take Hinata and the others to go first. Touching his nose, he threw Nisukako to Sakura, Naruto to Shino, Kiba to Kurenai Yuhi. Liamong patted Hinata on the shoulder encouragingly. Good boy, go back and wait for me. Brother Liamong, you must come back. The 8th class who had gone away disappeared in the blink of an eye, and Lei Kiba, who was on guard, was not in a hurry to catch up. I didn't run far if I didn't cut it just now. How could it be that simple to escape the pursuit in the blood fog? Kurigakure, the country of water, is the well-deserved #1 in the ninja world, and there is no second in the world. Take. With a beheading sound, a big knife smashed into the wood. Liamong stopped in front of Teodi Zaibushu, smiling and scratching his head. Then what? Can we discuss something? What to discuss? Afterglow from the corner of his eyes patrolled back and forth twice, and the appearance of not taking off guard was very funny. Liamong took 2 long breaths. Don't look at it, I'm the only one. Are you here to die? Don't say that, you see that we have nothing to lose, and I will return the beheading sword to you. If you don't cut it, let's stop fighting, okay? Boy, What joke are you talking about? After working hard for 2 months, if you don't want to fight, you won't fight. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Liamong shook his head helplessly. Look at you, how old you are, yet still so childish. Shut up. Stop trying to delay time. Shiro, kill him. Yes, don't kill the adults again. Arcane 10,000 ice petals. Thousands of ice-made books appeared out of thin air in all directions, inserted into the big holes all over the body like a torrential rain, and a strange cry called out the golden yellow psychic hood, and hidden a turtle inside. If you don't cut it again, how much did Kato give you? Working so hard for him. If I were you, I would steal his money and run away. Quack fool quack. I don't know if I don't listen. I was startled when I heard it, and then I was stunned. Rob the committee and drag people's money away. Such a thing, such a thing. You are sentenced to forbearance. You dare to kill the 4 generations of Mizukage. Are you afraid of killing a client? Liuman's contemptuous expression was extremely disdainful, and his wildly curled mouth was full of sarcasm. No longer frantic, boy, what do you know? Ninjas must have ninja rules. Do you want to bring the uncle into disrepute? Ah, ninjas have a fart rule. Is fame and money important? He spat on the ground, and Lu Meng tried his best to bewitched. You should know better than anyone how much money Kato has. What do you want to do when you rob him? Can't you go back to hiding and build your own power? As long as you have money, what can't you do? You're just a stick. Heartbeat. Hesitate. Hesitate. After several changes in his face, he couldn't calm down anymore. Compared with trying to offend the first village of the ninja world with Kakashi, it seemed easier to rob Kato. As for fame, with complicated eyes for a long time, Kurigakure had to admit one thing: fame is indeed less important than money. Loyalty, just because the value of betrayal is not enough. If you don't cut it, think about it. After thinking about it, I can also point you to a clear place, a good place. Don't kill the adults again. Go ahead, boy, I'll let you go. Cut. With a sigh, he looked at the Kurigakure ghost who wanted to save face, and then looked at the girl who always stood behind him, and hummed with jealousy, go find a girl named Kazuhana Koyuki, she should be an actress now. Quote. Identity. Zai Bujin's voice was cold. Liamong smiled. Princess of the Snow Country, if you get her, you can get everything in the Snow Country. It is said that there is a secret treasure left by the previous king there. Go find it, Ghost Man. Ding Ding was silent for a long time and picked up the beheading sword, and Zai Bujin, who left with Bai, walked into the distance. Liamong was about to leave with a long sigh, and a whisper came into his ears. Thank you. That's what ghosts say. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support it a lot. Text chapter 15_road ahead. Robbery continues. Hatake Liamong, should you explain it? Baidu Interesting Academy. On the day of the battle, when Kakashi summoned the 8 ninja dogs and was about to kill him with a single blow from Reikiri, our rogue classmate stopped him and watched as he did not take away the seriously injured Kurosuke Reikiba. The bizarre eye contact between the enemy and the enemy aroused Kakashi's vigilance, which made him very uneasy. For Liamong's little nephew, he didn't see through it since he was a child, as if there was always a vague layer of fog. Faced with Kakashi's questioning, Liamong quickened his pace and didn't mean to answer at all. Return to the village, report to the Hokage office building. Shimura Danzo is immortal, Menyon Kaharu 2 advisors, plus a 3-generation-old man with a dead face. This is the second time Liamong has been treated so solemnly by the high level. It's a special honor to be a fresh graduate genin, even though he doesn't want it. Genin Hatake Liamong, say. Why did you let the enemy go privately during the mission? Kakashi told you that. Liamong's face was very ugly, and there was a wound of being betrayed. Kaharu Udatane can ignore that. Please answer the questions I'm waiting for. Cut. Are you idiots? Presumptuous. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 eyes converged, and the livid expression became more and more puzzled. The enemy is the missing nin in the blood mist known as the Kurigakure Ghost and the Kurigakure Madman. If I let them go, it's better to say they let go. Let me go. At that time, Kakashi had already given the order to retreat. What's wrong with my strike on the condition of beheading the sword? You should hand it over to the village. Shimura Danzo rolled her eyes in fury. Liuman moved his mouth almost babblingly. Anyone can taste the mouth shape of the word idiot. Being provoked again and again, the two advisors of Menyon Kaharu were furious. Genin Hatake, do you want to betray Konoha? Is this how you treat the elders? Betrayal. Attitude. Tilted his head and stared at them for a while, then turned his eyes to Danzo, then to the third generation of Hokage, and blurted out angrily, if I want to betray the village, I won't come back. There will be 2s in AC level mission. Grade missing nin, I want to explain to. Quote. Boom. Are you questioning the village's decision? Sandalwood crutches slammed down to the ground, and Danzo's narrowed one eye was wide open. Liamong, who seemed to be staring at the evil spirit, stopped scratching his hair, not understanding why these people always like to be on the line. Silence. Confrontation. The four elders were silent, and a strange atmosphere gradually gathered. Sudden. The third generation old man took down the pipe in his mouth. Let's just forget about this. Hatake Liamong, please sort out the spells you used in the mission, the village needs them. Oh, it turns out that after such a big circle, you just want my technique. Disappointed, contemptuous, disdainful, and arrogant almost laughed. Hokage closed his eyes when his mind was revealed, but the two advisors did not feel embarrassed. Instead, there was a kind of anger that their authority was being provoked. Genin Hatake Liamong, do you want to betray Konoha? Not pursuing this matter. Heihei168.com. Being threatened with this slogan again, Lu Meng's heart became colder and colder. In the clenched fist, the nails of 10 fingers were all sunk into the flesh. These immortal guys. Them. Damn it. Maddened with hatred, he bit Kiba secretly, realizing that he couldn't escape with his own abilities. He looked up and looked around again, and suddenly laughed strangely. Don't you want my technique? Well, I'll give it. But it's ugly. Let's talk about it first. I'm practicing techniques handed down from the warrior era, using Qigong, not chakra. Don't blame me if you practice dead people. Quote. It's none of your business. With a cold snort, Homura Mitokado was confident. What kind of martial arts and ninjutsu is the same for people who have reached their level, and they can still be used after modification? Liamong took a deep breath. I need time. 3 days, we only give you 3 days. 3 days passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Liamong completely ignored Anbu, who was under surveillance. First, he held the first large-scale party after the completion of the Konoha gang, and then spent another day with Hinata. On the last day, he immersed himself in writing. Up the scroll. The next morning, it was placed on the desk of Hokage's office. Liamong, don't blame them, they are also for the good of the village. I know. There was no proper anger, and there was no original struggle. Liamong was very respectful, and the respectful sky was high and the earth was far away. You go down first. He sighed secretly and picked up his pipe. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at the table with a complicated expression, and was fascinated by the 2 scrolls placed on the table. Leaving the Hokage office building, Lu Meng, who was wandering on the street, went to Ino's flower shop to buy a bunch of flowers, and walked to Hyuga's residence. After touching the nose, he quietly sent a signal to Hinata and slipped away. Perhaps it was for the purpose of surveillance, or perhaps it was for the purpose of examining Liamong's mind, and the mission of the 7th class returned to its original trajectory. Pulling grass, picking up trash, picking up big dung. Troublesome, nasty, disgusting, everything is extremely boring. Naruto 1010 shouting. Sakura watches Sasuke go crazy every day. Urzuzi always has a straight face on Zhang Bingshan, like who owes him 8 million. The only thing that stays the same is Kakashi, the famous late king of Konoha, who either touched the black cat today, help the grandma tomorrow, or got lost on the road of life. Whenever Naruto couldn't help but go wild, he would explain it in an extremely sincere tone, making the lies just as frustrating as the truth. As the days passed by 10-10, I gradually felt that the moldy, degenerate and long-haired 7th class couldn't take it anymore. I have to do high-level tasks, and I don't want to pick big shit. I really want to travel with Sasuke, the village is too boring. How can such a life increase strength? Time is coming. Silently glanced at the 3 classmates who were in a state of madness, Liamong quietly folded his arms. Since he returned from the mission of the Kingdom of Waves, he has become like this. Except for the time with Hinata, she is always transparent like a passerby. This strange performance once made the 3 generations of Hokage Kakashi and others feel uneasy, but later found that there was no other change in Liamong, and gradually dispelled their doubts, thinking that it was the depression after being forced to surrender. For this matter, Kakashi also took the time to persuade him. But Liamong didn't even bother him at all. As a patriarch, he couldn't even protect his family's children, so what was he doing alive? Or, he didn't consider himself a Hatake member at all. Early in the morning, at dawn, Liamong, who slowly opened his eyes, pushed open the front window and stared at the tall Hokage rock for a long time. This practice has been going on for a long time. I will make you pay. Whether it's Kakashi, or 3 generations of Hokage, or something that doesn't die of old age. Up, getting dressed, thinking about Silver's white wind, and taking out 2 things from the drawer. These are 2 silver white headbands, one with 3 holes and one with 2 eyes. They should not be seen in Hokage. Like Silver White Wind Warsaw, Liamong imitated the god of death. Take them, from today onwards, I will change my surname to Deadwood Liamong. Lifetime, Liamong originally planned to bear the name of Hatake and fight for it all his life, but he was betrayed without realizing it. In that case, let him recreate a family that belongs only to himself. Star Tongs, I hope you bring me good luck. 3 bundles of silver silk were perforated, and 2 bundles of sideburns slanted behind the head. An independent courtyard, not belonging to Hatake, but only to himself, to him. Wow, that brother is so handsome. A cool boy. Who's that poor kid? Little lowly, pretty woman, drunk. Liamong has caused countless storms along the way. The cold temperament after being betrayed, the contemptuous attitude changed in the heart, walking on the street, as if the whole world is spinning. The eagle chirped in the air, his eyes raised instantly were sharp and excited. It finally started. Going forward, turning around, and taking a step, looking at the Konoha Maru who was grabbed by the collar and held in the air. The sudden appearance of the Liuman clapped his hands and said encouragingly, the ninja of Sunagakure village in the land of winds, if you want to kill him, I think the 3 generations of old immortals will definitely be willing to have a friendly exchange with you. Quote. Boss, lay on the ground and turned his head, Uzumaki Naruto is always full of surprises. Liamong didn't answer him, and after the change of mind, the 2 were destined to become passers-by. Kankuro, who was unable to ride a tiger, shook the little guy he was holding and asked sharply, his name and identity. His name is Sarutobi Konoha Maru, the posthumous son of Midori Sarutobi Shinosuke, the grandson of the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Cut. Don't worry about it. Hearing Liamong expose his old bottom, the little guy who was lifted in midair turned his head. Kankuro was instantly Spartan. Hurry up and let him go. Tamari's clear voice was very urgent, and his beautiful big eyes glanced around, and it was impossible for such a character to be without Anbu following him. Cold sweat slid down his flamboyant cheeks, and the puppet master, who also knew that he was causing trouble, hurriedly put Konoha Maru aside, but stared at Liamong unwillingly. Ugly-looking people have always disliked guys who are more handsome than themselves, especially those who are particularly stubborn. Boy, can't move him, can't I move you? Give it to me. The hand that touched the puppet behind him froze in midair, and Kankuro struggled to turn his neck. Looking around, under the shade of the tree, the pineapple head with the hand seal with both hands is smiling helplessly. The troublesome boss, do you want to beat him up? It's really time for you to come, and the mission is completed. With a smile on his face, Lu Meng felt that he had to do something big for the gang before he left. Robbery, boy. Aburame Shino, Akamichi Choji, Inazuka Kiba, the Yakuza who appeared one after another surrounded the surroundings. A few black bugs climbed up the pretty face. Tamari screamed in horror, raised her hand to slap her face, and a ghostly voice entered her ear. I advise you to stay out of the way, or those little guys might have an accident. You, the Aburame clan. The slender hand holding the Samsung fan trembled slightly, and Tamari's beautiful eyes rounded in horror after reading the records in the village. Shino, who copied Kabuto with both hands, nodded slightly, admitting his identity. The two sides confronted each other, and a piece of yellow sand was suddenly photographed. 100 Flowers Spiral Aura. With a little toes, he turned his backhand into the air, and the blue vortex pushed out by Liuman blocked the attack. Sneak attack failed. Gaara turned black and Yuhi's panda eyes were full of bloodshots, but after seeing the number of people, she had to retreat with hatred. It's a shame for me, hurry up. Wait, what the hell is going on here? Sakura finally asked what she was holding back without finding a chance to open her mouth several times. Gave her a disdainful look, asked Kakashi to go, and the Konoha gangsters will follow me. Since it's time for the Chunin exam, we should also collect protection fees. Those from this village, from other villages, will not be allowed to take the exam. Stay. Please boss. Can you be serious? This will be very troublesome. Shikamaru knew it was going to be bad when he covered his forehead. Akamichi Choji, who was inseparable, took 2 mouthfuls and said, I want to eat free yakiniku with their money. The price of dog food has gone up again. I want to collect bugs from all over the world. Hey, why don't you take me with such a cool thing? I'm going to be a Hokage man. Turning over and jumping up to express his position, Uzumaki Naruto pinched his waist and raised his head and laughed. The wind passed, the leaves fell, and the laughing fool was sluggish. People, where have people gone? Ask for collection. New book is on the list, please support more. Text chapter 16 _ angry over your old turtle cover. What do you want to do? In the afternoon, the candidates from a Megakure village, who were covered in cold sweat, swallowed with great difficulty, and the 2 companions in the corner of their eyes had already passed out. One head slammed into a telephone pole, and the other fell headfirst into the ground. Konoha ninjas around him who were clearly malicious, he felt it was necessary to ask the question clearly. Lift up the hockey pop. Snapped. Liamong, who clapped his palms, smiled. It seems that this is someone who understands. Understand what? The surviving candidates from a Megakure village were taken aback for a moment, wondering what the smirking boy in front of him meant. Hang Erlang walked up to Lu Meng, put down his baseball bat, raised his hand to flick off the floating dust on his clothes that didn't exist on his clothes, pressed his shoulders and spit out 2 words, pay the money. Pay. A thunderclap rang out in the clear sky, and the candidates from a Megakure village, who were sluggish for a moment, didn't know what to say. Liamong nodded as a matter of course, yes, pay. In order to ensure personal safety during the non-exam period, I think it is necessary for you to pay the protection fee to our Konoha gang. Not much, 50,000 taels per person. 50,000 taels. You guys are robbery, and this is about to reach the charging standard for B-level tasks. Hearing such a huge amount of money, the candidates from a Megakure village, who wanted to be safe, were in a hurry. His brows in dissatisfaction, the hand holding his shoulder exerted a little force, and with a crisp sound, the Megakure candidate almost didn't jump up. Dude, what you said is too hurtful. How can this be called robbery? We charge protection fees. Do you understand the protection fees? If you pay this money, you will be safe. Otherwise. A Megakure village examinee, whose shoulder blades were almost shattered, nodded frantically. I hand it in, can't I hand it in? Is this a robbery? No, no, life and death cannot be controlled by oneself. How dare the candidates of a megacre village say no? Liamong clicked his tongue and asked again, what is that? Protection fee. Well, that's good. After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Mang, contented, let go of his hand and took the 300,000 taels of silver tickets that he turned out to lead the team away. What, you ask, why is there another 150,000 taels? Please, isn't the labor fee that you started just now not being charged? Anyway, I turned it out, and it's not a flamboyant character when I put it back. 300,000 taels of silver tickets are enough for 2 top-level B-level missions. It's a huge sum of money, and we've got to go ahead and grab it. After successfully robbing a vote of candidates from a megacre village, he was shocked to see the path of getting rich and started his robbery journey with great interest. 5 collaborators: Inuzuka Kiba, Uzumaki Naruto, Nara Shikamaru, Akamichi Choji, Aburame Shino. Recorded by one person, Hyuga Hinata. When the third-generation old man got the victim's report and called people to reprimand him in anger, the amount of silver votes in Liamong's hand had reached an exaggerated 3.5 million taels. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. One can imagine how many people this kid has robbed. Say, why are you doing this? Gather intelligence. The long-prepared rhetoric spit out, and Lu Mang stood in front of the big guy. The 3 generations of the old man's mouth were crooked, collecting newspapers, collecting information and collecting them in Kabuto. Do you know how serious the consequences are when you do this? I don't know, Liamong replied happily. Newly bought pipe shattered again. Liamong Genin, I order you in the name of Hokage in Konoha village to immediately return the money you received, and sincerely apologize to the candidates in each village. I won't do it. Why? The 2 eyes stared out. The more Lu Mang looked at the 3-generation-old man, the less pleasing to the eye. The Chunin exam is coming. What's wrong with us collecting information? What's wrong with making a little money by the way? If you don't have enough skills, why do you blame others? You can't keep your money, and taking the exam is a dead thing. Sarutobi, I don't think there's anything wrong with what Liamong Genin said. Suddenly, Shimura Danzo, who pushed in the door, came in with support. The face of the 3-generation-old man immediately turned black and turned into ashes. Shimura, how can you support this approach? It's so disrespectful. It's not that he's being rude, it's that you are weak. The demeanor of a great country is shown, not by an apology. The tit-for-tat momentum broke out, and the collision of the 2 concepts was destined to be no peace. The Liuman who was watching from the sidelines moved to the side, and his heart was about to fart. Noisy, it's good to make a cerebral hemorrhage. Liamong Genin, take your people out first. No more robbery activities without orders. The 3rd generation, who opened his mouth and walked away from the house, made up his mind to have a good fight with Danzo. Sound, the livid Chin who led the team out of the Hokage office building raised his chin, announcing that the robbery activities would continue. Shikamaru's head grew big when he heard it. Boss, we can't do this. Disobeying Hokage's orders is going to be decapitated. You, stupid, aren't you? With a grin, Liamong asked sullenly, what was the order the old man gave just now? We are not allowed to rob. Shikamaru answered with certainty, a person with a good brain has a good memory. Liamong's face became even worse. Listen, the old man said that we were not allowed to rob. Didn't he say that we were not allowed to collect protection fees? Did we rob? It's okay. High IQ doesn't mean high EQ. Just listen to this kind of word game precipitated by thousands of years of history. Because of Nara Shikamaru's intelligence, he instantly turned into a fool. Pulled out the baseball bat again, and called out a robbery. No. The activities of collecting protection fees should continue. However, having learned the lesson of being denounced before, this reunion did not come in a hurry, but asked Hinata's little secretary to draw up a contract first. Client, Konoha Gang. Party B, Chunin exam students. In order to protect the personal safety of Party B during the non-Chunin examination period, Party A shall, at the invitation of Party B, collect a protection fee of 50,000 taels per person. After charging, Party A is obliged to ensure the safety of Party B, except for irresistible factors. This contract, Konoha gang has the final interpretation right. Party A's signature, Hyuga Hinata. Party B's signature, XXX. Go, collect the money and go. After preparing the bloodletting one by one, with this thing in hand, who is Liuman afraid of? The candidates from the hidden villages who fell bloody mildew suffered sap one by one. There were those stubborn people who wanted to resist, either knocked out, stripped naked, and threw them into the toilet, or they were admitted to the hospital with broken legs and arms. The practice of liamong has been recognized by the majority of Konoha medical workers. Many new medical ninjas are dragging their feet, hoping to send a few more in. Inuzuka Kiba. Boss, my sister's teammate's sister needs an upper hand with a fractured thigh bone, don't you think? Akamichi Choji. Boss, my old dad said that his friend's youngest daughter needs a man with a ruptured spleen. Aburame Shino. I want someone with damaged heart muscle here, boss, look. Look at Mao, go do it. With the nurse's sister's soft-spoken request, Liamong's dryness became even more vigorous. Robbery. Protection fee. We are the messengers of justice, the vermin of Konoha. Come on, brother, sign it, and pay the money when you're done. What? You don't sign? That's great. Kiba, your sister's mission is done. Come on, hit the stick with the stick. What do you want? No. There was a crackling sound, and the thigh bone was crooked. He squatted down and carefully turned over the shimmering that felt unsafe, and shook the baseball bat in his hand to make it up for him. Focus on the key, what if you fail to pass the light? Well, Hinata has collected the money and is ready to find the next one. Inuzuka Kiba release dog. Aburame Shino deworming. After the target is found, there is a Byakugan perspective observation. Ah, let's get to the end of the great heist. Good, sign and hand over the money. The arrogant behavior full of blood, tears and crying continued for half a month, and it didn't end until the Chunin exam started. In order to celebrate the big guy's pockets exceeding 10 million, Liamong, whose eyes turned into numbers, held a grand celebration banquet the day before the exam. Fresh lotus beggar chicken. Honey sweet rabbit. In addition to these two delicious pastries, Liamong also made potted pork, spicy shredded pork, mapo tofu, yuhi roasted pork and other home-style dishes. As a former hardcore otaku, this ability is absolutely indispensable. Come on, Hinata will pay for this. With a chopstick of meat on the left and vegetables with a chopstick on the right, Liamong, who has a decision in his heart, believes that everyone should be happy to finish this period. I'm afraid there won't be many opportunities in the future. After cleaning the battlefield, we split up and walked into Ino's flower shop with Hinata's gleam in his arms. Although I didn't meet much at school, I have to say that they are very beautiful. Come to buy flowers for Hinata again. Well, here's a bunch of flaming roses. Duo, I recently made a small fortune. Liamong took out a stack of copies and put it on the desk, looking at the little secretary in his arms with all his fascination. Ino curled his lips somewhat appetizingly, and feigned anger. Shao Kai, how did I hear that someone robbed more than 10 million yuan? Then what? Who did you listen to? Why don't I know? I pretend to be vague. I know some things, how can I say it casually? Isn't that making it difficult for Hokage-sama? By the way, the old man won't be angry. He secretly took the bouquet of roses. Liamong waved goodbye to the angry sister Ino, and went shopping with Hinata, who was ashamed of Yuhi. As the sun sets in the west, the figure dragged by the afterglow of the setting sun slowly grows longer, and a warm atmosphere permeates my heart. Brother Liamong, come on. Yeah. Nodding lightly and sending the beloved girl home, Hang Erlang took a step back to the hospital. What are you doing here? You really don't plan to go home? Kakashi in the night was a little lonely, but also a little sad. Lu Meng didn't pay any attention to him, and he wanted to open the door when he opened his body. Go back. Kakashi tried to make a final persuasion. As soon as the hand holding the key stopped, Liamong's mouth curled into a sneer. What are you going to do when you go back? Are you going back to earn the owner of the house with you? I forgot to tell you. My surname will be Kuimu from now on, Kuimu Liamong. You have disappointed me so much. Walk slowly, don't send it. Ziya pushed open the door and slammed it shut. Lu Meng let out a long breath and closed his eyes tightly. People always have to pay for what they do, whether good or bad. Kakashi, you can't blame anyone for this. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support me a lot. Thank you from the cloud. Text chapter 17_youth is all water. Decided. With the 4 application forms in his hands, Kakashi asked for the last time. His eyes were fixed on Liamong, and his mood was extremely complicated. This kid doesn't seem to be coming back. The blind man folded his arms and lowered his eyes, as if he was silent like a passerby, but the 3 teammates next to him were extremely excited. Naruto clenched his fist and raised his head high. The second assistant who disappeared for half a month is calm and confident. Only Haruno Sakura was a little nervous, but she wasn't too afraid. Her pretty face was stubborn and she had the strength to be ruthless. Glancing at these grown-up students, Kakashi turned around and waved away. It was night, and Iruka, who was eager to protect the calf, turned into an enemy village ninja and wanted to try the students' skills. Result. Choji, come on, sit him dead. Using shadow imitation to immobilize the sneak attack, Narashikamaru gave an order in annoyance. Because of the levy protection, the sneak attacks encountered these days have never stopped. 20 minutes later. The light of the grand fireball rises in the Uchiha's house. Another 20 minutes. Iruka was sent to the hospital with a shuriken. After Naruto discovered the true face of the person who came, he was immediately stunned. Iruka-sensei. No, it must be the enemy pretending. I have to take a good look. Naruto Uzumaki pulled Iruka into a noodle, pulling his arms and legs and pulling his cheeks with all his strength. The 2 shadow clones squeezed from side to side, and their mouths turned into hippos. Anbu, who was following next to him, couldn't bear to look at it and appeared, reminding him with a black line all over his face. He is really Iruka, not an enemy. Ah, you must be his accomplice, look. Shuriken shadow clone technique. Fuck it. Anbu ninja who was in grief and indignation shouted to stop while dodging the attack. Hurry up and stop me. Attacking Anbu is equivalent to rebelling. Bullshit. You are the enemy, and I will catch you with him. The art of shadow clone. The crystal ball was engulfed by the continuous burst of smoke. The 3-generation-old man grinned, and the pipe fell to the ground. It took a long time to recover and roar. Kakashi, hurry up and go there yourself. With Hokage-sama's instructions, Kakashi rushed to the scene of the incident and finally sent Iruka to the hospital alive. Also sent in, there is the kind Anbu ninja. After finishing the wound and moving into the ward, Naruto, who couldn't believe it, sat down on the edge of the bed, wiping his eyes and wiping away his tears and complaining, Iruka-sensei, I really didn't mean it, you must believe me. I didn't even know it was you. Why didn't you tell me first? Naruto, move your butt away first. Sit on my hand. The pale and blue face uttered 2 difficult words, and the wounded Iruka almost fainted. Naruto, who understood, jumped up high, wow, and fell on the bed with a strange cry, with a muffled thud. The one with the handle, the one with the cover, all buried together. Sakura, who happened to come to visit, stuck his eyes straight at the door, stared at them for a long time, and suddenly screamed and rushed to the duty room. Doctor, call the doctor, there are patients here. The next day, at dawn, the 7th shift in the hospital, who was busy for half the night, was a little tired, especially the culprit, Naruto, whose eyes were still swollen. Boss, Sakura, do you think Iruka-sensei will be okay? I really didn't mean to. Well, I understand, You didn't do it on purpose, you did it on purpose. Feifei kicked this chatter into the roadside trash can. Liamong twitched the corners of his mouth frantically. He didn't do anything else this morning, he just asked this question. 100 times or 1,000 times. Overturning Naruto to clean up his mood, the 7th class regrouped and walked towards the examination room. As soon as he went upstairs, he saw Gang Ziti kicking the little Li who was pretending to be a bear away, and the stinky fart banged in vain. When he still wanted to clean up Tenten, Lu Meng said, "It's very disrespectful to be rough with a girl." "Humph. Don't worry about it," he snorted angrily, and Tenten had no sympathy for this gangster who stole his money for 5 years. With a bright smile, he pouted and spread his hands. "That's okay, please continue." Continue. What to continue? Seeing this bitter enemy, who would care about the rest? Relying on the large number of people, the candidates from each hidden village have a pair of eyes, and they want to clean up Liamong. It's a pity that their expectations can only be expectations in the end, and someone came up from below, with heavy footsteps. A prickly guy smiled and waved hello. "Yo, boss, these rubbish have offended you." Wong. Arms to say hello, Inuzuka Kiba looked at the crowd provocatively. Then the Aburame Shino sunglasses that came up flashed, and Hula was scared away. Finally, the little secretary Hinata came over with Yuhi again, "Brother Liamong." "Hi, morning everyone, shall we wait here first, or clean them up later?" Suddenly looking back, his chin raised, and he felt the flowing mantle that was held by the Kiba stick. The resentment that the candidates in each hidden village were holding back almost knocked the roof off. Shikamaru, who pushed the door in, looked at it, and the cat wanted to slip away. But after seeing who was causing trouble, he walked back helplessly, sighing as he walked. "Hey, boss, you're such a troublesome guy, you don't stop wherever you go. You can't really blame me for this." The very innocent pouted. Didn't they just rob them of some money? Chunins, who had been ignored for a long time, slapped their old faces. It wasn't because they didn't want to do something, but they really didn't have the strength. Uruka's tragic situation last night had already spread to Konoha. Although the two of them are stronger, they are not much stronger. What's more, the group of gangsters in front of them never preached any morality, and it happened from time to time that they would fight a previous group. "Why, don't talk anymore. If you don't talk, just get out of the way and get the hell out of here." Boom. Turning over and swiping a roundabout kick to his forehead, little Lee with his right foot raised, his eyes blazing, those eyes twinkling like an 800-watt light bulb. "Lu Meng, I've graduated from ninja school for a year. Mr. Guy teach me not to bow to evil forces. Now, accept my challenge." Youth. The sea. Your code. Well, Tenten is very angry today, there is no cloud in the sky. Nana said a ha-ha, looking at Kiba's shiny watermelon head with big thumbs in front of him. He wiped his body and wanted to lead the team away. The little Lee who couldn't get an answer gave up, and his green body turned to intercept again. How can youth escape the challenge? "Classmate Liamong, let's have a youth competition." "Damn, whoever gets this thing out, I'm going to vomit." Although he is unwilling to deal with this one-sided guy in every possible way, Liamong is clear that if he is not dealt with, he will not want to leave today. "Follow me, go." Biting Kiba and spitting out 3 words, the team that went to the hall downstairs gathered in a crowd. Not only the Konoha gangs are here, but many candidates from the outer village are also interested. Among them, there are many guys who have the idea of inferiority, and they are ready to take advantage of the loss after both sides are injured. In the field, stand still, look at the old rivals Lee, Neji, and Tenten lined up in a row. Liamong Kiba signed up and said, "Are you going to go together, or come one by one?" "Well, it's 15 minutes before the exam begins, and we have to settle it quickly." "Me first, youth is not allowed to back down, classmate Liamong." "Shut up for me, really couldn't bear to rush forward." Liamong was sullen and fought with little Lee. 2 guys who were completely incapable of ninjutsu demonic illusion, but only taijutsu fought together, which terrified the spectators. Boom! Boom! Consecutive bursts of loud noises, close attacks, punches and kicks and beatings, and the shimmering light of bricks, yellow sand and other objects from time to time in their hands were all insidious tricks. Inserting the eye, kicking the crotch, and kicking the guy too, none of them are not bad tricks. Captain, can we go back? Don't take this exam, I'm afraid. I'm afraid too. His lips were trembling and his thighs were weak, and a team in a small hidden village was completely discouraged. The time was short, and the originally crowded spectator group was half empty. What Izumo couldn't do, Liamong did it for them. However, there is no time to discuss the issue of labor costs with them right now, and there is still a guy who needs to solve it urgently. Yum, it's really difficult enough. Another brick was smashed into pieces, and the yellow sand covering his face spit out the Kiba sign that was bitten in his mouth. The body froze, and the little Lee who was not feeling well stepped back, wiped the blood on his face and made up his mind. Sorry, Mr. Guy, the challenge of youth is not allowed to be given up. Forgive me for the mistake of banning Matsuri, I'm going to use that trick. Watch Lianhua. The figure that disappeared in an instant flashed back and forth, a flower in front of Liamong's eyes, Tang. Flew into the air. Shadow dance leaves. Lotus of Konoha. Boom. In midair, twisting his waist and swaying, his flamboyant floating technique is not at the level of Urzuzi's freehand. It's already shameful enough for people to kick them. Cyclone leg eagle step. 360 degrees big loop. 1 foot fluttered the little Li's Luguang to be happy, and the 2 legs were thrown back and forth like a whirlwind. The left foot finished shaking the right foot. The right foot finished shaking the left foot. The kicks rose again and again like a sandbag. The last one turned over, and the back of his feet smashed his head to the ground, trying to inlay him into a floor tile. But unfortunately, this tantalizing idea failed to materialize. Just before little Lee was about to hit the floor, a tall figure caught him. It was Might Guy who came to the rescue, a magnified version of Lee's father. Compared with little Lee, Might Guy has thicker eyebrows, brighter kiba, an oversized watermelon head, and a feces green close-fitting outfit, which makes people have to doubt their relationship. Are you his father? Liamong couldn't hold back and asked for a while. Ah, how can you think like this? Might Guy grabbed the big kiba and hugged Lee Rock. Youth, little Lee is my apprentice. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Lee. I'm sorry Mr. Guy, I let you down. With his head down, little Lee's expression was very lonely. Might Guy slammed his chest, and his thumb was in front of him. It doesn't matter, this is youth, youth has to be brave to surpass. Lee, let's fight for youth together. Boss, my stomach hurts. I hurt too. 10-10, how do you usually endure? Sakura bit his ear curiously. The little beauty in Chinese style lowered her head and entered Waigu with a depressed expression. The minute hand turned, and suddenly found that the team that was going to the exam time hula rushed out. Might Guy and little Lee, who were still hugging each other, looked at each other, and their affection moved out of the yellow river, which was full of water. Mr. Guy, I'm going to take the test. Lee, go bravely towards youth. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. Go, I'm going to throw up if I don't go. Vomit. Boss, wait for me. Taking the lead in escaping from these 2 masters and apprentices, who were too good to be saved, Lu Meng, who rushed into the examination room, froze. There is no hatred in the eyes that look at him. It's him. It's this brat. And those bastards. My money. And mine. Mine was also stolen. Cough, it seems that you are not very popular. Pushing the flat mirror on the bridge of his nose, Yakushi Kabuto came over harmlessly. Head, showed a smile, and said something that made him vomit blood. Hanada check, has this guy paid the money? Why do I look at him a little? Brother Liamong, you don't need to check. With a timid whisper, the little secretary said loudly, all the candidates in our village will be confiscated. What? How does this work? He patted his head with a solemn expression as if he remembered something important. Liamong withstood the pressure of the whole house and said with a crooked neck, "Pay the money. If you haven't paid it, take it out, 50,000 taels per person. Whoever doesn't pay, I'll beat him up. Boy, do you want to die?" Dang, 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 dang. Countless gazes gathered, and the skyrocketing pressure hit the coast. Suddenly, Liamong smiled, and a middle finger was raised high towards the roof, and 2 words were squeezed out of Kiba's mouth. Silly. Compare. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support more. Thanks to the cloud. Text chapter 18 _ This kid has lost his money. Go, kill him. Hey168.com. It is unacceptable to do things that make public anger, and Liuman's reckless demeanor immediately ignited the long-suppressed anger of the candidates. Brush, 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 brush. First jumped more than 10. Although he did not dare to use the ninjutsu equipment due to the consideration of the examination room, the number of people was enough. Looking at them, the corner of Liamong's mouth with his middle finger raised high, he moved forward instead of retreating, and kicked into the air with a kick. That's what you want. You idiots, you'll never understand the difference between people. Art skill lightning dance. Leaping up diagonally, he swung his legs into the crotch of Kasuga Ninja, and all the examinees saw a flower, and the silver light that swept across the crowd. Hearing the muffled groaning in his ears and the crackling of his fists and feet to his flesh, both his own and his enemies were stunned. 1 second or half a second, maybe even less than half a second, the candidates who jumped into the air and wanted to look good, fell in full, some with their heads tucked into their roofs and necks, and some with their bodies hanging out of the window in the bright wind. There are also simply put their heads down into the floor to chew on bricks. Looking at these miserable comatose colleagues, needles could be heard falling in the examination room for a while. Who else? The 3 strands of hair that had been passed by the star-lifting pliers slid across his cheeks, and he tore off the luxuriant yarn and threw it into the air, looking around. The candidates from the hidden villages immediately agreed, except for Gaara's black-eyed and Pan-Uhisi who endured there, and one of the others was counted as one, and they all became ostriches in the desert. A kind of bare-ass chickens who bury their heads in the sand when they see danger. Who did this? The figure that suddenly appeared, stood all over the place, and Morino Ibiki with 2 scars slanting across his cheeks made a strong appearance. Eagle-like eyes, wolf-like eyes, and thin cheeks are all hideous. Looking at him, Liamong slowly withdrew his foot on the lecture table, and Ibiki immediately looked over, like electricity. Is this what you did? Well, I did it. He tilted his neck without any intention of denying it, and smiled with the Kiba sign in his mouth. Let's discuss it. Give me 5 minutes, I still have something to do. Quote. Genin, pay attention to your attitude towards Shangguan. With a murderous look in his eyes, Ibiki's dark heart erupted. Liamong covered his forehead with a tisk. Hello, examiner, how can I clean the house if you don't give me time, and the money has not been collected yet? Look, these are all money. Slowly swinging his arms sideways and pointing at all the candidates, the appearance of Liamong dying asking for money overwhelmed countless audiences. Interesting academy. In Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was holding a newly bought pipe, biting the fake Kiba, and hating Danzo in his heart and wishing he could strangle him. It's you, the old bastard who stopped me. How can I let this little bastard get so arrogant? The money was actually received in the examination room. What did he want to do? To offend all the ninjas on the mainland. This is so fucked up. Boom. With a loud bang, the 3rd generation Hokage, which was slapped on the table with 2 slaps, shattered the pipe that had just been bought. The center of the crystal ball, Lu Meng faced Ibiki without flinching. The eyes of the 2 people collided, and fierce sparks flashed endlessly. Konoha's top torture expert restrained his momentum, and suddenly showed a smile that was uglier than crying. Genin, you are good, start the timer now, and the exam will start in 5 minutes. Ha, thank you, brothers, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and collect the money. One person in a row, Hinata is in charge of accounting. Forget it, you can also go down and collect this account, and let them take out all the money. There was an invigilator in the lineup, and Lu Meng was so bold that he couldn't believe it. Look at what's around, there are all elite ninjas, and there are several in Jonan alone. Are you afraid that you won't be able to receive the money when they are there? Sign and pay. A long-drawn contract was slapped on the table like an exam paper, and looking at the terms written on it, all the Hidden Village exams exploded with anger. Many unlucky ghosts who have received it for the second time know that this is simply a piece of waste paper, and it is embarrassing to use him to go to the toilet. See that the final interpretation right of this contract belongs to the Konoha gang. How dare you say it depends on your mood? He aimed it, he aimed it. Hate returns to hate, anger returns to anger, and the candidates who have been looking around for a week still bite Kiba and write down their names. Who knows if this is allowed by these senior ninjas? Anyway, the exam is still important. 5 minutes passed in a flash, and Liamong, who had collected the money, did not rush to check, licked his little face, and gave money to the invigilators one by one. Jonan 100,000, Chunin 50,000, and old Sarutobi who is not bad for sneaking. He vomited blood, and the chaos in Hokage's office became a mess. Morino Ibiki held his hand that was twice as thick as the others, and the silver tickets totaling 200,000 taels were sluggish for a long time, and he started to work with a cough. After the test paper was published, everyone else showed their magical powers in the 8 immortals crossing the sea. This boy Liamong was so good, he squinted his eyes and counted the money there. The exam paper that was in the way simply sat under the buttocks, and the table was full of banknotes. 1 5 10, 2 50 20, 3 50 30, hey. Where did I count? Touching his head, Lu Meng, who suddenly forgot, decided to count again. Hinata's little secretary, who was sitting not far away, opened his mouth and wanted to come over to help. Because she knows that she usually manages the accounts herself, Liamong has no impression of these things at all. And somehow, since the premium protection received 10 million taels, brother Liamong became strange. As long as you're in this weird state, it's not the right money. If the amount is less than 100, you can make up for it. After 100, you will start catching shrimp. If it is more than 10,000, you will not count. As time passed, Lu Meng, who was lying on the table and counting money, counted back and forth more than 10 times, and the amount each time was not correct. All the ninjas in charge of proctoring lowered their heads, as if 10,000 grass and mud horses ran through their hearts. It's so embarrassing. Nicaragua Falls can't sweat it. Minute hand pointed to 6 o'clock, and more than half of the time had passed. Ibiki pressed his hands on the table and stuck his head out, roaring like sand. Now the 10th question is announced. After some bloody remarks, Lu Meng, who was interrupted and counted the wrong money, sniffed and continued to count. When Ibiki led the group of black-faced ninjas away, and Mitarashi Enko appeared, he was still there. Listening to the voices of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, 20, Enko Silver Kiba took a bite and took out a kunai, snatch. Shot into the table. Moving his gaze forward, he looked at the glistening kunai on the table, and then looked at the dozen banknotes that had been pierced by the kunai. His heart shattered into several pieces, and he cried out in a piercing voice, "I money. Kill her for me. Boss, don't be impulsive." Face, Inazuka Kiba hurriedly grabbed Liamong's arm, and Choji, who also reacted, stretched out his arm to hold his thigh, and his chubby face was pumped together. Shikamaru covered his head and looked at the toes of his shoes. Shino pushed his glasses and looked out the window, and Hinata almost slumped into the ground in embarrassment. But Liamong didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead Billy shouted wildly, "Let me go, you let me go, I want her to accompany Lao Su's money." "Little guy, do you want me to accompany you for money?" Instantly pressing the hand on the desk and pressing the stack of banknotes, Mitarashi Enko's dangerously beautiful eyes narrowed into balls. In her eyes, the money all turned into all kinds of balls: seafood, vegetables, bean paste, glutinous rice, she was really looking forward to it. Half the meeting, I won't hold you to blame for the half. Enko said, swiping in the middle of the desk, and taking the money away. Seeing the bad situation, Liamong threw himself on the desk. Female hooligan, you are robbery. Who said that? I am confiscating the stolen money. The two people who got into Qian's eyes met, and they didn't even care about the exam the next day. After a loud noise, they decided to go out to eat on fire. The candidates who were waiting for the teacher to announce what they were going to take in the second exam were all confused. Seeing these two guys with obvious IQ problems, Chi-Chi hesitated whether to take the next exam. People are smart, and they can't understand the lunatic. When the lunatic has a lot of interests, it is even more troublesome. Besides, there is more than one lunatic in this exam. Let's go, Hinata, let's go to dinner with Sister Enko, I'll treat you, we're not short of money. He took the money with a flash of both hands, and patted Liamong on his chest to make a big sum. The room full of Spartan candidates stared blankly at the figures of a man and two women who were walking away, and all fell over. Shikamaru, who was looking around, hurriedly typed a password, and the remaining Konoha gangsters hurried out of the window. That night, watching the protest papers piled up on the roof by the teachers led by Gian Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen madly rushed to the root's lair, and quarreled with Danzo to the death. The sky cleared, and Liamong, who had been eating and drinking last night, opened his eyes and rubbed his head subconsciously. What is so soft? It's really comfortable to lie down, and then rub it. Rub. Rub. Have you rubbed enough? Mitarashi Anko, who was awakened faintly, bit Silver Kiba tightly as he was attacked on his chest. Looking up, the rogue shivered. Enough, enough. Enough is enough and don't let me die. A woman with a carefree personality doesn't mean that she likes to be taken advantage of by others. She jumped up in a hurry and stood there, looking left and right before she realized it. This should be Anko's home. After sending Hinata back last night, the woman had to drag herself to a nightclub to drink, and she became confused after drinking. Seeing Liamong's coma that still didn't change, Mitarashi Anko thumped his pink fists twice and threw himself on him. Give me death. Early in the morning, I had a morning exercise, and when Liamong came to the examination room to meet with his peers, everyone looked straight at each other. His eyes were swollen, his face was blue, his clothes were messed up, his shoes were wrong, and his messy hair was left, right, front, back, as if being stepped on by a mad cow. Boss, what are you doing? Boss, have you been boiled by crabs? Boss, whoever beat you up, I'll avenge you. Brother Liamong. Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support more. Thanks to the cloud. Text chapter 19_Naruto. You are such a scourge. Cough. I'm fine. Heihei168.com. Hinata, who had a worried face in his arms, twitched the corners of his mouth, feeling like he was scratched by a cat, with a painful wound. Could this also be a kind of love? Beating is kissing, scolding is love, love comes and loves kicks with feet. Why are you still standing there stupidly? Bring your little brothers and quickly come to help me. A night of intimacy and a morning of in-depth communication. Mitarashi Anko, who pretends to be her sister, pinched her waist and roared, using the Konoha gang as a construction worker, and built a simple shack to distribute scrolls. To him before starting work, pressed Liamong's shoulder, bit his ear meaningfully and said, "This is a very important job, do it well." Dry. Fuck your sister. Sister, you are so kind to me. Well, just no. Anko, who had touched a few hundred park tickets, left, walking very casually. The bleak autumn wind blew through, and the livid heart cooled. My money. Reaching out, opening his mouth, the frantic gang leader bang bang knocked on the wood. What is there to build this little broken house? Isn't it just to make a broken scroll? He aimed. That thing can be eaten as a meal if you take too much. Wrong. Suddenly thinking of something, he slammed the palm of his hand, and his mouth slowly grinned to the back of his ear. Hey, brothers, I found another way to get rich. Come on here, let's do this and this and this again. The noon sun slowly shortened the shade of the trees, and the candidates from the hidden villages who had finally found out where the exam was going came to the number 44 practice ground. As soon as they arrived, they all froze there. Drink. What a big tiger. This tiger has a number, similar to an adult male rhino. Golden hair, black stripes, a big king word on his forehead, and a tail like a steel whip behind his butt. Look at the thickness of the tail, at least the thickness of a duck egg. Take a look at the middle of the stomach again. Okay, this is still a person. Squinting and looking carefully, the more he looks at this person, the more familiar he is. Hiss. Why is this guy again? The examinees from the hidden villages who finally found out who was lying on the tiger's belly twitched their eyes and twitched. You asked in a low voice in fear, is that big tiger a ninja beast? I want to go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, more and more crowds slowly gathered together. Just when they wanted to swarm up to deal with the enemy, a group of thugs came out from the small room next to them, all shaking their arms and wrists there. Boss, you're too bad, how can you just let us do it while you sleep there? Enla, didn't I look at people for you? It's not too much to say that I came up with the idea, and it's not too much to be lazy, right? He patted Zaifeng's head. Go home, I'll take you away in a while. Baidu Interesting Academy. Roar. A tiger roar shook his body, and the golden-haired tiger who was circling around Liamong leapt into the air. The tall iron fence didn't play any role at all. In mid-air, blue light flashed and jumped in. The ninja who know the goods know that the thing just now is the enchantment, the tiger. Snapped. Look here. He clapped his hand and drew his gaze back, and Lu Meng walked over to his companion and took a booklet the size of a slap. The booklet is not thick, only 8 pages, and it is full of information about the number 44 training ground. Of course, it is up to the buyer to judge whether it is true or not. Glancing at these rich men who wished they could swallow themselves raw, Liamong recommended like a profiteer. Want to pass the second Chunin exam safely, or walk out of the forest of death alive, the safe survival guide is your best choice. The guide records everything that the 44th driving range has. Mountains and rivers, small rivers, poisonous, non-poisonous, flowery, thorny, everything you want to know is there. What are you waiting for, candidates from all the hidden villages? It's better to act if you are excited. Come and buy it. Each survival guide is only 50,000 taels. 50,000 taels, which is already the price of cabbage, and the aunts selling vegetables downstairs don't have it portion. Quote. Go to your cabbage price. Your cabbage can sell for 50,000 taels. Kiba scratched his head, and his heart was blocked, looking at this bastard who has harmed them since he came to Konoha. If the candidates in each hidden village were not obstructed by the boundaries, they really wanted to join forces to kill him. The two opposites faced each other with the cold wind blowing, listening to the rustling of the leaves. The candidates from each hidden village wanted to leave. But what if that booklet really worked? Buy it or not? This is a very serious question. Others will definitely suffer a big loss if they don't buy it, but if they do, they will be hit by this bastard. You know, most of them have no money in their bags. How many minutes have passed? Finally, a candidate who couldn't help it came out and bought the booklet with money. A few smart guys wanted to borrow it, but were unexpectedly rejected. Who doesn't have a dark heart? Oh, I bought a pamphlet and got slaughtered when I took advantage of it, but you want to be wise people and read it in vain. Why, I was slaughtered, don't think about it. The candidates from each hidden village did not come from the same place. Not to mention that there are feuds between many hidden villages, and there is also a competitive relationship between ninjas in the same village. 50,000 taels of silver tickets, not to kill you, buy them yourself. Bring me one too. The 50,000 taels of silver tickets were handed over to Kiba. Touching the thin booklet in his hand, the ninja of Taki Ninja Village turned his head and left. Liamong slapped the banknotes in his hand, and shouted to the next one. His smug look made the candidates angry. But no matter how angry, the rich have to buy it. After buying and buying, some people find that something is wrong, why the content of the records is not the same, and there are even places to support each other. This thing can't be fake, right? A large amount of cold sweat broke out on the forehead, and the two teams of ninjas who exchanged guides were all dumbfounded. The matter spread, there was a lot of indignation, and the Omegakure village examinee who first noticed something was wrong, Zhang Yuhi asked with a face, "What's going on?" Liamong glanced at these guys and snorted, "What to look at, what to look at, what to look at." The booklet was not written by one person, so naturally there are some differences. Did I say that the contents in it are all the same? You're cheating. A fat ninja choked Yuhi's face. Liamong was reluctant. How can you say that? What is deceit? Have I ever deceived you? Turn over the booklet and read it clearly before speaking. Be careful that the uncle will sue you for slander. The palm-sized booklet was turned to the back, 2 lines of teeny small characters were hidden in the pattern, and it was written in a circle, "This guide, the final interpretation right belongs to the Konoha gang. You, me, you. See clearly." Wow, puff. His throat was blocked and he vomited out a mouthful of black blood. Looking at the student from Takiakura village who was overturned in the sky, he wiped away the tears of the crocodile sadly. They are all ninjas, how can they be so angry? No. Do you know that ninjas can't be handled with common sense? My friend, you can go in peace. I will burn a newspaper for you next year. Bastard, bastard. This stinky bastard with 1,000 knives is he. Boy, you're really interesting. The shadow that flashed behind him in an instant spit out a long tongue and licked his lips, turning his head stiffly as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. Orochimaru. 1 drop, 2 drops, countless drops of cold sweat slid down his cheeks, and he couldn't understand how someone like himself could provoke such a pervert. Orochimaru, who incarnated as a candidate from Omegakure village, squinted his dangerous golden eyes and lowered his body, and when he was about to do something, he slanted down and shot kunai. Have you had enough fun? Hurry up and roll me over when you've had enough. The exam will start soon. Ha, it's Sister Anko, come here. He hurriedly ran away without turning his head after making a ha-ha. Liamong, who was rubbing oil on the soles of his feet, didn't even say a word of cruelty. Inuzuka Kiba touched the trembling Akamaru and stood beside him. Among all the candidates, this was the second existence that made the ninja fear. What to do, boss? Kiba's voice was low, his eyes wary. Liamong bit Kiba and said, hide from him. Sneaking a glance behind him, the two people who were discovered instantly swallowed in unison. The monster incarnated by Orochimaru stood gloomily under the shade of a tree, like an evil spirit crawling out of hell. Inuzuka Kiba, who was covered in sweat, turned his wrists and rubbed his nose. The big guys gathered together to discuss and decided to avoid this guy. Fight those who can fight together, and run away if you can't. This is what gangsters should do. No matter who encounters these two people in the exam, they must run away immediately. Don't hesitate. Remember, you must see where they are in a while. Boss, why is this? Uzumaki scratched the back of his head in confusion, suddenly turned his head as if to understand something, and raised his middle finger at Orochimaru and Gaara. Listen to me, you two guys, I will not lose. Anyone who dares to come over I will knock him down. Quote. This idiot. With a violent fist, Naruto was overturned from behind, and he slapped brightly haha, don't pay attention to him, he has a disease in his head. Why do I feel that the trouble is getting bigger and bigger? Nara Shikamaru glanced at Naruto who had passed out with a headache, with hash marks all over his forehead. Inuzuka Kiba said in a chorus with fine sweat, I feel the same. He was aiming and shouldn't bring this scourge. After the 2 scrolls of heaven and earth were sent out, the life and death agreement was signed, and 44 iron gates slammed open. Standing in front of this very unlucky number, Liamong smacked his lips and decided to go it alone. The scrolls for you. With a toss of his hand, the scroll was thrown to the stupefied Sakura, and Liamong copied Kabuto with both hands and walked inside. Recently, Naruto, who felt constantly alienated, called out to the boss, and after getting no response, he lowered his outstretched arm, not knowing what happened to the team. After returning from the mission in the Land of Waves, not only the boss Liamong changed his appearance, but even Sasuke became strange, and his eyes were not the same as before. What happened to them? The rustling Lin Feng blew through his golden hair, and Uzumaki Naruto looked at the sky in confusion. Walking alone in the dense thorny forest of the Death Forest, breathing the ***** breath from under his feet, Liamong stretched out his hand to catch a leaf that was floating in front of him. The leaves are green and should have just fallen off, but it doesn't take long for it to become the same disgusting thing as the one underfoot. He opened his palm, and the blade slowly slid across his fingertips. Looking at the trajectory of it flying into the distance with the wind, Lu Meng closed his eyes sadly. Embrace your destiny, in fact, I am no different from you. Shaking his head to shake off the boredom, the young man with the silver-white wind and flower yarn brushing back accelerated his speed. 5 days, 5 nights, are you ready? Ask for collection. New book is on the list. Please support more, thanks to the cloud. Text chapter 20 _ forced to the outbreak of the flash. Hey, who do you think we can get to the place first this time? Inuzuka Kiba, who was on the move, suddenly turned around. Baidu Interesting Academy. Aburame Shino pushed the sunglasses without answering. Hinata's little secretary shyly didn't speak. Inuzuka Kiba was depressed. Can't you squeak? Yeah, Shino really squeaked. Hinata has 2 more words. Okay. Wow, let's go. Holding his head and holding his hair tightly, the lively and active Inuzuka Kiba couldn't understand why he assigned himself such 2 superb teammates. The guy who plays with bugs is an adult and mysterious shishi, like a transparent person. After being friends for so many years, I can't say a few adjectives. I belong to the boring show who can't play a fart. Not to mention the little secretary Hinata, who just met the boss Liamong when he fell into a coma and fainted. With such 2 teammates who are like gold, Inuzuka Kiba has always felt a lot of pressure. Wong. Wong. What is this called? Although the family is good at training ninja dogs, Akamaru is also a companion from childhood. But, he can't understand such a complicated animal language. Wow, I really want to kill me. Found it. In the jungle, 3 tightly dressed adult ninjas hid in the dark, and Guigi Chongchong aimed at the 8th class. Judging from the forehead guards they wore on their foreheads, they were Konoha's colleagues. But looking at the demeanor of these guys, it was obvious that they didn't have a good idea. Shino, Hinata. With a slight twitch of his nose, Inuzuka Kiba glanced around vigilantly. The 3 adult ninjas who were hidden in the dark stayed silently on the spot, very confident, and did not move. So what if you find out? Can you determine the position? When you reveal your flaws, that's it. What's the matter with you? Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, he turned his head, and the team leader of the trio widened his eyes in shock. A leech the size of an adult's palm stared at his companion's neck, with a black creep slowly. Every time you move it, it increases a lot. Quick, get out of here. The hurriedly issued order will blurt out, and the swarms of insects that pounce on the ground will fall. Yuhi-s, green, black, blue, long-haired, horned, whatever. The adult ninja trio collapsed in an instant. No, get them out of the way. I'm going to die. Help. 3 soft clicks. Aburame Shino stood beside the unconscious adult ninja and dispelled the boiling swarms of insects. You shouldn't be here, this is my home ground. The scroll of earth, it's the same as ours. He flipped out the scroll in disappointment, and Hinata's little secretary, who was accustomed to taking out all the money, also failed. Interesting Academy first release. Inuzuka Kiba glanced at the 2 friends who could finally speak a complete sentence, touched his head and turned up Byakugan. Hearing the screams coming from the woods, the candidates of each team turned their eyes. Did someone die? So fast. Shikamaru, I'm hungry. Plopped down, and Ino, who stumbled into the grass, clenched his fists frantically. She was really fed up, why did God put her in the 10th class? Look at the people in this class. The teacher leading the team is a smoker, and 1010 smokes clouds of smoke to harm people. He is obviously young, but he has a long beard and mature. Doesn't he know that secondhand smoke can damage women's skin? Complaining about Sarutobi Ashima, Ino thought of the two teammates again. Shikamaru Choji has always been a bad person in her eyes. One is annoying, the other is greedy. It's not idle trouble, it's just wanting to eat meat. 1010's ear is not that I'm hungry, just trouble. God damn it, I hate trouble, and I hate fat people even more. The first one. Ino. Hyuga Neji, who suddenly appeared, stood beside Ino, who fell with his arms folded. Shikamaru and Choji's foreheads shed a lot of cold sweat. The 5-year-long battle in the school, the two sides are dreadful, the hatred is deep like the sea, it is definitely not good to collide at this time. What's more unfortunate is that they were even taken hostage by the other party. Let her go, the scroll will be given to you. Shikamaru wisely chose to surrender. As the strategist of the Konoha gang, Shikamaru has always been outstanding in his ability to seize power. Something unexpected happened. Hyuga Neji did not reach out, but turned her back and walked away. How is this going? Glancing at each other and blinking, Shikamaru Choji was stunned. Ino quietly got up, rushed to Hyuga Neji and went, "Bastard, did you trip the old lady? Stop for me. Go away." With a cold word, the Hidong lion who was pounced immediately turned into a cowering sheep, and Ino was terrified by Neji's sudden burst of momentum. Neji, who had stopped, turned around again, probably because someone got angry. Seeing his dangling appearance, Shikamaru Choji twitched his face dully, thinking that he had been trampled by 10,000 grass mud horses. Take a look at what this idiot woman has done. Didn't she go out to eat barbecue today? Damn, how can we have such troublesome teammates? You know what? Hyuga Neji's arrogant eyes were full of contempt. You cats and dogs are really disgusting. Give me a word for your rogue chief. Just say I'll be waiting for him in the central tower. School. For the humiliation he inflicted on me for 5 years, I, Hyuga Neji, want to give him all the same. Now, you can get out. Quote. Get out, get out, get out of here. Knowing that your strength is not as good as you are, but you still speak ruthlessly. Shikamaru Paishao wanted to run away with Choji, but Ino's sister was in a hurry. Arrogant guy, who are you calling a cat and a dog? Have you made it clear to me? Ino. You two bastards, get out of the way, my mother has to teach him a lesson. Heart to heart. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Neji, who turned around abruptly, knocked Ino into the air before he could activate the handprint that was going out. Trouble, it doesn't seem to be good anymore. I'm going to eat barbecue after the fight. His arms that suddenly became larger and stretched caught Ino, who was flying upside down, and Choji's chubby smiling face was dyed solemnly. Looking at the two guys who were serious, Neji raised his chin with a sneer. Just the two of you want to fight with me? There are 2 more people, let's call them out together. He pulled his hands behind his head and pulled the head rope to tie it up again. Shikamaru calmly sorted out his clothes. Hyuga Neji looked at the two of them with contempt. You don't need teammates to clean up you. That's it, Choji, come on. The hands squatting on the ground tying shoelaces snapped into fingerprints, and the shadow under Shikamaru's feet sprang out like a poisonous snake. Akamichi Choji, who received the order, jumped into the air, his arms and legs retracted into his stomach, his whole body swelled into a spherical shape, and he flew like the reels of a chariot. Shadow pattern art meet bomb chariot. The combination of deer and butterflies without pigs, even sneak attacks and strong attacks, have extraordinary momentum in the sky and the ground. Attack was imminent. Hyuga Neji's expression became even more disdainful. Trash is always trash. 8 trigrams palm revolving heaven. Shadow imitation techniques and flesh-bombing chariots were all given for nothing in front of the Hyuga clan. The chakra vortex that spewed out of 365 large holes around the body powerfully destroyed everything. The rustling wind blew, and the 8th class, who had woken up from the coma, sat together, with the scroll of the earth in the middle ironically. I've been despised, Shikamaru rarely said trouble, leaning on his chin in a trance. Choji, whose belly was rumbling, didn't even call out that he was hungry, and lowered his head like a rooster. It's a shame to say it. Why did you do that just now? Shui Lingling's big eyes blinked twice, and Ino, who clasped his wrists tightly, was full of confusion. Shikamaru turned his head and glanced at her without saying a word. Choji scratched his head with a smile. These two guys. Snort. Proudly staring at the turf, Yamanaka Ino suddenly realized that having such two teammates is not bad. Although they are still annoying and greedy, they are unexpectedly warm. The harmonious atmosphere of the squad is condensed, and the hearts of the 10th class are united. Just as they were about to get up and set off, a roar that rushed towards Yunxiao came from afar. Senior Kabuto, what are you doing to stop me? He leaned against the tree and leaned over his neck, staring at Yakushi Kabuto standing on the branch. The professional spy with a flat mirror in his eyes smiled like a sly silver fur fox. Why is my little brother here alone? It's very dangerous to say. It's dangerous to see you. His eyes swept up and down at will, and Lu Meng's caution rose by no less than 3 levels. The chakra scalpel, this bloody medical ninjutsu, is the most hated thing of all taijutsu ninjas. If you really get hit, you'll be out of luck. My little brother seems to be very wary of me. He raised his index finger and pushed up the flat mirror. Yakushi Kabuto's voice gradually became colder. Class 7, it's really troublesome for him to aim at. Even if you dodge all the way, you will be blocked by others. Is it worth your attention, Mr. Kiba's teeth secretly in his heart, knowing that Liamong, who knew he couldn't escape, raised his head violently, and slapped it with a brick. Street Fighter brick attack. Yo, the little brother is really cruel. This kind of trick is too bad, right? You don't need to tell me if you can't get down to 3 bad guys. A brick slammed into the air, and the Liuman didn't want to give Yakushi Kabuto a chance to get close. Sand throwing poison shadow needle. The yellow sand covering his face filled with a strong pungent smell, and Yakushi Kabuto's expression changed immediately. Pepper noodles, mustard powder, this guy. Puff. A cold light flashed across his cheeks. Using the scent to distract his attention, he took the opportunity to spit out the Kiba sign in his mouth. You use poison. Yakushi Kabuto, who was hit, looked very flustered, his limbs staggering back and forth, as if he could fall from the tree at any time. You don't need to pretend, I know that thing is useless to you. 2 feet backed away, Lu Meng didn't think the poison shadow needle would work for Grandmaster medical ninjutsu people. Yakushi Kabuto wiped the blood stains gloomily, put it to his mouth and tasted it in surprise. What is this poison worthy of? Why can't the senior pay for it? I don't know. Liamong's expression was serious, he really didn't know. Yakushi Kabuto's face slapped. Little brother, senior promises you will say it. Aha, Senior Kabuto, don't scare me, I'm not scared. Liamong said haha, but there was no smile on his face, and his eyes were even colder. Yakushi Kabuto, face to face. It seems that you don't need to hide anything. In fact, I also want to know what my strength is. Come on, let's fight. Pick me up with a cannon. Hokage Hatake Glory, Chapter 21-40. Text Chapter 21 _ She must be a dog. In the forest of death with towering ancient trees, the cannons that were about the size of an adult's thigh shot into the air one after another, turning everything into powder. Mobile phone reading is more convenient. Heihei 168. Calm Yakushi Kabuto hides behind the tree pole and pushes the flat light mirror, and frowns at the blue and white arrow-shaped lightning beams that are meters long. Dear Kabuto, senpai, why are you hiding? The younger brother really wants to be intimate with you. Come out, what's the point of hiding? The right hand pressed under the flank, the divine light was dazzling, the vortex-shaped blue-white energy group even appeared Jinhua, and the 5-color thunder and lightning squeaked and squeaked sharply. Looking at this pervert thing, Yakushi Kabuto murmured in his heart, who said that this kid can't attack from a distance, it's so stupid. After several bombardments, the main owner could not be found. The cat's flowing light in the hood dissipated the energy pressed by the tiger's claws under the ribs, touched his nose and jumped to the treetops. Since the senior doesn't want to come out, then the junior can just left. Go, where are you going? Liuman finally emerged from the strange golden barrier. Yakushi Kabuto clenched his fingers, revealing 3 silver-white scalpels between his fingers. Sharp single-use medical tools are sometimes even more dangerous than kunai. Senior, if you don't come out again, is the younger brother really gone? Take. 3 cold beams shot into his feet, and Liamong, who jumped high, saw a lot of people in front of him. Isn't junior brother looking for me? I'm here. He also pointed to the sudden appearance of Yakushi Kabuto with a cold smile on his face. Chakra scalpel. Broken gold. Punch in one palm. Yakushi Kabuto's smirk was turned into fear by the huge pain in his chest and abdomen. How can it be? How could this kid's fist be so heavy? Once mistaken by Kakashi as Tsunade Heim Chakra enhanced strength, the martial arts hit his chest. Liamong never thought that Kabuto would be so easily fooled. Senior, you really can't blame me for this, you can only blame you for being too arrogant. Now, let me go. As if the platoon leader was overwhelmed by the sea, the huge force pressed his chest and abdomen to the ground, and Yakushi Kabuto's whole face was instantly drawn into a flower. He understood that if he was really smashed, he would be half disabled even if he didn't die. Escape. Yin healing and destruction hydration technique. 2 consecutive tricks of pressing the bottom of the box. Yakushi Kabuto's body broke into blisters and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rumbling down, the Liuman who hit the ground 5 feet with his fist slowly stood up straight, feeling very tired and crooked. Encountering such an enemy who likes to hide when he hits and hits is better than encountering Lee Rock's one-strand opponent also annoying. Dear Kabuto Sr., are you a rat? Why do you always like to drill holes? Boy, I will definitely make you pay. The cat was holding the chest and abdomen with broken ribs in the grass, and Yakushi Kabuto's hands radiated a light of healing. Heihei168.com. Suddenly, there was another person in front of him. On the ground and put his head over his head, licking his face with a squinting smile. The 2 eyes were less than half a finger apart, and the startled Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly jumped out. What happened? Finding a place to recat again, dear Kabuto, Senpei broke out in a cold sweat. This kid has too many ways to hide, this is not normal. What is he trying to do? Senior, it turns out you were hiding here. A small rock hit his butt, and the condescending man was completely broken. Being caught twice, Yakushi Kabuto, who knew that it was useless to hide, simply walked out and sighed while pushing his glasses. What a great strength, Hatake Liamong. You are only 12 years old this year, right? It's 12, but correct me, my surname is now Kuimu, and Kuimu Liamong. Changed last name. Yakushi Kabuto seemed surprised. Lu Meng snorted, don't you know about this? Looks like the rumors are true, how about you, are you interested in joining us? The trafficker's number 1 horseboy is indeed a crony brought out by the traffickers. Liamong, who looked up and down at Yakushi Kabuto, turned around and left, and if he stayed there and said something he shouldn't have said, it would be a big trouble. The plan can't be messed up. When borrowing chickens to lay eggs, won't the chickens be over if they don't lay eggs? Seeing Liamong turn and leave without saying a word, Yakushi Kabuto's face lost the smile. Will this obsessed boy hinder the adult's plan? After thinking about it, Kabuto decided to take a look first. Walking alone in the forest full of breath, Liamong lazily held a Kiba sign in his mouth, and walked forward swayingly, walking, depressed. Nyang Exapi, the young master definitely didn't read the almanac when he came out today. I've already encountered a tough enough one just now, so how come I've come across an even tougher one? Sister Anko, won't you bring a few more people? Go away, brat. He glanced nervously at the newly recognized younger brother who suddenly appeared, and Mitarashi Enko stared at the opposite. Cold, Kun Orochimaru. Bumping into this guy has been a bloodbath for 8 lifetimes. Liamong raised his hand to say hello and turned around. Well, hello Uncle Snake. Goodbye Uncle Snake. Am I allowing you to go? The unspeakable evil spirit of the figure slowly rising from the ground, looking at this trafficker who turned Doden, Earth style, into a deification. Liamong was about to cry. Uncle Snake, if we can negotiate with the two of us, you can just pretend you didn't see me, okay? Boy, your name is really interesting. Are we related? Maybe I have it in my previous life, I'll be honest. Liamong folded his hands with sincerity, and he was full of cute childishness. Seeing this stinky boy's look of anticipation, Orochimaru slowly raised the corners of his mouth. He has been a killer all his life and a monster all his life. The most cordial name he has ever heard is the word teacher. Uncle Snake. This kid in front of him is so interesting. Do you think that you can let him go by casually clinging to relatives? Surprised by Orochimaru's increasing murderous intentions, Lu Meng smiled dryly, and slapped a brick over with a smile. Sister Enko, you withdraw first, I'll hold him back. Street Fighter Punk Kick. If all the hidden cards are revealed, and if you encounter an enemy like Orochimaru and then keep your hands, it will be tantamount to suicide. Reinforced iron bones soften muscles. Consciousness mind. Surrounded by thoughts. Liamong exploded in the blink of an eye. Orochimaru, who was surrounded by a group of blue and white clones for a good time, showed a smiling face with a full body of electric flowers, and the smiling tongue stuck out the elder. Boy, you are really making me more and more interested. Looking up and down at the golden Buddha-like glow, and then at the fluffy aura and surrounding light clusters around the flowing man's body, the heart of Orochimaru scientists gradually rose. Getting thicker. Without the same ability to recognize, no matter the blue and white thunder clones that could explode just now, or the blessing secret skills in front of him, or even the brick that appeared out of thin air, Orochimaru was interested in getting to the bottom of it. He didn't know that he had turned over all the cards in his pit and made a strange cry. Just when Orochimaru thought he was about to attack, he rushed to Enko's side, picked it up and ran. The cheap sister who was cursed was in her arms, gritted her teeth angrily, smiled at her, and shot out like an arrow. Shunpo. Dance of lightning. Air leg. Knowing that with his own strength, he would definitely not be able to defeat perverts like Orochimaru, he used all his skills to escape, and swept outwards without daring to stop for a moment. Orochimaru, who found that he couldn't catch anyone in a short time, stopped, put out Yuhi's long tongue and licked his lips. We'll meet again, boy. Sasuke can't escape, neither will you. Ah. One sneezed while fleeing. Lu Meng sniffed and turned around for a while. Sister Enko, your ghost master doesn't seem to be following. Sister Enko. Shouting twice without answering and lowering his eyes, Mitarashi Enko's eyes that could not eat people met. Little pervert, do you think you did it on purpose? Mitarashi Enko, whose pretty face turned black, squinted and smiled, tilted his head to find a place on his chest, and bit down with one mouth. Ah, you are a dog. There is no reward for a good person. Before leaving, Lu Meng wiped away tears and left, and asked Enko repeatedly, hoping that she would not reveal her strength. Good sister, you also know our business, can you? Don't mention me. You really decided to do this. Mitarashi Enko withdrew his playful smile and his expression became very serious. Liamong nodded affirmatively. I'm going to be a genin for the rest of my life. I'll just go through the exam this time, and I can find an excuse to retire after 2 years. The white lie blurted out. Liamong looked at the ground and pointed his toes. The bleak night wind blew through the green leaves. Mitarashi Enko shook his head and walked away. No matter what, my sister supports you. Just treat it as a secret for the two of us. Be careful. Before leaving, he heavily left a lip mark on his face. The hot wind hurts when the hot wind blows. Liamong more and more confirmed the previous conjecture. This cheap sister must be a dog. But what is really soft? Subconsciously, He closed his fingers and smacked his lips. After such a delay, the bad luck should have passed, right? Facing the sunset, I reminisced, and I decided to turn my eyes to the forest again, and proceed according to the previous plan. Uncle is going to make a fortune. Sheep, here I come. A few ghost horns in the quiet forest cut through the night sky. The cooing owl turned its neck crookedly, and two big green eyes startled Hinata. Please, Chief Secretary, can you be more courageous? Yes, I'm sorry. Nana lowered his head, the timid Hinata faced Yuhi again. Helpless, Inuzuka Kiba grabbed his hair and looked at the night sky. Since he was assigned to the 8th shift, he has developed this habitual movement. Shino, who was standing by the tree next to him, stretched out his hand to pick up the flying insect, and suddenly said, I found them, should we rush over there? It seems to be troublesome over there. Are there those two people? Inuzuka Kiba slowly put down the hand that grabbed his hair, asking very cautious questions. Aburame Shino shook his head. Kiba was happy. So what are you waiting for? The task given by the boss must be completed. Recently I heard that the country of medicine has a new dog food. Woo. Goo. Hey, be quiet, you're scaring people. Under the watery night, the owl that was startled by Akamaru flew into the night sky. Looking up at the unlucky night owl, Ino, who was hurrying in the dark, said depressedly, it seems that something bad is about to happen. Trouble. I want to eat barbecue. Damn, this place can't have a fire. He glared at his friend. Shikamaru lowered his head in defeat. Choji is really helpless. Not far from the next door, about 1,800 meters away, Neji Tenten frowned as he looked at Kanai who was stuck on the ground as a marker. For a time, everyone seemed to be gathering in one place. West wind, let's hurry up. Roar. ... Text chapter 22 looted for lofty ideals. A little cold light comes first, and then the gun shoots like a dragon. Is this the situation that you are going to hold a class reunion? Tenten, Neji, Shikamaru, Shino, Choji, Inuzuka Kiba. Hey, little secretary, what are you doing behind people? Come here. Brother Liamong. Snort. Reaching out to hug the soft girl with shy and pretty face Yuhi, ignoring Neji's cold snort, he turned his attention to the midfield again. It was as if in the middle of the woodland ravaged by a Category 12 typhoon, the trees were broken, the grass was gone, and there were traces of ninja attack everywhere. Some unexpected, but still seems to be reasonable. Looking down, Naruto, Sasuke, and Little Lee were lying side by side. Looking at the white face and bloodless appearance, I knew that the situation was not very good. Ino, who was paralyzed in Shikamaru's arms, was also severely injured, and Yuhi, the shadow flowing from the corner of his mouth, was distressing. 4 of us were defeated, and 2 of the enemy remained. Tell me yourself, what should I do with you? Liamong's tone was very playful, and there was no emotion at all. From the chest to the lower abdomen, the hairy man wrote 3 dead words on his neck. No matter how many cockroaches there are, just lift your feet and trample to death. Are you Konoha lads lining up to die? Arrogant. Idiot. The opponents who blurted out unexpectedly in unison glanced at each other, and the fierce electric flower ignored the others. You bastard. You owe Mr. Bian. I heard that you have betrayed your family. You are a natural bastard, and you have no sense of family honor. I think it's you who are envious. Kiba pouted in his mouth and fixed his gaze. Why, do you want to try it here? Glancing at the unconscious Little Lee, Neji said with a slight stagnation, I will wait for you at the central tower, and our affairs will be done there. Yo, are you confident? What made you have the courage to resist me? Liamong said, letting go of Hinata and gently pushing the little secretary to the side. Shikamaru, who was in a bad situation, let out a light cough. Kanshou said, Boss, can we forget this time? He let us go once before. That's fine, you owe me the money you owe me and I'll reckon it later. He glanced at the prayer in Shikamaru's eyes, then turned to see the disdain on Hyuga Neji's face. Liuman waved his hand like a mosquito. Bring your teammates to hurry up. Get out of here, we'll take care of this by ourselves. Hello, I'm waiting for you in the tower. Being so despised by others, Hyuga Neji's anger rose to the extreme, but it couldn't be released because of little Lee. Just wait, our grievances will be over soon. Hyuga Neji, who was secretly holding back his anger, he turned his attention to the enemy watching the play, and the two Otogakure of Sark and Dose stood there as if they were watching a joke. Have you thought about how to die? Liuman's voice was very soft, as light as a cloud. It's you who is going to die. 200% Zongkong pole wave. The words are harsh, but in the face of Liamong, Sark's precautions are still brought to the extreme, and the shot is a big move to press the bottom of the box. Baidu Interesting Academy. The invisible sound wave exploded, and the dust and sand filled the spot. Yu died. Pieces of yellow sand dissipated, and the streamer that embraced Hinata was digging his ears, and the golden hood with lightning flashed through it wantonly mocked the enemy's incompetence. Sark, who had 3 death words on his chest, was furious, and just when he was about to start, a vague figure appeared behind him. Uchiha Sasuke. Since you chose to leave, why do you want to come back? The black Chidori who squeaked through his chest passed through his chest, and Ursukako's voice was extremely cold. Looking at the classmates and teammates with black cloud patterns on their bodies, not only Liamong stood there speechless, but the rest of the companions were also greatly shocked. Sakura who is worried about reaching out, Nara Shikamaru who frowns in trouble, Akamichi Choji who growls in her stomach, Inazuka Kiba who shrinks into her arms and refuses to show her head, and finally Aburame Shino, a transparent person who has a very low sense of presence. The big guy looked at the second assistant who killed the enemy with a single blow in the field. All of them were strangely unfamiliar. Is this guy really Sasuke? Shikamaru's tone was skeptical, his tight eyes scrutinized. Inazuka Kiba grinned hesitantly. The breath is not right, but it should be. Have you said enough? Sakura, did they make you like this? Being surrounded by people like this, the orphan of the Uchiha family was very annoyed, and smashed the dead Sark at his accomplice with a right hand. It's your turn. Sasuke, please don't. Chidori. Haruno Sakura's whimper didn't do anything to stop it, as if the lightning of thousands of birds chirping across the night sky. Dose, who raised the buzzer on his right arm, widened his eyes, and slowly descended. His eyes were full of disbelief and fear. Orochimaru-sama, why is this? Kicked the dead body with unwillingness and anger, and Sasuke glanced at Liamong provocatively. When he was about to deal with the collapsed Jinya, Sakura hugged him from behind. No murder again, please. Sakura. Let's go. After watching the farce, Pulupulu led the team away. The Liuman came quickly and walked in a dashing manner. Sakura, who hugged Sasuke tightly, opened her mouth and wanted to say something to save her, but she saw Sasuke's angry and tired eyes lowered his head again. Few strands of linfeng rustled, and Naruto, who woke up faintly, scratched the melon. What happened? Sasuke, are you alright? How can something happen to me? I can't be better now. Without any gratitude after being cared for, Ursukaku looked at Naruto with ice-cold eyes, which was chilling. Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking for 2 times. Sakura looked around and didn't know how to speak. The 7th class seemed to be a passerby at this moment. I will not lose to anyone, I am Uchiha Sasuke. The black electric current that was smothered by the right hand snapped, and Ursukaku seemed to have the incompetence during the mission of the Land of Waves again, as if the violent outbreak of Naruto, and the companion who was always misty. Don't come back when you're gone, just like that man. Since he chose to betray, he must betray to the end. Maybe I should too. Boss, this is the harvest of the robbery. He found a piece of woodland and sat down again, and Inazuka Kiba took out 3 scrolls for 2 days a day and placed them in the middle. Nara Shikamaru looked away with a troubled face. He and Choji were the laziest in the Konoha gang. They never participated in the training camp when they were in school. After suffering this dull loss, The gang strategist who has always admired mental work suddenly felt that it was time to provide strength. Hinata, figure out how much we should grab. Throwing Inuzuka Kiba's extra scroll of heaven to Shikamaru to hand in the quest, Liamong took 2 scrolls of earth and dreamed of making a fortune, and both eyes turned into numbers. Money, I want a lot of money, a lot of money. Brother Liamong. Ah, Hinata, are you ready? After some deductions by the little secretary, the best harvest of this robbery activity should be more than 5 cards and less than 8 cards. If you grab too much, you can't sell it, and if you grab too little, you won't make money. Why don't we grab some more? Inuzuka Kiba scratched his head and frowned, thinking of the dog food from the land of medicine, which was too expensive. Hinata looked at him timidly, and Shikamaru answered next to him, gloomily mixed with blood, because not so many people survived. How could it be? He coughed and covered his chest. Ino's injury was a problem after all. Looking back and forth at the team without medical ninjas, Liamong thought that he should find one in the future, but it would be better to work together for now. Do you like riding tigers? Boss, you have called the west wind. He twice called out the pets that were hiding in the dark, and Liamong led the criminal gang on a looting journey. Come on, hand over the scroll. We only rob, not kill. You can't even think about it. He staggered 2 steps in cold sweat, and the surrounded grass ninja team looked around for the escape route. Snapped. With a snap of his fingers, the Kusanagi trio stopped running. Dog food, my dog food. Insects. I want to eat barbecue. Although I hate trouble, but the strength of trouble can solve trouble, it's really trouble. Shadow mimicry. Kiba pass Kiba. Byakugan. Bad insects _ In order to achieve their respective wishes, the criminal gang led by Lu Meng carried out a reckless sweep of the number 44 training ground. The search team composed of Hyuga, Inuzuka, and Aburame has nothing to hide in the sky and the earth, and there is no blind spot. Coupled with Nara, Akamichi, Yamanaka, the demolition team that integrates control of outbreaks, it has become a prince without bees. Whoever encounters is unlucky. What's more, in addition to these, there is Liamong, the gangster, and the king of the forest he stalked. The number 44 training ground is the home of Zaifeng. Here, Zaifeng is a well-deserved tyrant. A group of genin, when they are surrounded by countless swarms, all kinds of giant beasts, everything has an answer. With a bang, the anxious-looking ninja from the information department pushed open the door of Hokage's office. Looking at the subordinates who rushed in a panic, the 3-generation-old man narrowed his eyes. What's going on? Lord Hokage is not good. The candidates in the forest of death are dying. What? Orochimaru's attack 2 days ago has not been resolved, and the candidates here are dying again. What's going on? Tell me clearly. No, I don't know. The ninja who reported the letter was very eager, but he didn't understand anything. The 3-generation-old man is depressed. I don't know if you are reporting a fart. Why don't you figure it out first? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen also knew that this matter could not be blamed on others. Don't look at the Chunin exam. It's normal for people to die, but it's not normal to die after death. If all the candidates who took the exam were dead, what would others think of their Konoha, who would dare to send someone over in the future? Although most of the people sent are cannon fodder, but cannon fodder also has the function of cannon fodder, and being able to come means the status of Konoha Axis Village. Check it out for me, check it out for me. Over and over again, the accident happened again and again, and the 3-generation-old man with his nostrils and eyes had a hunch that the prospect of this Chunin exam was very bad, very bad. Hey, how much do you think we can sell this time? After patting the little white dog's butt lightly, Inuzuka Kiba dumped Zhang Yuhi Dao 3 out. Shino, who happened to have a grass flower 4 in his hand, quickly followed the card, smiling under his sunglasses. After the 4-day robbery activity, the big guy already has the capital to make a fortune, and now it's time to harvest. Bugs around the world. Dog food in the country of medicine. A house full of barbecue. The legendary flower. What? These all require money, a lot of money. Go and sell the scrolls. Text chapter 23 _ who did the scroll sell to? Is there still no candidates coming? Inside the central tower, the 3 generations of Hokage's face turned black and stared at the wall clock. The Gaara trio who arrived on the ground on the first day stood there watching, and there was no one under it. Baidu Interesting Academy. Where have the students gone? The ticking clock ticked endlessly, and as the end time approached, the old face of 3 generations of Hokage sank into the Great Somali Trench. The 3 Gaara siblings looked at him as if they were looking at a blind old pumpkin. In the Chunin exam held by Konoha, there was not a single Konoha ninja in the end. This is not only humiliating, but also humiliating adults. Just when the big guys had different thoughts and Sunagakure village was waiting to see the joke, a sudden voice rang out. The sound is very loud, it should be shouted with a horn, or that kind of oversized loudspeaker. Hello everyone, there is an urgent advertisement now, please listen to all the teams who have not found the scroll. Our Konoha gang has scrolls for sale in front of the mission location, the number is limited, and it will not be out of date. It's better to act, what are you waiting for? Instead of looking around aimlessly, it is better to spend a little money to solve your troubles. Each reel is only 800,000 taels, 800,000 taels. Buy 2 sets at the same time, and there are discounts, each set of 1.7 million, each set only 1.7 million for sale. Hello everyone, now insert an emergency advertisement. A familiar and astonishing voice came to my ears. Listening to the repeated advertisements back and forth, the 3rd generation Hokage dog twitched like a rat, and suddenly threw the pipe in a frenzy. Find the brat for me right away. Forget it, I'll go by myself. The old-faced livid glanced at the strange stare from Sunagakure village, and the shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen smeared shoe polish on the soles of his feet. Liamong, who was standing on the top of the central tower and shouting, wanted to tug at his neck and shout a few more times, but his head suddenly became cold, and he felt that there were more people behind him. Slowly looking back, a smile blossomed on his face. Ah, who am I? 3 generations of adults, you also come to buy scrolls. You bastard. Say it. What the hell are you trying to do? What did I do? With a strange look on his face, Liamong quickly accompanies a smile. You always put out the fire first. If you die of anger, we Konoha will lose a lot. Turning around and leaning in, he patted his back, caressing his chest and smooth air, which is called a diligent. But in the eyes of the 3 generation old man, his complexion almost turned green, and he had to compete with the 1,000-year-old bastard. What the hell are you trying to do? Why are you sabotaging the Chunin exam? The 3 generation old man stared at Liamong. Why did I ruin the Chunin exam? Facing the gloomy old face of the 3 generations of Hokage, he asked with a surprised face, why didn't you sell a few scrolls? This thing can't be used to wipe your buttocks if you take too much. No one wants to throw the test on the street this time. If you don't sell it at a high price while it's valuable, why don't you still stay for a baby? You hand me the scroll. Don't pay. When he heard that the 3 generation old man wanted to confiscate the scroll he took with great effort, Liamong immediately quit. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at this stinky boy in anger. His old face was like a shoe prick, and he almost fell to the ground. Afraid that this immortal thing will use his identity to oppress him again, Liamong put on a smile and asked, 3 generations of Hokage-sama, does the examination rules say that trading scrolls is not allowed? This one doesn't. Why not sell scrolls then? This will seriously affect Konoha's reputation. Who said that? Kabakaba, whose eyes were amazed, cocked his mouth in confusion. We were able to grab the scroll to prove that we have the strength, which is something that will brighten Konoha's face. It is easier to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com 3 generations of Lord Hokage, how can this be a shame when it comes to your mouth? You're making a fool of yourself. What happened to Chunin's exam when the scroll was sold? Third generation of Hokage, which is so dry that it can be caught by a fly. He said, "Old man, since you don't want to, then I'll sell you the scroll." Quote. Why did the old man buy the scroll? Aha! Don't you say that this matter affects the reputation of the village. You bought the scroll with your own money, and it won't affect it. Or you don't even want to pay for Konoha, and you are too much for Hokage. How bad is it? If you don't pay this money, what will the ninjas in the village think of you? What will the villagers think of you? And what will the granny downstairs think of you? Lord Hokage, you can't make Konoha's reputation for a little money. I don't care. You have to pay for this money. You have to pay it. Who will pay you if you don't? Look, I have prepared a white note for you. It doesn't matter if you don't have any cash, just sign it. Come on, let's press the handprint first. Quote. After a mouthful of flickering foam, Liamong took advantage of the old man's confinement, took his hand and pressed it on the white bar. The empty white bar didn't even have a word. This white bar is a baby, look back, hee. 3 generations of adults, this is the scroll you always bought, let's see you later. He stuffed the scroll wrapped in cloth into his arms, and the livid cat jumped off the top of the tower like a rat, and led the criminal gang into the tower with a roar. Everyone, run fast, if the old guy comes back, our money will be gone. Boss, who did you sell the scroll to? Inuzuka Kiba leaned over as he ran. Liamong squinted his eyes and said with a smile, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tom. After a series of falls, the person who fell into a rolling gourd pushed out an arm, struggled to compare a thumb. Boss, you are really good. That's right, the boss can't do anything. Hokage, who was holding the wrapping scroll in his arms, shuddered, remembering the white bar that he had just pressed his handprint, and hurried back. If you don't go back, God knows how big the kid with the money-seeking eye will write on the white strip. Secretly pulling the small treasury, the old face of the third generation has become the bottom of the pot. As the day went west, the candidates who heard the advertisement rushed over one by one. Hyuga Neji Lee Rock, Uzumaki Naruto or Sukako, collided with each other. Their eyes were spitting fire, the two teams were fighting, and they were pinching to find something about vomiting blood. Everyone's scrolls in his hands were all aimed at the same thing. Who owns the scroll of earth? The all-colored scrolls of the sky were placed in the bright place, and the teams that came one after another were all dumbfounded. If they could not get another scroll, the exam would be over. Thinking of this, they all looked angrily at the nearby central tower. None of the candidates who rushed over did not know that the reason why things became like this was all because of that bastard. Look for it, where is that guy? Gritting Kiba's teeth to give an order, the scattered team searched around the tower for a week, but there was no shadow of the flow that flicked the scroll out. No. Me neither. Neither of us. Not to mention the unlucky ones who returned one after another. The gangsters gathered in the central tower sat on the ground, the 6 of them had a gunfight, and the 3-4 wearing one where was enjoyable. The above popularity is broken. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Sarutobi Ashima, Might Guy, the 4 leading teachers bowed their heads, standing next to the Sunagakure village Jonin Maki, who kept peeking here. Double King, I won, ha 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 ha, Shino. You. The 3-4 drawn out by the sunglasses, he slowly pressed it on the Double King. Aburame Shino didn't say a word, and threw the remaining small 4 in his hand. When Shikamaru saw this card, he quickly dropped Yuhi Peach 5 and narrowed his eyes happily. Kauhua 6, I'm gone too. I have a square 7 left. I thought that the 2 kings had to win the smile before they were finished, but all the people ran away in a circle. Inuzuka Kiba stared at the remaining big 2 in his hand, and grabbed his hair frantically. Ah, how can you do this? Bastards, hurry up and shut them up. What do these bastards take the Chunin exams? Are children playing at home? It's so angry. Lord Hokage. The ambulance that was finished approached from afar. After some rescue, the third generation Hokage, who had returned, stood on the second floor with his hands on his back, and the candidates who were divided into two teams were facing each other. In order to eliminate the bad influence caused by a certain scourge just now, the 3 generations of old men made an exception to allow the losers to challenge, and those who succeeded in the challenge will participate in the competition in January. Hearing this exciting news, Hyuga Neji, who was holding 7 scrolls of heaven in his hand, showed a smile, and Sasuke Uchiha covered his neck and clenched his fists. Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, Little Lee, Tenten, all with high fighting spirit. The 3 of Sunagakur Village, you can directly upgrade this challenge. This is Konoha's reward for you to break the historical record. Liamong Genin, you can stand on the losing side for this old man. First the hot face and then the cold face, the 3 generations of old men treat them differently, and they can hate someone alive. Old man, why do you want me to stand with those waste materials? He stretched out his hand and pointed forward one by one, and Liuman sneered and bit the Kiba sign. How can the boss do this? This damn bastard. Must beat him to death in a while. Turning his eyes to the 3rd generation of Hokage, the old man Sarutobi didn't speak. Kakashi couldn't help it. You are from the 7th class. Naruto and the others didn't pass, so naturally you have to go over and accompany you. Why? Lu Meng nodded reluctantly. Kakashi slapped the railing angrily, because you are a team. You fart. I didn't dare to scold the 3 generations of Hokage, and I didn't dare to scold you. Liamong sprayed on the 2nd floor. Since it's a team, I got the scroll and they will pass, and if they want to come, they will come to me. Here, why should I go to their side? You. The 2-to-1 eyes collided, the typhoon, tsunami, lightning and thunder, and Liamong didn't have a single liking for Kakashi. Suddenly, the 3-generation-old man said, the mission is a group mission. Your success doesn't mean your partner is also successful. Therefore, please stand on the loser's side. And this statement, why didn't you see it before the exam? Ahem, the Konoha Hokage office has the final interpretation right for this exam. The old face raised his pipe with a smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed out a smoke ring condescendingly. In an instant, Spartan's livid body stiffened a little bit, and Nana went to the loser's side for a long time. Naruto saw Liuman coming, and grinned, boss, stand here, this place is big. I'll stand on your woolen thread. Grief and indignation did not wait for the war, and 6-on-6 stared at each other. When he was young, the sick man named Moonlight Hayate acted as a referee and announced the start of the challenge. Dragged by Uzumaki Naruto to his side, suddenly noticed something. Wait, Mr. Examiner, are there more people on our side? Look left, look right, Lu Meng asked quickly. The 3-generation-old man who was standing on the 2nd floor and harming the flowers of the motherland spoke. Sunagakur village has advanced to 3 people, and the one who challenged the Bai is the leader. Is that person me? Liamong touched his nose depressedly, and it felt bad to be taken as a head. The 3-generation-old man who spit out the smoke ring shook his head and said, you are considered a free person, and anyone can choose to challenge you. Well, I believe they will be very willing. Lord Hokage, I will. The voice fell, and Lee Rock immediately jumped out. Hyuga Neji, who was standing beside him, snorted, I have something to do with him too. And me. Tenten was also not to be outdone. Naruto, who found something wrong, looked over to Inuzuka Kiba, and then looked beside him. Hey, are you mistaken, the boss belongs to our group. Idiot, if you want to challenge him, I have to come first. Being in the same team, Urasukezi had never figured out the bottom of Liamong, especially the scene before the opening of the first written test, which was always imprinted in his heart. Finally got a chance today. Being watched by so many old classmates, Liamong's head immediately turned into a pear. 3 generations of Hokage watched the fun on it, and the reason why I added such a sentence just now is for this. Moonlight Hayate looked at the chaotic examination room, coughed for a long time while covering his chest, and finally decided to give up the electronic board and use the lottery instead. Uchiha Sasuke, Hyuga Neji, Lee Rock, and Ten have 4 eyes, fighting fiercely together. Ahem, you can start now. The ebony box placed in the middle is 1 foot square, and the fastest Lee Rock brushed it in. The paper balls were ripped apart, and the whole examination room rose up with the waves of the sea. Mr. Guy, my youth is burning. The ball of paper in his hand was stuffed into his mouth and swallowed, and the flame of fighting spirit erupted in Lee Rock's eyes. A ding, he raised his thumb, and Kiba's shining might Guy burst into tears and cried, "Youth, this is youth. Lee, challenge your youth, I allow it. Mr. Guy. Lee. Mr. Guy. I rely on you to code me." Text chapter 24 shriveled old cucumber. Is it another challenge between us? Staring at the enthusiastic disciple below, Might Guy turned his eyes slightly towards his old enemy. Baidu Interesting Academy. Ah, are you talking to me? I blinked for no reason, pretending to be mad and stupid, thank you. Might Guy, whose nostrils and eyes were swollen into bowls, turned gorgeously, damn Kakashi, why do you always like to pretend to be such a stinky appearance? Are you trying to seduce ignorant little girls into depravity? Be awake, Kakashi, this will love you. The old cucumber is also better than the gorilla no one wants. With a cold face, the head of the Hatake family, Pinfang, pushed back. Might Guy's nostril and eye-piercing torches have always been Hatake's forte. Ha of old cucumbers. Whoever answers is a gorilla, or a green-skinned gorilla with thick eyebrows and big eyes. Kakashi. My, you are very old, you are an old cucumber, there is no little girl. Quack quack. Don't look this way. I don't know him. Stealing glances, these 2 fists are in front of Kakashi. Who are you calling a gorilla, are you stunned? Asuma, who was rubbing his arms straight, offered his attention to the beauty. Yuhi, congratulations to your student for successfully passing. Te Guy. Quote. Let's have the first battle of youth. Ashima followed Kurenai Yuhi's gaze towards Sunagakure village. In an hour and a minute, they broke the tune. Kurenai Yuhi Asuma moved to the side in unison, and the goosebumps all over his body fell all over the floor. After a pause, the beautiful Philip Yuhi's eyes became dignified, looking at their clothes. It doesn't look like you are from the forest at all, but this exam is not easy. Kurenai Yuhi said and looked to the side. You mean them? Sarutobi was holding a secret-style cigarette worth 2 silver tickets. Sarutobi Ashima was troubled when he encountered the Chunin exam, and kept the record for 14 years. The previous time was 4 hours. It was terrible. Results. And, speaking of this, Kurenai Yuhi's voice is a demonstration or something, if so. The appearance of passing in the middle, that is the number 44 training ground, and it will be like this if we replace it. It's really troublesome to say that. Snapped off the lighter and hinted, but none of that mattered. When there is a previous incident, I always like to be extravagant. There are black lines all over the forehead of the XYZ-like face. Isn't it just to have a fight with the young master? As for swallowing the paper balls, I will prove it to you. Work hard, little pervert. The slender hand that suddenly appeared pressed down on his shoulders. Feeling the pressure on his shoulders, Liamong immediately dismissed the idea of abstaining. Although I don't know why Mitarashi Anko, the cheap sister, gave herself in the battle of Sasuke's immortal forest, Liamong believes that Anko will definitely not harm himself. Lee Rock, since you're looking for a beating, the boy will do it for you. Liamong classmate, I lost the last challenge, but this time. The bandage that Zouyu untied slowly slipped off, and the 2 weights removed from the calf were thrown into the air by little Lee. What? Naruto raised his head and glanced at the swirl of the root leggings. His forehead was full of paste. Forget it, what a mysterious thing. Cut. Dress up. Halfway through, the contempt that could not go on was interrupted by the sound of the Bang X2, looking at the smoke dragon rising from the ground to the top of the roof, in addition to the big. The staff are all Spartan. Is that guy pervert, carrying such a heavy thing with him? Damn, why is he so strong? It's really troublesome, said with a pouting lip, loading. The ground of the central tower is as high as 15 meters from the roof of the canopy. Little Lee can achieve such a terrifying effect by smashing 2 weights down. How heavy are the 2 perverts? 1,000 boards of Kiba's shining might guy, all the spectators. Kakashi twisted his neck stiffly, unable to speak. The adult board Shaoli and his father big board Kiba flashed again, and the tide behind him swelled into a surging ocean force. If you want to bring such a thing, you might as well die. I'm the proudest disciple of mine. Mr. Guy. Another wave rose, and Lee Rock, who was full of fighting spirit, clenched his fists tightly, 10,000 pounds. Mad Guy, you're a lunatic. Looking at his thick eyebrows and big eyes, he was full of energy, like a maniac who had taken 500 caddies of stimulants, and Liamong standing opposite him was about to vomit blood. 13 candidates. This is youth, and youth is a challenge. Lee, prove it to them. Do you really need to fight in the exam? Guys would rather spend the spring festival with 10,000 grass and mud horses. Neji, the head of the little Lee, brushed the step forward and bowed to the posture, with one hand in front and one fist in the back, holding it with a splendor. From the beginning, little Lee is like this. Tale of the Bloody Crane, Lee Rock recognized in the school. Why is it so unlucky to touch such a scumbag? It is still a buy one get one free bundle. I bought a watch last year and it has the enviable Kekkei Genkei and even the usual ninja talent is 2/3 less and looks exciting. 1010. Does he ever get excited? That's right, it seems that since we met. Then, he graduated. That name. This child who always likes to make all kinds of strange plans for himself in the eyes of others, is a street stalker with extremely poor qualifications. That is, there is no enviable prominent family, and we are not fighting for the boiling youth. I've always been a total ninjutsu and demonic illusion idiot. Many people laugh at him and bully him for this, but Lee Rock has been persistent in his incomprehensible efforts to practice physical skills that are useless in the eyes of others. The speed of Graham shocked everyone. Days, Lee Rock became Konoha Genin. Many children who bullied him and laughed at him with better talent than him were brought home by their parents. Liamong classmate, I am the galloping blue beast Lee Rock of Konoha, let me. When I come to the examination room again, I believe that as long as I practice more than a genius, I will definitely become stronger. Teacher Guy's personal biography Konoha Fluid Technique Konoha Cyclone. Great looping degree volley kick, Lee Luo. Jump so fast. This guy. Boss is in danger. As I said, there is a gap between people. Bang. There was a muffled sound, and the flow that grabbed little Lee's wrist with one hand didn't move. Span. Might Guy's excited expression froze into a wax figure. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise. Hokage was holding in his mouth fell to the ground. Little pervert, come on, Mitarashi Anko's figure appeared in front of his eyes. The cheap-loving little guy, whether you can dodge this time depends on your own ability. Konoha Gale. The first kick was caught and the next kick came, and there was an uproar. I said, it's useless. The ankle he held in his hand flicked out at will, and the deformed Lee Rock fell to the sculpture. Overwhelming display of strength, wooden feet pumped his fist. Kakashi, your little nephew is so beneficial. Hee, I didn't know that before. He was joking, and the vigilant Hatake owner secretly frowned, and the little Lee, who was swaying his waist, also swung his left leg to hide. It should have never been fully exposed. Pass. Then he today. Looking at the 3 generations of Hokage, Kakashi made a decision in his heart. Yi Jonin's expression turned solemn. Mouth, do you want to try again? It's not that I look down on you. On the contrary, I admire you very much. Lee Rock, if you choose to become a martial artist, your achievements will be far higher. Why should Liamong hide his strength? No, you shouldn't say yin and ask again, are you willing to pursue the peak of martial arts? Liamong classmate, thank you for your kindness, but I still decided to become. The lower exam room, looking coldly at the stubborn young man who slowly got up, Lu Meng touched a Kiba sign and held it on the way. In one sentence, everyone present was buried, and the flamboyant map cannon mocked everything. Now, this stinky boy, the way of ninja is not suitable for people like us. The choice that was given to you after school 6 years ago is now outraged. Ninjas are great. Great ass. Angry a ninja, I can't let Mr. Guy down. Che, it's really a stubborn. When the ninja has a fart in front of melon seeds, a question mark is raised. Not that Liamong and Xiaoli are not good at fighting. What an asshole. How can the boss say that? A career that has always been desired is despised, and Lee Rock answers the questions everyone wants to know. Before the roar from above could fall, a storm-like blow came over. Listening to the endless muffled sound in his ears, watching the smashing of fists to the flesh below, John's brain power with outstanding eyesight. I said, the color you learned is really a bit weird. How do I look at it? How many tricks does that kid have? This, took 2 sips of the cigarette in his mouth. Sarutobi Ashima asked that he had never encountered such a style of play and was puzzled. Many people clearly understand. In total, 2 punches, and 1.5 legs, but with these 3.5 general skills, Lee Rock can't even counterattack. It's all junk. The first punch hits the face, the second punch digs into the heart, and the bottom knee never leaves the midline of the crotch. The trick of Liamong is simple and rude, but it is very effective. Lee Rock is a pain in the ass. He learned physical skills from Guy, from Lapi. After being stuck, it is not easy to get out. Stick to the mountain. Bombing back and forth several times, the annoying Liuman slumped his shoulders and pushed his elbows and knocked little Lee into a cannonball. The whole person was embedded in the wall like a mural, and the ninjas with vision were all silent. This is not a simple strength gap, but the level of inheritance learned. What Lee Rock loses is not that he is not strong, but that he has learned too much. Might Guy, you have to continue to make mistakes. The master made a move. Lu Meng turned and looked at the second floor, and the Kiba sign spit out an indescribable mockery. Konoha's number 1 physique expert was speechless, and a trace of unspeakable confusion flashed in his eyes. Don't let you dirty. Lee, who struggled out of the wall with a rumbling sound, untied his bandages. Table Lotus. After taking off the weight, the speed of pervert is more pervert, and it comes to the front in an instant. Facing this kind of move again, is it a child of the illustrious man? Little Lee jumped backwards when he couldn't twist it, and Lee Rock, who had kicked in the air, quickly rounded his thighs. But it's useless, it's still useless. No matter how you attack, Liamong will insult Teacher Guy. The person I admire most in my heart is run on by the opponent, and it is shocking to know the point of attack from the second time. Lee Rock, who has been empty several times, has been circled. Why can't I give up the 5 senses decisively? Mandatory back jump. Just do 800 pull-ups in 5 laps around the Konoha. If he couldn't catch all the leaves that fell from the air, he ducked like Akatsuki, the prophet of 3,000 Buddhas. The speed is not fast, but every time I step on the idea, it is like Xiaoli. Why every time? Why is this? Ask for collection. New book list. Please support, Cloud. If you can't lie on your stomach for 500 times in a row, skip the rope 2,000 times. If you can't breathe, back. I've done so much training, why am I still losing? Is this the gap between people? Text chapter 25 _ in front of him it is like a moat. Guy, let your disciple give up, it's impossible for him to hit Liamong. Kakashi turned his head with certainty. Might Guy stared at the field with a sinking face, his 2 flesh fists clenched into iron handles. Why? Look at his eyes. Kakashi pointed to the drooping eyes below, and all the ninjas nearby raised their ears, and they also wanted to know why this kid was so interested. Blood follower, mysticism, or something else. With the speed shown by Lee Rock, it is impossible for them to end up like this. During the mission of the Land of Waves, the team I led had encountered the Kurigakure demon Momochi, and this kid did it at that time. He called this ability consciousness and mind eyes, saying that only true warriors can comprehend it. Mystery. Before, I always thought he was bragging and fooling people, but now it seems to be true. Quote. Consciousness, mind's eye, mind's eye. No, Kakashi shook his head to deny Might Guy's guess, and explained with a sigh, that kid once said that this is the sixth sense beyond the five senses. According to my understanding, it is intuition. Although little Lee's attack was quick, but it's useless to intuition. Kakashi, how could someone do such a thing? Isn't there one below? Moreover, he also told the enemy about the training method. Brush, 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 brush. Countless eyes gathered. Sarutobi Ashima bit off the cigarette butt in shock. How can this kind of profound meaning be told to the enemy? Even the closest people will not say it. Aha, do you think this kind of training is easy? That kid said it so arrogantly because he believed that no one could learn it. Kakashi said, very frustrated, a little proud and a little helpless. The ninjas around are sluggish. What kind of pride is this, to spit out his own profound training methods in public, and he is not afraid of someone stealing it? Don't believe me. Kakashi's dead fish eyes exposed outside smiled, filled with an inexplicable look. I can tell you. Kakashi. The old face turned black and turned his eyes, and the 3 generations of Hokage's eyes were cold with warning. The head of Hatake kept his mouth shut, but he didn't say it, and there were still people who would say it. Do you wonder why you can't hit me? Lee Rock, this is the strength of a warrior, the profound meaning that a ninja can never understand, the sixth sense consciousness beyond the 5 senses, the mind. Silver hair in front of him, he flicked his fingernails sneeringly, and looked up at the sky with slightly closed eyes. I once spent 3 years in the courtyard, where I closed my 5 senses and realized the surroundings. It was very difficult at first, and I was always easily disturbed by the outside world. Later, I gradually entered a state where I had no desires and no desires, as if I had not woken up from sleep. After 3 years, I was able to perceive the rhythm of the wind and move the plants and trees. Whisper, and then comprehend the profound meaning of martial arts. Consciousness and the eyes of the mind are the eyes of true knowledge, which penetrate the foundation of the existence of all things. There is no subjective judgment or unconscious discrimination. Lee Rock, do you still want to fight me? At the moment of your action, I already know what comes next. It's impossible. How can there be such a terrifying mystery in the world? It's horrible. It can't be true. Interesting Academy. I was shocked. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe it, including the 3 generations of Hokage that I had known earlier. The ninjas who heard Liamong's explanation with their own ears were collectively Spartan, and there were grass and mud horses running everywhere in the examination room. Kakashi, have you tried practicing? Might Guy turned his head suddenly. Although I don't want to admit it, I did try it before. It's just that, recalling those miserable days in his head, the face of the head of the Hatake family was filled with a wry smile. This kind of profound art is not something that can be practiced by humans, and I always doubt it. What crucial step is that kid hiding? No, this training method should be true. With a dignified expression on his face, the Konoha Taijutsu master slowly turned around and said in a terrifying and unstoppable tone, Little Lee also has this ability. What? Dang dang dang. Countless exclamation marks hung on their foreheads, and the big guys turned their heads in unison and looked at the green-skinned boy standing below. Will he also have such a terrifying mystery? Guy, are you kidding? No, Little Lee does have this ability, or a similar ability. The image of the graduation celebration dinner flashed in front of him. Guy explained with a proud smile, although Little Lee has the same ability, he can't control himself. Control. I've seen it, a very gut-wrenching reaction. You say that kind of profound meaning is instinct? Kakashi widened the dead fish's eyes in surprise. Yes, it is instinct, a kind of evasion that does not require thinking in the head, but relies on the instinctive reaction of the body. If that kid can really control it freely, he is indeed qualified to be so arrogant. In this regard, I am not as good as him. Boom. A dull thunder struck his forehead, which made the Konoha physique master think he was inferior, and Lu Meng burst out. All kinds of tastes came to mind, and the crowd watching the battle could not calm down. Little Lee chews. Countless eyes added to him, looking at the enemy who looked like a mountain on the opposite side. Lee Rock laughed abruptly, not the kind of nervous laugh after defeat, but a kind of confident laugh, a kind of laugh with a will to win. Ha ha ha, fool, stop dreaming of being a ninja. How can someone who doesn't even know how to be a ninja be a ninja? Speaking of which, you only know taijutsu, and you are worse than others. I really don't know how you got into the ninja school. Past appeared before him, and Lee Rock's smile became brighter. People who have lost confidence in themselves, it will not make sense to work hard. The words Might Guy said in the most depressing moment of his life resounded in his ears. Lee Rock held his head high, in front of the flow, in front of this unattainable mountain, held his head high, just like an epic myth. The heroes who face thousands of troops are full of pride. I am the galloping blue beast of Konoha, how can I lose? I am Lee Rock, and my ninja will never give up. What's wrong with that kid? Such a boss is invincible. Yes, you see he's still laughing, he's crazy. Although I am very reluctant to say that, you should give up, little Lee. Ridicule and dissuasion came to my ears, and Might Guy's solemn expression gradually became a smile. For a time, the master and the apprentice were like lunatics. Guy, you. Konoha's lotus will bloom again. The big board Kiba raised his shiny head, and Might Guy's smile was full of confidence. I don't want my efforts to fail here. Teacher Guy, please agree with me. Now it's time for me to implement my own tolerance. The 8 inner gates, third gate, life gate open. Lee Rock, who was surrounded by a chakra storm, clenched his fists. Next, it's the 4th door, Huomen, open. Lee Rock with blood-piercing nostrils, protruding blue veins all over his body, and his watermelon head upside down as pervert at this moment. No, is he transformed, Super Saiyan? Are you he skin-boiled big crab? Whoosh. Disappeared. So fast. Where is he? Why don't you understand? Gently took a step forward to dodge the sneak attack behind him, and the flowing ons of the silver-white tulle floated back and forth as if strolling in the courtyard. It's obviously not fast, but Lee Rock, whose speed is doubled, can't even touch it. No matter how fast the uncontrollable speed is, it's just a trick of the monkey to catch the moon. No matter how hard you try, you can't get the desired result. You struggle in vain, and in the end you can only sink yourself to the bottom of the water and catch your life. Lee Rock, use the 8 inner gates is a little too early for you. Quote. Gently lift the arm, bang. The bare feet that blocked the side kicks. The Leeuman looked at the torn skin and persuaded the little Lee. Give it up, the gap between us is the realm, not the level that 1 or 2 forbidden techniques can make up. Choosing to become a ninja, destined to be the biggest mistake of your life. No, ninjas are great. Relying on the strong strength brought by the 8 inner gates, little Lee tightened the Kiba pass to speed up again, and his afterimages were everywhere. But does it work? Absurd insistence, let the facts tell you the distance between us. In terms of speed, I'm not slow. Martial arts lightning dance whoosh. What? What kind of speed is this? The first punch, I'm going to hit you on the left cheek. Puff. Second punch, I'm going to hit you on the right cheek. Puff. The third punch, I'm going to hit you in the chest. Puff. 10 punches in a row, 10 attacks in a row. Each time Lu Meng would say the part to hit in advance, but Lee Rock couldn't block it once. The difference is too big. This is a qualitative distance, a gap that cannot be bridged by quantity. Do you still insist? In front of martial arts, insist on your ridiculous physical skills. Ninja, it's great. His hands and feet twitched and he barely opened his eyelids. Lee Rock, who was lying in a pool of blood, couldn't let go. Liamong Betting's eyes became more and more disdainful. It's a ridiculous and pathetic insistence, let this blow end it. Martial arts golden steel shatter. Get out of the way, or you will die. Kakashi, who had seen this move, panicked when he saw Liamong jumping high and pulling back his right fist. There was a loud bang, and the ground in a 5-meter radius sank 3 feet, and Lee Rock, who was spinning and flying out, fell far away like a rag doll. Facing the terrified eyes of the stands, he turned around, and Liamong raised his hand to smooth the loose strands of hair. "Don't worry, I hit the ground. Since he chooses to continue to be a moon-fishing monkey, let him continue to sink. Lee Rock, your fist can't hit me at all. Never." Lang Bing looked back and threw a sentence, and Lu Meng dazed towards the stands. The exam room was restless after recovering from the shock. Is this really just the Chunin exam? Did we come to the wrong place? The two fighting brats. Ahem, I'm announcing that the winner of this challenge is. He covered his mouth and coughed twice. Just as the half-dead Hayate looked at Liamong's back and was about to declare his victory, everyone suddenly turned around. Looking at that figure swallowed saliva. Tick, 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 tick. The figure that staggered and struggled up from the ground trembled slightly, and every time it moved, a large piece of blood slipped and shattered. The everted muscles lined the broken yuhi, and the pale smile had a poignant desolation. I can still play. Boom. Is this the first time you are shocked today? Looking at the child who was covered in blood, at the figure who would rather die than retreat, at the young man who would do anything, everyone was shocked. There is a kind of admiration called persistence. There is a kind of heroic call that never goes back. There is a fighting spirit called tenacity. Is it worth it for a test? At this moment, everyone was confused. Ask for collection, is a new book, please support more, thanks to the cloud. Text chapter 26_ bet on the fate of the blue beast is doomed to fail. Guy, I don't know what that kid means to you, Akatsuki, and I can't say anything, but you'd better stop him immediately. Kakashi looked very solemn. With Lee Rock's current state, there is only a dead end. Might Guy stared solemnly off the court, and did not answer for a long time. Kakashi's face darkened. Guy, you have disappointed me so much. No, you don't know the kid at all. I want to prove to everyone that even if you don't know how to do ninjutsu and demonic illusion, you can still become a great ninja. This is my dream. Lee Rock shouted brightly at the graduation reverberated in his ears, and Might Guy's solemn expression gradually turned into boundless pride. For that child, there is something more precious than life that he needs to prove and protect. I'm just helping him become a man capable of protecting that kind of thing, that's all. Lee, prove to the world that you are great. Don't settle for ordinary. Don't indulge in mediocrity. Bet on the name of the blue beast. The teacher is proud of you. Mr. Guy, suddenly looking back, looking up at the big thumb raised high in the second floor stand, watching Might Guy's signature shining and heroic smile, Lee Rock's exhausted heart poured into Izumi. I'm not down, I can still fight, I'm the galloping blue beast of Konoha, bet my all. To prove to the world. Ordinary is also great. The 8th inner gate's 5th gate Duman open. The pain of tearing muscles all over his body and ignoring the pain of life passing, Lee Rock gathered all his potential and will into one punch, straight, firm, and unstoppable. It's a punch beyond the ordinary. It's a punch out of mediocrity. This punch condenses everything he has, and this punch contains everything he has. Fall down. The dead wood is flowing, with my hope. Lilianwa. Konoha that bloomed again fell into the dust, and after a violent roar, the persistent boy fell. In front of him, it was like a moat. I said, you hit. The voice that stopped abruptly could no longer be said, and Liamong stared blankly at his chest, looking at the blood stains on his chest, and was stunned. This was not supposed to happen, but it happened now. At that moment, did his speed exceed the limit? Lee Rock. Whoa. Liamong, who threw away the Fenghua gauze, turned and left, said loudly, I agree with your choice. Even if you become a ninja, you are still great. Baidu Interesting Academy. Silent. What happened at that moment? Watching the boy who fell in a pool of blood, no one in the audience knew Akatsuki. When they recovered from their astonishment, another thunder struck them. Lee Rock, The boy who dared to resist the ordinary, who did everything to prove his belief, miraculously stood up again. Silver-white tulle gauze falling against the sky, dragging the disabled body with shattered musculoskeletal bones, stood up again, firmly and resolutely. What supports him? Is there really something more important than life? Sakura. Inuzuka Kiba. Uzumaki Naruto. One after another, the alumni of the same generation opened their eyes sluggishly. They did not understand why children of the same age would have such a detachment from life and death. Uchiha Sasuke, are you still talking about the revenge Tenten? While you are thinking about how to take revenge day and night, there is a child who is working silently. Maybe he doesn't talk much, but he is always harder than you. Hyuga Neji, known as the rare genius of the Hyuga family in a century, the successor of the Hyuga Tenin bloodline. How do you feel at this moment? This is the challenge of the ordinary to the extraordinary, and this is the proof of the ordinary to the genius. Even without those dazzling halo, Lee Rock is still great, and the greatness of the ordinary is always more shocking than the success of genius. Lee is ready, keep going, your body Lee. Eyes wide open in shock, Might Guy, who was holding on to his beloved disciple, froze. The dilated pupils did not focus, and the trembling body was rigidly balanced. Seeing his lover who would rather die than fall, Might Guy's tears wet the ground. You, even if you lose consciousness, you must prove to the world. Your own ninja. Enough. You've been recognized as a great ninja, great. Call the medical class over here. The medical ninja who arrived in a hurry carefully helped little Lee onto the stretcher. After a little inspection, the leader of the team opened his mouth and dragged Guy to the side with difficulty. Slowly walking back to the auditorium, Liamong and a group of classmates looked at each other silently. A long time. Shikamaru asked with a troubled face, is it worth it? For him, it's worth it. Liamong answered with great certainty, and he was very sorry. Stop and count, Lee Rock is probably the only person in Konoha he admires. Only one. Boss, you have a way, right? You have to challenge that nasty eldest young master with thick eyebrows. How can he? Shut up. Don't insult Lee's persistence. Lang Lang glared at Uzumaki Naruto who was noisy in front of him. At this moment, Lu Meng looked down on this kid. Cherish your talent. If Lee Rock has the powerful recovery of the Uzumaki clan Lee, don't even try to beat him. People who work hard don't have talent. People who don't work hard waste talent. It's a fucking world. After saying a sentence, he put Uzumaki Naruto aside, and Liamong looked out into the sky with a sense of loss. Lee Rock, really like him. The same effort, the same unwillingness, and the same fall under the effort. No matter how much an ordinary person pays, it can't compare to a word from a rich person. Looking at this persistent boy, Liamong felt a different kind of pain in his heart. I have a chance to do it all over again, how about you? Standing quietly on the edge of the railing, there was another person behind him in a trance. Quiet, gentle, and put his face behind his back. The first challenge is over, and the second challenge begins. Looking at the two names that came to a stop on the big screen, the whole exam room was boiling. Hyuga House Civil War. Main clan splits. Eldest miss to eldest young master. It's really Brother Liamong. He walked out from behind with a timid expression, and Hinata raised his face nervously. Come on, you're no worse than anyone. Yes. With a less firm answer, Hyuga Hinata descended into the arena and stood opposite Hyuga Neji who had already stood there, looking to the side with dodging eyes. Seeing the young secretary showing such a weak and bullying appearance, the eldest young master of the Hyuga family laughed, sarcastically, Miss, you are really not suited to be a ninja. You are naturally timid and do not know how to refuse, just like that bastard. The boss pulls you into the black to help you not resist. The gang collects protection fees, but you secretly give the money you get to those children from poor families. As a ninja, you are unqualified, and as a gangster, you are also not good. So, where else can you do it? If the Chunin exam wasn't a threesome, I'm afraid you wouldn't even take it. Am I right, timid Miss Main Clan? Me. What am I? Look at the way you can't say anything right. Hyuga Neji said more and more vigorously, his face full of contempt and ridicule. Miss Main Clan, who will always put her hands on her chest, what makes you so afraid of wanting to keep your distance from people? Face your weak heart. You don't even dare to touch people, what else can you do? You are destined to achieve nothing in your life. No, it's not like that. No, Hyuga Neji raised her head arrogantly, her milky white pupils full of contempt. Since standing off the court, have you ever faced me once? So I understand that you are just pretending, you never thinking about winning this challenge, but thinking about how to get out of here as soon as possible, am I right? Dodging again, facing Hyuga Neji's provocation, Hinata looked away in confusion, as if his father's scolding appeared in his ears again. Seeing that Hinata didn't even dare to say a word, Neji's contempt became 3 more points. Miss Main Clan, people's fate is doomed. You are afraid, you are shrinking, I have seen through everything with this Byakugan, weak but you can't beat anyone at all, you just can't. Shut your stinky mouth. He stepped on the railing and stared down. Liamong looked at Neji as if he was looking at a dead person. You don't understand Hinata's efforts, and no one in the entire Hyuga family will understand. Hyuga Neji, I know lousy. Why do you look the worst in school? Because you are a rubbish. No matter how talented you are, it can't change the nature of your rubbish. You don't understand Lee Rock's toughness, and you don't understand Hinata's toughness either. Is Byakugan amazing? Hinata, then you show them, even without using those eyes, you are 100 times stronger than this crap. Brother Liamong, a soft cry, raised his hands slowly, thinking of countless warm companionships day and night. Hinata's little secretary's eyes gradually became firmer, and the slender hands that were separated up and down were like a round hug. The spectators were once again amazed. What is that gesture? Kakashi. Kurenai Yuhi. 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Every savvy ninja frowned. The gentle fist gestures at Hyuga's house were the same, but now the Hinata's opening was completely different, and the little girl didn't even open the Byakugan. Remembering what Lu Mang had just said, their eyes widened to the extreme. Hyuga Neji, who had been run on for a long time, clenched the Kiba pass, and withdrew his eyes with a sneer. It's just a grandstanding monkey show, leaving Byakugan, what other moves can you use? Or, you and that bastard. Just like the head, you don't even want family honor. You are not allowed to say that Brother Liamong, Brother Liamong is a good person. Tom. One of the somersaults fell into the ground, and the boy who was issued a good card was sluggish. Looking sideways, everyone's eyes showed a smile. If this kid is a good person, there will be no bad guys in the world. Seeing the funny appearance of the Liuman falling into the pit with his head down, Hinata's little secretary had a pretty face like Yuhi, like 2 ripe apples, and quietly left with the last trace of nervousness. Directly opposite, Hyuga Neji, whose temples were bulging, pulled out the gentle fist gesture, and he couldn't wait to end this farce. Let me prove what destiny is. In my eyes, your fate is already doomed to fail. Text chapter 27 _ Who is the weak and strong waist? I announce, the second challenge, starts now. Just as Moonlight Hayate retreated, Hyuga Neji rushed up. Heihei168.com pointed with both hands like swords, and stabbed the big acupoint all over Hinata's body. The sharp attack point to the chest, the little secretary put on his wrist in a hurry, stroking the side with the trend, and guiding the sword to the empty space. Hyuga Neji, who stumbled and fell out, almost fell over because the attack failed and the strength was poor, and it was only when 2 rotating palms slapped the ground that he stabilized his figure. With this one move alone, the spectator crowd was sluggish. What kind of boxing is this? Can such a light punching technique also hurt people? It's so weird. Weird. Pulupulu got up slowly with the mud stained on his body, and looked at the second floor with disdain. Don't take your ignorance for granted, what is weird? Goodness is like water, and water is good for all things without arguing. Just the sword of Hyuga's family. The kung fu of finger and acupuncture is also called soft. If you are really dumb, you can say that deaf people believe that they are all 250 to 1 piece. Keep your eyes open to see what a real gentle fist is. Quote. Hinata, kill him. Arrogant. Family boxing was despised. Hyuga Neji turned his eyes angrily, and the Liuman with his arms around him didn't care about him at all. Hyuga family, who was ignored, went mad, and rushed to Hinata in a frenzy to prove the power of the Hyuga-style gentle fist method. But does this thing work? Even if you are prepared in your heart, you should still sway, fall, and sway back and forth as if you were drunk. Hinata's little secretary who seized the opportunity stepped on the yin and yang and pinned his knees and wrists. As his body flashed, 2 small fists clenched into the shape of a hammer smashed past like a thunderbolt. Progress. Chakra spit out shock words, and Hyuga Neji, whose center of gravity was unstable, banged. The incarnation of his body became a cannonball, and he fell backwards and fell all the way, and he didn't get up for a long time. The scene was completely silent, and there was no sound at all. This is a fight that completely subverts the concept of cognition. Before this, no one has ever seen such a boxing technique. Although I don't want to admit it, compared to Hyuga's gentle fist, Hinata's performance is probably the real softness. No hurry, no slow, no fast, no slow, every move and every style is clearly seen, which is different from the speed that burst out when Liu Kai Liamong fought against Li Rock. This is another manifestation of ultimate. Playing slow and fast, using weak to overcome the strong, the little secretary spread his hands like a round little secretary, his shy and pretty face was dyed with Yan Yuhi. Brother Neji, I am very strong. Interesting academy debuts. Damn. Are you confident? Hyuga family, who was not favored by her father since she was a child, and who was often called trash, finally gained self-confidence in the battle, and her bright smile was comparable to that of the morning sun in early spring. Lu Meng looked as if he was going crazy, the water line overflowing from the corner of his mouth slowly dragged to the ground, shining white light, shrinking and trembling, causing a stomachache. A few gangsters next to them looked at it and retreated all the way. I don't know him. Wong. Don't look at me, I don't know who that guy is. The boss is crazy again, we should wake him up. He opened his mouth and rolled up his sleeves. Uzumaki threw off the crab and walked closer, snorting 2 white smoke from his nostrils. Boss. Boom. He swung his fist out and turned his body into a meteor. Liamong subconsciously clenched his fist and wiped his saliva. He looked left and right in doubt. Is there anyone just now? No. I didn't see it. You must be hallucinating. Ah, how did you say that? He looked at the 3 little brothers who were avoiding the distance, and Liamong was about to ask, when Hyuga Neji's roar came from his ears, you really think that ridiculous boxing technique can better than gentle fist? In that case, I'll show you the true meaning of Hyuga flow. Gentle fist 8 trigrams 64 palms. The dark green pattern appeared out of thin air, and the figure of the eldest young master of the Hyuga family suddenly more than doubled. This is a combination of enchantment and taijutsu, a hybrid attack with a domain nature, which is the pride of the Hyuga family. Standing in the formation, he spread his hands and felt the restraining force pouring into his body. Although Hinata was shocked, he opened the circle. The audience in the stands stared straight ahead. Including the 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, one of the senior ninjas looked like giraffes, and their necks were stretched straight. What is that thing? Left hand draws the yin, the right hand draws the sun. If Hyuga Neji summons the 8 trigrams field, then Hinata incarnates into Tai Chi. The azure blue chakra lines that looked like hairs quickly rotated and wrapped around the delicate body, without any dead ends, cyclically reciprocating, forming a perfectly round sphere of light. Looking at this incomparably bizarre picture, Kiba Guanyi, the eldest young master of the Hyuga family who had bullied him in front of him, bit out his sword finger. No matter what, don't try to stop me. 8 trigrams 2 palms. 8 palms. 32 palms. Palm beats a palm beats a palm, and the palms are linked in a series of moves. Facing the storm-like attack of Hyuga Neji, the little secretary Hinata seemed to be transformed into a small boat in the boundless ocean, rising with the waves. Ups and downs, despite the high winds and waves, still remain calm. After the 64 palms filming, the figure suddenly slowed down, and Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of disbelief. The supreme boxing method that the Hyuga family is proud of has been broken. How is this possible? It is not that no one has defeated the Hyuga family in the past, but those people are resisting rather than cracking. These are two completely different concepts. Who is the trash? Looking back on the hard work and practice day after day, Hyuga Neji does not understand why a timid young lady like Hinata can become so strong. Is this fate? Is the difference between a main clan and a split so big? Do not. No, she's not using gentle fist. What exactly is that punch? The furious Byakugan tensed up suddenly. The eldest young master of the Hyuga family was thinking about it, and Hinata's little hand clapped over. Like electricity, he threw his palms back, and the young master Neji, whose backs of his hands were printed on his chest, flew again. This time he flew faster. This time he fell farther, crashed into the sculpture with a bang like a Patriot missile, knocked a hole in the thigh of a good stone statue, and embedded the whole person in it. 64 palms, strengths were integrated into one, and they were thrown out with a single whip with taiji twisting and twisting. Hyuga Neji was out of luck. He smashed into the sculpture's thigh. He only felt that all his internal organs were displaced. The blood in his throat turned on the tap as if he didn't want money. He coughed hard, and there was nothing around him. A piece doesn't hurt. Kakashi, whose eyes were like goldfish, twitched his cheeks crazily, and said in horror as if he had been hit by the wind, "This is an internal injury. There is actually a second type of boxing in the world that can hurt the internal organs. What the hell is going on? Idiot, don't be ashamed of your superficial knowledge. If you have time, go home and read more books." He glanced at the so-called Hatake patriarch with infinite sarcasm, and looked at the field with arrogance. Some self-righteous 205, using their stupid ass-like heads to classify casually, Hyuga's boxing and Konoha-style fists are the inside and outside. If only the damage is calculated, then these two things should be grouped together. Impossible. How can Gangquan and gentle fist go together? Say that you are still ignorant, and there are internal and external boxing methods in the world. You train your muscles and skin on the outside, and you breathe on the inside. When you practice dark energy, you can still penetrate the 5 internal organs. Forget it. I don't understand anything with you guys. It's a waste of saliva for the layman to explain. The chief examiner, you should announce the result of the competition. Neji brother. Hyuga Neji, how dare you? The murderous eyes that looked down suddenly burst out. Hinata, who thought he wanted to apologize at the end of the game, flew out and caught the young secretary's livid yuhi. Ninja can't be judged by common sense. Miss, your fate is doomed. He coughed and lowered his vertical arms, and Hyuga Neji's eyes were full of contempt. The whole exam room was dead silent. It's a sneak attack. Shameless sneak attack. Are ninjas really unreasonable? Hyuga Neji, you are courting death. Stop. Don't be impulsive. Swish swish 4 figures stopped in front of him. Kakashi, Kurenai Yuhi, Moonlight Hayate, Mitarashi Anko. It's important to take care of Hinata first. In one sentence, the Death Point released his clenched fist, and looked at the figure in the ruins through the gap between the 4 Jonin. Liamong said without any emotion, treasure the next time, you don't have much time to live. Quote. Humph. Cough cough. Medical class. In 2 exams, 3 candidates were seriously injured, and Lu Meng, who was protecting Hinata, looked at the doctor nervously. Where is the injury? Heart. With a very ugly face, he retracted the stethoscope, and the medical captain tilted his head and looked to the side. That kid killed him. Boom. Kakashi, are you trying to stop me? The forward punch was firmly grasped by the open fingers, and Sharingan, the head of the Hatake family, was very serious. The grievances in the examination room were resolved. You have to wait a month for revenge, and you can't touch him now. What if I want to move? Countless eyes gathered. Liamong slowly looked around for a week, and withdrew his fist in resentment. Hello, very good, pray to the gods and Buddhas in the sky, if there is something wrong with Hinata. Text chapter 28 _ the 10th class preparing to go to the study. Hearing that Moonlight Hayate announced that Hyuga Neji had won the second challenge, the brothers of the Konoha gang sank. Interesting academy. Shikamaru frowned and folded his hands. Choji, Gabar, shattered the palm of the hand. Aburame Shino silently pushes the sunglasses. Inazuka Kiba's eyes are full of anger. The remaining Uzumaki Naruto was the only one who made a fuss, jumping and shouting, jumping up and down. Why, how can it be judged that the abominable Byakugan man won? Ahem, although I don't want to admit it, ninjas really can't follow common sense. The last one was Hyuga Neji. No matter what happened before, he won. It's not fair. Enough, Naruto, looking back coldly and shouting to stop the commotion, he said in a dignified manner, it's fine if he wins, I can kill him righteously after a month. Boom. Boss, you. Flowering. It's really troublesome, this kid is killing it. With a gloomy old face, he grabbed the pipe, and after taking a few puffs, Hokage thought for a solution. Hyuga Neji is a genius born out of the Hyuga family, and if it follows the past practice, it will naturally be guaranteed. But today Hyuga Hinata, Miss Main Clan, who has always been undervalued, has suddenly emerged, which is really not an ordinary trouble. You must know that Hyuga Hiyashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga family, had given up on this little girl and supported her sister Hyuga Hanabi instead. How will the Hyuga family choose? As a shadow of a village, Sarutobi Hiruzen has many questions to think about. And there is a bigger trouble here. The former Hatake family who changed the surname to Kuchiki, the abandoned heir Kuchiki Liamong. Even if you think about it with your feet, you can understand the value of this bastard. The extraordinary physical skills revealed in the previous battle with Lee Rock, and the bizarre boxing skills Hyuga Hinata used afterward, are all eye-catching secret skills. Especially the latter, Hinata didn't open Byakugan at the time. In other words, that weird boxing technique that can defeat the Hyuga-style profound art is likely to be learned by everyone, and does not need to rely on any blood. The bigger the cake, the bigger the trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help sighing when he remembered the 2 scrolls he handed in earlier. How many people have you practiced to death? There is no problem with the scroll, and the training method is no problem, but people still practice one after another to death. 3 generations of Hokage did not suspect that Liamong was playing tricks in the scrolls, but after repeated investigations several times, he still found no doubts with his eyesight. That means that what is written on the scroll is genuine. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen has absolute confidence. Who is he? He is the living encyclopedia of Konoha, a generation of ninja who is known as Dr. Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen never believed that Liamong could do something wrong under his nose. This is confidence and strength. The end of the second exam, I took a short rest. The 3 Sunagaku brothers and sisters in the stands had different expressions. Kan Julong had long since lost his arrogance, and cold sweat kept dripping from his bells and whistles and painted cheeks. Konoha Genin is like this. Strength. Impossible, they should be only a few. Tremblingly grabbing the Samsung fan to hide his horror, Tamari was full of worry. Heihei168.com. Hearing her brother and sister's obviously weak words, Gara hugged her head frantically. Kill them, their blood must be delicious, ha 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 ha. Oops. This is even more troublesome. Gara. Go away. One of the elder sisters who wanted to get close but didn't dare to get close. The son of the 4th generation of Kazekage, the one-tailed Jinchuriki column force opened his eyes wildly, the dark panda eyes were full of bloodshot. Kill it. I must kill them. Blood, I want blood. Mom. Done. The monster inside him is about to wake up again. Cold sweat broke out and retreated again and again. Kan Julong, who has been afraid of Gaara since she was a child, wished she could find a hole and burrow into it immediately. Tamari, who was standing next to him, stretched out his hand nervously, opened his mouth to say something, but was too afraid to speak. Gaara became more and more mad, fine sand kept rising from the ground, and a terrifying breath spread throughout the audience. 3-generation-old man was stunned, that child. Akamaru. The two cute little front paws tried their best to open their collars and get into their arms. Akamaru Wuwu, who was hiding in Inuzuka Kiba's arms, shivered and refused to show her head. Shikamaru tilted his head with a troubled face, looks like they are big trouble. The 3 Gaara siblings were wary of the Konohas, and the Konohas also discovered their abnormality. Looking at each other in the air, the intense sparks rang endlessly. Suddenly, a middle finger stood up. You guys, are you looking for a beating? Arms and sleeves, he pouted his mouth and stuck out his tongue. Uzumaki Naruto took 2 steps forward and rubbed his nose sharply. Gaara's bloodthirsty eyeballs immediately skyrocketed 3 times. The enemy and the enemy are collectively Sparta. Who is this idiot kid? Is he sick? Ahaha, don't answer him, his nerves are not normal. Pulling Naruto behind him and smiling, Haruno Sakura waved his hand brightly. Naruto, who didn't know how to die, still wanted to step forward, and a bunch of shadows connected to his feet. Kiba. Understood. The oversized baseball bat drawn from the sky tapped on the ground, and Naruto finally found the wrong one and said awkwardly, what do you want to do? Home run. A stick was blasted out of the sky, and an unwilling wolf howl came from the distant Namek. Ah. Wait for me, my Uzumaki Naruto will come back. Ding. The splendid meteor disappeared far away in the night sky of Yuhi. After finishing the trouble, Inuzuka Kiba turned back to fight the baseball bat, waved his hands and shouted, it's gone, it's gone, it's all gone. What to see, what to see. Well, will Kiba come back? Sakura, who looked nervous, didn't even dare to mention her name. Inuzuka Kiba, who was instantly petrified, was silent for a long time and covered his forehead. Don't tell me this, my stomach hurts. I hope he won't come back. Shikamaru patted Kiba's shoulder with understanding, and then shook his pineapple head in trouble. But according to past practice, we can only hope that he will come back a little slower. How much slower is it? Sakura bit her fingertips timidly, holding her heart in fear. About winter, Ino said in a harsh tone. 1,000 years later, Shino was even more ruthless than her. Until the end of the world. Choji resolutely took his last sip. Haruno Sakura was confused. Is it possible? Konoha Xiaoqiang looked at each other, looked at the roof of the opening and recited the blessing of Bodhisattva. The 3 Gaara sisters and brothers stayed in the same place blankly. Are these guys some brains? Finding that the situation seemed to be out of control, Moonlight Hayate quickly coughed and announced the start of the 3rd challenge. Turning around and staring at the constantly rolling big screen, looking at the familiar names that flashed from time to time, the candidates who had not yet participated in the challenge all fixed their gazes. What a hassle. I'm hungry. Have you 2 finished? Angrily clenched her fists and clenched Silver Kiba, and Ino's sister, who had thrown her ponytail, was fed up. As soon as the troublesome expression faded, Shikamaru pulled his teammates to the corner with little seriousness, bit his ears mysteriously. Listen to what you 2 say next. As the captain, I have to remind you. Wait, when did you become the captain? Why doesn't my mother know? Cough cough, let's put this question aside for now, pay attention to what I have to say. With black lines all over his forehead, Shikamaru shifted his gaze slightly to the next opponent. Although the most troublesome one has already been eliminated, it's like an accidental outbreak. We don't know if the rest of these guys have any backers. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke are all big enemies, and the 10-10 of Hyuga Neji Rock team should also be difficult to deal with. Strong generals have no weak soldiers. Those 2 guys are strong in that way, They're teammates or underdogs for no reason. Who said that maybe that woman with a beanbag on her head is a bad guy? Okay, we have to think about the worst. Naruto, you have all seen Sasuke's strength. If you encounter them, quickly admit defeat. 10-10, you can try it first. Anyway. The third challenge, Yamanaka involves Haruno Sakura. Players from both sides please leave the field. Wow, ha 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 ha, my mother's luck is so good, and I haven't met any opponents in my interests. How can Sakura's wide forehead nympho be my mother's opponent? Look at me like this and then like this. Shikamaru. Choji. The candidates ended up facing each other, the former friend and now the rival in love, one fan Yuhi, one bright yellow, one heroic, one sassy, standing together and shaking their arms like two fried hens. Sakura, you can't beat me, Sasuke doesn't like to be around girls with wide foreheads. Ino, what nonsense are you talking about? Sasuke confessed to me yesterday. Wow, is it dark now? Ino said, raising his head and blinking curiously. Sakura rattled his joints. What do you mean by that? Ino didn't answer Sakura's doubts, and nodded solemnly at the sunset. It's not dark, no wonder. What the hell do you mean? Don't understand. I don't know. I really don't understand. I really don't understand. It's dawn. Ino blinked in surprise. You don't even know this. You bastard. I'm a bastard, and you're a fool with a wide forehead. If Sasuke can confess to you, my mother will swallow the whole flower shop at home. Then go home and eat it. Boo, boo. The electric flowers collided violently, and the two stared cross-eyed collided like a bull. Forehead to forehead, eyelids to eyelids, and the little hands below you pinch me and twist it. Just when everyone thought the battle was about to escalate, Sakura suddenly and solemnly tore off his forehead guard. Forget about Ino, now I'm not interested in fighting with you anymore. What did you say? Don't you understand? Sakura said confidently, because you are not worthy of Sasuke at all, and your strength is so weak, how can you be my opponent? Haruno Sakura, who do you think you are, and dare to talk to my mother like that? You crybaby, don't be too arrogant. Looking at the two girls below who were talking more and more, the audience in the stands covered their cheeks in unison. As a class teacher, Sarutobi Asuma opened his mouth and exhaled a gloomy smoke. Is it really the age of love? For love, I don't even want friendship. Teacher Asuma, they should want to play a serious game. Shikamaru, the captain, was very clear about Ino's character. Because of Naruto's relationship, he also knew something about Sakura. Don't look at the fact that the two girls are talking about Sasuke with their mouths open and shut, but they are actually mad at each other. Hey, what a troublesome woman. Women are really troublesome, and a woman who is in love is even more troublesome. Why do I have such troublesome teammates? Trouble, 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 when can I stop being troublesome? Muttered like a monk chanting scriptures into his ears, and Choji stuck 2 tablets in his mouth, pretending he didn't hear it. Asuma grinned to the back of his ears and turned his head, stiff as if he had just been hit by a 108,000-pound Haitian needle. Ding! A kunai collided, and the third challenge began. Wu Jing. Guanyin. Let's fight. ... Text chapter 29 _ towards the rhythm of the sky. Tsukasa Kiba said and pushed his teammate standing beside him. Shino, what time is it? 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Baidu Interesting Academy. Oh, so boring, are they still fighting? Naruto, who fell in a daze, rubbed his face hard. I don't know, pay attention to the image. The image is a fart. With sleepy eyes, he turned his head to the third Hokage, who was winking wildly, and nodded his head. Inuzuka Kiba subconsciously wanted to go to the kennel. It's time for Akamaru to get up. Hey, you guys, muttered to the old man in a vague way. Choji's troublesome big belly is really comfortable to lie down. Squinting again, looking at the yellow feces squeezed out of the corner of the old man's eyes, Uzumaki Naruto yawned and fell back asleep. Shikamaru, who was awakened, kicked him seriously. Image, strong, tiredly swinging Xiaoman's waist and raising his chest. Ino, who opened his mouth and closed his mouth, estimated that they should finish the fight at dawn. Sakura, can you hold on? Ino, I think it's because of you that you can't do it. Lala's clothes turned over, and she said, how many times has this been? How long will they fight? Exhausted. Sakura, who was also panting and panting, touched the empty ninja bag. Her broad forehead was swooping with crystals, and she was cutting next to her, right? Who said that? The old lady is better than you. Sakura, you can't do it. Weighing the black and gray circles around his eyes, he glanced at the wall clock on the wall. Moonlight Hayate felt that he should go back and ask him this infinitely profound question. Bar. I think it's your fault. You punch, I kick, you punch, I kick, two tired unborn grandsons, maybe he should have a son. Half an hour passed by. In the direction of Sunagakure village, Tamari, leaning on a 3-star fan, slumped his head, bewildered. The ninjas in the stands watched with a squeak-like gasp. Agree. Is it really good to do this? Blindly glanced in the direction of Konoha, pillow, Gaara didn't know when to sit on the top of the gourd. Marky said, why don't we go back to sleep? Good job, especially when there's a monster in here. What if Gaara fell asleep? Tamari wanted to agree but was afraid of losing face of Sunagakure village. As the leading teacher, Maki was instantly distressed, and led the 3 young masters and young ladies to participate in the middle, me. 1,000 years. Or an eternal. 1,000 eternal, even the Ashes Jonin from Sunagakure village, who seemed to have countless grass and mud horses running through his heart, quickly shook his head, feeling that it was necessary for the 2 girls below to take the test quickly. You 2 are blind. This way, look this way, I rely on. Also become fossils. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Jonin, who didn't want to become a fossil, glanced around and found that no one was paying attention to him, and threw a ninja bag. How long have they been fighting? Sakura skinny monkey. I'm going to kill you. Ino, give up, you can't beat me. Sakura, it's better to come up and try again if you have the strength to speak. The old lady promised to go on, shouting in her heart, take it quickly, wow, pull it back, Akamaru, do you think we are the 2? Look at the trick. Crackle, after Wow Cha. Hokage of all dynasties is on, haven't they finished it yet? One punch will send you back to the west. Ino pig head. This is a long time when you should get some breakfast back. Wow. Aha, it seems that you agree. Well, Inuzuka Kiba, who came back with the ninja dog, looked at the 2 girls who were still fighting for their lives, rubbed his head and turned his eyes to think about it. Inuzuka Kiba, who came back with a hill on his back, pretended to be uncle, let's go slower this time. I think, should we fight a bear, or should we fight a bear, or should we fight a bear? Enchung swallowed. Well, this has to be prevented. Picking up firewood, wearing meat skewers, and looking inside and out, Inuzuka Kiba looked at Uchi. Akamichi Choji was lying there with a big pancake face and was playing with the bearskin, and Aburame Shino, who beat him, was very doubtful whether this little fat man would be hungry. Guys, who are you on fire? No. Neither do I. Hasasuke, hey, let's light the fire. Ursukuko sat in the stands with her hands folded together, and didn't even look this way. There the hole. That thing seems to be his code detonator. Run. Ha ha ha, you all don't have it, I have it. The yellow note that was flying with sparks was thrown into the firewood, and Uzumaki Naruto proudly hugged him, cut. I want to kill him. Choji shook his head, still eating well. I rely on your sister, me. With a loud bang, Naruto Uzumaki, who exploded into a meteor, flew out into the sky, and Konoha sat down around the fire. The scent of the thing wafted in all directions, and a group of uninvited hungry wolves swallowed their saliva. I think it should be steamed. Peeling or bleeding first. Your words and my words, you decided to turn back and turn into African refugees. Shikamaru said, "Oh my gosh, who is this?" Why Kurenai Yuhi also rubbed her hands with a smile with the owner of Hatake who wanted to pick up ready-made cheap, followed by a group of shameless Konoha hungry wolves. Example, Sarutobi's revenge gangsters roasted bear meat. Standing behind her back with a cracked pipe, "I'm coming, even a beautiful woman like her has learned to eat for free. Bring me a medium rare. I want sma." Another example, Mitarashi Anko. Break time. The stunned ninjas stayed in place. 3 generations of Hokage-sama. Cough, this is not an example of 8 points. I want. Have you had enough trouble? It's really our village west being sluggish. Asuma is smoking. Mitarashi Anko twitched and stretched out his slender fingers. The old Madara's chicken feet quickly swiped and pulled, and the old Sarutobi, who had touched a piece of meat, floated away. Film. Countless crows croaked over their heads, and the Konoha and big ninjas flowed out black lines all over their faces. I rely on it. Damn old man, that piece of meat is mine. Damn old man. This puts the dog. The clanging noise smashed Yunxiao, and the 2 girls who were ignored in the examination room looked at each other, Xiaoqing, and rushed towards the barbecue frantically. Don't grab it, that piece of meat is mine. Anko, you can't do that. Are you trying to take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack? Sakura clenched the kunai suspiciously, all over it like cat scratches, and purred while feeling her belly. Why don't we both have something to eat? Ino smiled and lifted the drooping blonde hair. Eat, Kakashi forbids, then let us eat something together. Sakura glanced back in a heartbeat. Scratches. Ino was not happy anymore. Look at what you said, based on the relationship between the 2 of us, can I still lie to you? Aren't you hungry? Come back and fight again when you are full. Right together. Stupid, still fooled. Ino nodded with a smile. Eat. Then what are you waiting for? Kuudang, who was in the palm of his hand, squeaked and covered his stomach. If you don't go, I can go by myself. With a jade arm, in the moonlight Hayate's expectant gaze. Ninja, the art of turning the heart. Oops. It's over. Is it finally over? Skinned Sakura pounced on the grilled meat. Behind her, a pair of slender handpals shouted coquettishly, as if watching the passing person, Master Chief Examiner, I recognize this challenge. Get out of here. The body that suddenly froze in the middle of the jump froze for a long time, and Sakura, who slowly looked back, raised up. Prehistoric monster. How can a man have 2 spiritual bodies? Sakura, this guy. Damn Ino, how dare you! The tall spirit body like a mountain kicked the intruder away in anger, and Ino, who fled back in embarrassment, stared blankly at what? It's like 2 people. Don't think you're the only one with a gimmick when the boring 3rd challenge suddenly takes a historic turn. Secret mystery. Li Ying's combination technique has completely reduced me to a pig's head. Sma's cigarettes lit up his beard. The barbecued meat in Mitarashi Anko's mouth is stuffed into his throat. Looking at Haruno Sakura, who was furious and mad in the examination room, the audience became Spartan collectively. 3 generations of Hokage's pipe fell to the ground, and it was Cassie who took over the right to speak, and the whirling 3-tomo Sharingan stared at the extreme. It's really terrifying. Sakura's strength exposed at this moment is so shocking. This is far better than Hinata's bizarre punches or also shocking killer moves. Sarutobi is attacking the physique. You look at her feet. Reaching out and pointing at Sakura's golden power. This kind of ability can already be called invincible at the same level, if she can. Kakashi, what the heck is that? The madman guy was not there. As the old enemy, Karen used 2 different moves at the same time. The center of gravity was bound to be unstable. See, every time Sakura hits the ground, only one foot hits the ground, and the other. Physique. One person uses 2 at the same time. This is such a high rating that it is difficult for her to come up with such a solution. The talent of this child is probably higher than that of Naruto and Sasuke. If it wasn't for the bad background, I am afraid that the ninja world will not participate in the attack and will move elsewhere. This is because she has to maintain her focus. A frightened look into the field. Price. Who is Tsunade? That is the princess who was proclaimed by the name of the country of fire in the previous generation, and the strongest woman who stood proudly at the peak of the ninja world. Mr. Tsunade appeared. Shock. Infinite shock, thank you. The third challenge, which I thought was just a fight between children, actually witnessed the rise of another strong woman in the ninja world. I listened to Kakashi's stern analysis. The ninjas around me no longer had their previous impatience, and I just woke up with a startled look. Is ye going to go against the sky? Quote. Text chapter 30_Naruto, can you have a limit? I won this time. It's more convenient to read on mobile phones. m.heihei168.com. Damn, it's cheap for you. He fell into his friend's arms without finishing a sentence, and Ino's tired pretty face was filled with a little bit of disappointment and relief. Moonlight Hayate, who was finally relieved, raised his right hand. I announced that the third challenge will be played by Haruno Sakura. Thump. Medical class. It's alright, it's just that you're out of strength, just rest for a while. The medical captain who got up quickly rolled his eyelids from side to side and let out a long breath. This time, he was relieved that there were no serious injuries. After all, there were still 2 big troubles to be sent back to deal with. Looking at the violent girl who fell with her friend like a cherry blossom off the field, the ninjas of Sunagakure village were speechless. Tamari. Kan Julong. Gaara. The 3 children of 4 generations of Kazekage, boys and girls who have inherited different inheritances of Sunagakure village, all have a kind of silent silence and madness. You must not let her get close. Tamari said very firmly. She didn't want to be surrounded by 2 people who had the same mind. This ability is too unhuman. Kankuro cut his voice with a pretense of disdain, and hummed sternly, it's just a useless body technique. Kill her, I'm going to kill her, her blood must be delicious. It's so funny, so funny. Ha 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 ha. Gaara. The terrifying murderous intent could no longer be suppressed, and Akamaru wanted to drill into Inuzuka Kiba's arms. Halfway through the drill, he spit out white foam, and the cracked pipe in Hokage's hand snapped into pieces. That kid. Lord Hokage, let's take our leave. Tamari, Kankuro, take Gaara away immediately. Maki-sensei looked at his younger brother, who was obviously abnormal, and Sunagakure puppet master didn't have the sense of being an older brother at all. Tamari stretched out his hand hesitantly. Silver Kiba grabbed Gaara's collar with a bite. Let's go home. Home? Do I have a home? The confused little panda followed his sister away in a daze, watching their backs leaving. Akamichi Choji patted his stomach and said, Asuma-sensei, I don't want to fight anymore. Fighting such a terrifying guy, isn't it life-threatening? You can't do this kind of thing, and you can't even kill it. Although I am a little plump, I am not stupid. Looking at Akamichi Choji's resolute look, Sarutobi Asuma's head is like a golden hoop. Why did he accept such an apprentice? The scene of the peers, jokes appeared in front of him, and the teacher leading the 10th class smiled with difficulty. Choji, why do you suddenly don't want to fight? I'm full. Is it related to eating, being full and not wanting to fight? Asuma stared at Choji's bulging belly in dismay. Akamichi Choji answered very seriously. Mom said that you need to sleep when you are full to keep your body plump. I am full now, so I have to sleep. Kacha was struck by a dull thunder in the forehead, and the completely collapsed Asuma was speechless. What is the answer? Is the Akamichi family preparing to raise pigs? Well, they do look like pigs, but I don't want to be considered a big brother. Thinking of being teased by his colleagues, Asuma, who didn't want to look up, became anxious. Choji, are you afraid? No, I want to sleep. Choji answered with certainty. Asuma raised his voice excitedly. You're still afraid? No, I just want to sleep. Choji's affirmative expression seemed to loosen. Asuma went berserk. You must be scared. Okay, I'm scared. Choji spit out the teacher's words after asking 3 times. Thump. Falling down, Asuma, who could not be beaten, fainted. Shikamaru, who was full of black lines next to him, covered his forehead. He was indeed a troublesome teammate, troublesome fighting spirit, troublesome strength, everything was so troublesome. Akamichi Choji, whose nostrils turned into exhaust pipes, clenched his fists like a knockoff Harley that couldn't catch fire. Don't choose me, don't choose me, don't. Do not. How can you do this? Asuma-sensei, I'm dizzy, I'm really dizzy. He said he was dizzy. He fell to the ground in a daze, and put Choji, who had been shaken up by his senior brother, horizontally, and Asuma, who was scratching the melon, looked around, and Yuhi's bearded face turned into a monkey's butt. Shikamaru. Don't call me, I'm dizzy too. Plop fell to the ground and rolled his eyes, and the 10th class, who had no motivation, became the focus. Just when Asuma was speechless and burst into tears, a big flag with colorful Madara floated down the examination room. The flag was gray Yuhi in the east and turdish green in the west, mixed together in all colors except white. The banner was falling, and the young man who slowly appeared was solemnly facing the sky, holding a hammer in his left hand and a chisel in his right hand, and the scandium went straight to the sparks. The 2 big brushes crossed on the back looked like an X, and the row of small brushes on his forehead looked like a fool. Everyone looked at him as if they were looking at the unparalleled super big fool. Ha ha ha, I'm so stupid, I am the future 5 generations of Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto is also. When, come and worship me. This idiot. His equipment is all magic horses. Are you sure he's not here to sing? 1, 2, 3, 4, countless eyes gathered, and the crazy Uzumaki Naruto flicked a big brush and wrote 2 lines of characters in a blink of an eye. 5 generations of Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto ginseng on. How are you all afraid? Afraid of your sister. Shikamaru, who had pantothenic acid in his stomach, fought back his nausea and bumped into his friend next to him. Choji, please do something, go down and solve that troublesome guy, I'm deprived of oxygen. I'm missing too. Didn't you say you would admit defeat if you touch him? I admit it. You don't need to admit it now, you go and deal with him. But I fell asleep. Can you talk when you are asleep? Well, I'm sleepwalking. Then let's swim together. The bleak autumn wind rustled past, and a monkey named Big Brother stayed where he was. Asuma, that's the student you taught. Yuhi, listen to me, I really don't know them. Yuhi's old face fell to the ground, and Sarutobi Asuma wished he could find an ant hole to burrow into. A look of unbelievable blinking, Kurenai Yuhi floated away like a cloud. Of the Big Brother, whose liver was shattered into countless pieces, he turned his head full of dejection, swayed to Choji's side like a robot, picked it up and threw it down. You go down. No more. Can't you get down? No more. Release the handle. Not loose. Are you loose? It's not easy to kill me. Hearing the sound, he glanced at the 2 masters and apprentices who were clinging to the railing. Kakashi was taken aback. Kurenai Yuhi is sluggish. 3 generations of Hokage shivered like a stroke. Countless Konoha ninjas covered their cheeks and tried to dig a hole in the ground in shame. Uzumaki was stunned for a long time. He first turned his head to look at the stopped big screen, and then turned to look at Choji hanging in the air. He finally realized who his opponent was. He said excitedly, "Why is this big fat pig fighting with me? It's too embarrassing, I don't do it, I want to replace it." Grabbed the railing, and Choji, who wouldn't let go after saying anything, let go. With a muffled sound, looking at the meatball that smashed the ground into a sinkhole, Uzumaki Naruto trotted to Moonlight Hayate. "Master Examiner, please change me, I don't want to fight this fat man. I am if you want to be a Hokage man, how can you deal with such a big fat pig? You change it for me, Sasuke benefits, I want to fight Sasuke, or Inuzuka Kiba can do it. Please, change me, this fatty is so stupid, stupid like a big fat pig. Hey, don't you run away. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, human. Ah, what did you ask me to do? Hearing the sound, he turned his head and jumped to a height of 8 feet. Looking at Akamichi Choji, whose nostrils and eyes were pierced by fire and evolved into a fire-breathing dragon, Uzumaki Naruto swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Big fat pig, no, it's the big fat man, what are you doing? I'm going to kill you, it's called plump, not fat. And I'm not some big fat pig, you nasty little monkey. Big fat pig, who are you calling the little monkey? The needle pointed at the wheat, the brush pointed at the pig's head. Akamichi Choji's anger burned over the entire forest of death. Ninja, the technique of super doubling, I will crush you. The rumbling house collapsed, and looking at the transparent roof where the bricks and tiles smashed, 10,000 grass and mud horses popped up in the hearts of the 3 generations of Hokage. Immediately afterwards, the 10,000 grass mud horses became 100,000. Does it make a big difference? Let's see what the stakes are for the next 5 generations of Hokage. The art of shuriken from all directions has changed for me. 1 becomes 10, 10 becomes 100, 100 becomes 1000. Countless Uzumaki Naruto threw countless kunai, and a meteor shower like locusts reminded all the old ninjas of the Third Ninja War. Is this going to go against the sky? These 2 boys are crazy. No, I have to run away. Wait for me, I also run. The ninjas who ran out of the central tower in a blink of an eye found a tree fork nearby and squatted and watched, dragging a towering ancient tree with one hand and turning Akamichi Choji into Super Mario, jumping, stepping, and screaming. The immortal Naruto turned into thousands, and the ants rushed up like eating elephants. Shuriken, big brush, paint bucket, toilet stopper, everything that can be thought of and unexpected, all smashed at Choji. Big fat pig, let me down. The one who is going to fall is your technique of crossing the street. You are a scumbag. Looking at Akamichi Choji, who couldn't beat himself, jumping high and lying down, the Spartan Naruto turned his head and ran away in an instant. The rumbling sky collapsed, and the troubled central tower was reduced to history. Uzumaki Naruto, who was struggling from the dust, looked around with his head full of bags, and suddenly patted his thighs and laughed wildly. Wow, ha ha, big fat pig, in the end, you can't do it. Oh yeah, oh. What are you doing? The 3 colored pills from the ninja bag snapped open, and Akamichi Choji's anger boiled into an ocean. Hurry up and stop him. Shut up that idiot. Oh, sell high, this is really troublesome. Excited that Shikamaru dashed for his life, and at the last moment Shikamaru finally stopped his friend and wiped his cold sweat. Just when he was about to say something, Uzumaki Naruto got close to Choji who couldn't move, and snatched the glass box with a stinky face. Big fat pig, are these jelly beans in it? Why haven't I seen you eat them before? Well, I'll pay for it. Well. Crispy, chicken flavored, mushy. This idiot. Is that something edible? What's going on? How am I not feeling right? What is that evil aura? Kyuubi, 9 tails, that is the breath of Kyuubi, 9 tails. Run now. I want to go home. Kakashi, where have you died? Kakashi, hurry back and stop him. Patriarch, I am small and weak, I will leave this job to you. I am lost on the road of life. Kakashi. I cannot hear. ... Text chapter 31 _ the most shameless family in the world. I announce that the 4th challenge will be won by Uzumaki Naruto. Everyone applauds and observes a moment of silence. Hatake, who was standing in the endless ruins, took off his hat and saluted and gave the first speech, and a circle of black-clothed ninjas stood outside. At the memorial meeting, Naruto's little face was pale and ragged, the central tower with the shed lost and the wall collapsed, and only half of the crumbling broken stands remained, showing its heroic and tenacious vitality. Is this kid really dead? Inuzuka Kiba nodded and took a look inside, then whispered, "Why do I feel like he's sleeping?" "I feel the same." "I think so too. Why don't we go in and take a look? Although this guy is a bit fucked up, he's not used to it without him." "Well, let's go have a look then." 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7, the ninja, who was cautiously approaching him, was about to check, when Uzumaki Naruto, who was lying dead, suddenly stood up straight. There was a soft clicking sound, and the hands and feet of the people who were blown by the whimper-wind were cold. Sakura. Sasuke. Inuzuka Kiba. Alumni of the same period swallowed hard, and the nearest sister Ino bravely stretched out her slender fingers, shivering and pausing under her nose. In an instant, a cold air permeated the whole body. "Blast! Blast the corpse! Help! Wait for me! Hey, where are the people? Where are the people? Sakura Sasuke! Sakura, why did I hear someone calling you?" The second assistant who was running slowed down and turned to look at the teammates who were following him. Sakura looked back suspiciously. "I heard someone calling you too." The thorns stopped their footsteps, and the Konohas stood still for a long time and walked back silently. "I knew that guy wouldn't die. He's Xiao Qiangming." "What is Xiao Qiang?" "Xiao Qiang is a cockroach." "Is cockroach life strong?" "It's very strong. You can live if you pull your head off." "Then let's chop off his head next time." "Cut it down for what?" "When the ball kicks." The candidates returned and the game continued, with the remaining 5 genins standing together. Uchiha Sasuke stood there with both hands and Kabuto posing cool, an ice cube face stinking to death. Interesting academy. Inuzuka Kiba, who was hugging Akamaru, couldn't stop sniffing, and his unruly eyes were not good. A troubled face, Shikamaru lowered his head and kept rubbing a piece of rotten turf with his right toe, as if he had a grudge against it. The rest of Aburame Shino was silent, and Eternal's unchanged zombie face couldn't splash water. Tenten grinned and threw kunai one by one, aiming at the juniors who might become opponents. Who will it be? The 5th challenge match, Uchiha Sasuke vs Inuzuka Kiba. Please step back for the rest of the candidates. The note received from the 3rd generation old man was opened, and Moonlight Hayate coughed out his name. "It's not my turn yet, what a disappointment." Kuwuduo was spinning around. The shot into the tree pole, Tenten bored away. Shikamaru glanced at the ninja tool that was halfway under the tree, and touched his nose with a helpless expression on his face. Shino pushed his glasses and glanced at Kiba before disappearing silently. The north wind rose and the sun was falling. Looking at the opponent who seemed to be standing at the end of the horizon, Inuzuka Kiba clicked his tongue twice. "I said Urzuzi, I didn't expect that we would collide with each other. This uncle doesn't want to beat the disabled. Take your chance and admit defeat." "What a madman, I'll let you know what the glory of Uchiha is." "Hey, you're still stubborn. I said Ursuke, you're the only one in the Uchiha family. If you break it here, your family will be extinct. Presumptuous. You are courting death." Woo, woo, the sparks went straight, and seeing the wrong atmosphere, the Moonlight Hayate waved his right hand, turned around and ran away. He walked on the front foot, and Sasuke jumped up on the back foot. Kaden Fire Style, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. In the 6 years of school life, Ursukuko and the Konoha gang had a lot of fights, and he naturally knew the details of Inuzuka Kiba. In terms of speed alone, this shit-smelling guy is not much slower than the little Lee who takes off his weight, plus that troublesome family secret technique, it is better not to get close. Several sparks spit out, and the back of the neck hurts. Inuzuka Kiba didn't do much, and Ursukuko fell first. With a muffled sound, Kakashi, who was standing far away from the treetops, sank his face, and the 3 generations of Hokage next to him were blowing smoke rings. Don't stop him, even after a long rest, if that thing doesn't deal with it. Trust him, that kid is not easy. So confident. The 3-generation-old man looked at his disciple and grandson in amazement. This slacker even has moments of energy. The head of the Hatake family smiled brightly, and then sighed, that kid's surname is Uchiha. 3 generations of Hokage fell silent. In the ruins, 2 teenagers are staring. Why? No, just admit defeat. Walking unscathed, Inuzuka Kiba looked down at the ground with a sneer. Urzuzi covered her neck and slowly raised her head, her dark pupils gradually filled with unwillingness and struggle. Surely not. Once chakra is used, this shit will be restless, just like Sharingan before. So. Yeah, you sneak attack. He suddenly kicked up and swung back to the enemy, and Sasuke, who shoved his right hand into the ninja bag, threw out several shuriken. The spinning cross dart shot close. Inuzuka Kiba sneered and shook his body. Just as he was about to move forward, he suddenly froze in place. He who dares to despise Uchiha's glory, accept his arrogant punishment. What? Look at those shuriken. The hollow cross darts nailed to the wall of the ruins, each attached to a slender steel wire. Sasuke, who had 10 fingers and Kiba teeth at the same time, showed scorn. The surrounding ninjas were amazed. As expected of Uchiha's clansmen, their accomplishments in ninja gear were so superb. What will the boy against him do? Feeling the pain of a split, Inuzuka Kiba raised his head angrily. Secondary, you are not comfortable with yourself. Akamaru. Wong. Against the Inuzuka clan, you can never ignore their ninja dogs. Although Akamaru is not big, he can't be timid. Squinting at the little white dog who was flying at him, and then at Inuzuka Kiba, who was bound by steel wire, Urzuzi's heart was ruthless, forming a tiger print. What is he going to do? Too reluctant. Kaden Fire Style, Dragon Flame Jutsu. The flames that endured the pain burned halfway along the steel wire, and Ursukako, whose legs and wrists were bitten by the dog, could no longer collapse his hands. At the lines of fire burning from both sides of his body, Inuzuka Kiba raised the back of his hand and rubbed his nose. Sasuke, who forced Akamaru back with one foot, covered the back of his neck with a cold face, knowing that ninjutsu could no longer be used. After only 2 times, this ghastly thing felt like a riot. Do you still want to fight? The eldest son of the Uchiha family. No, it's an orphan. Inuzuka Kiba, stop playing such irritating little tricks, you're just a pile of stinky shit in front of me. Uchiha Sasuke, it looks like you don't want to. 2 bad-tempered guys collided. Tianlei stirred the ground fire, poured boiling oil into the boiling water, and blinked in one place. With his fists and feet, Sasuke felt that Sasuke was not as weak as he imagined. Inuzuka Kiba stepped back twice, and called Akamaru to his side with a whistle. Orc clone. Anthropomorphic ninja beast ninja. Second assistant, I have to be serious. If I don't want to die, I will quickly admit defeat. Coldly at Inuzuka Kiba, who turned into a wild dog lying on the ground, and then looked at Inuzuka Kiba next to him and turned into a hanging dog, Uchiha Sasuke pulled out a lunge. Seeing the familiar pose, the audience was stunned. Tenten, who knew his teammates very well, couldn't help but exclaimed, Lee. That's Lee's posture. It's really hard to imagine that it's so similar. That's not just similarity, little girl. Kakashi, who was terrified and jumped to his side with a squinting smile, explained with admiration, that's a copy, a complete copy. This is the horror of the Uchiha family. As long as seen by those eyes, you can use it. Quote. This is stealing. What a shame. Tom. Countless ninjas fell to the ground. If Tenten's words got out, the masked man would come to talk to him the next day. But what the little girl said seems to be reasonable. The Uchiha family is indeed like a thief. Others have practiced things for a lifetime. They have learned it by sweeping their eyes, and they are as good as others. This is not shameless stealing. What is it? Everyone was discussing the right and wrong of the Uchiha family, and Sasuke in the field once again plagiarized a taijutsu. Shadow Dance Leaves. Kicked his chin and jumped up, feeling the corners of Inuzuka Kiba's eyes flashing from someone behind him. Second assistant, you are such an idiot. You'll know if you're an idiot or not. let me end you with this self-created move. Pass Kiba. The stillborn lion fell into the air without even shouting its name, and Inuzuka Kiba, who flew far away, volleyed and fell to the ground. You're an idiot and you're still not convinced. Aerial combat, do you have the ability to fight in the air? Now it's my turn. Not good. Looking at the opponent standing side by side with the ninja dog, Sasuke, who was in the air, twitched his pupils. It's time to fight. Akamaru, come on. Kiba pass Kiba. It was a semi-finished product of a cyclone just now, but now it has become the complete body of two cyclones. Facing the secret technique of Inuzuka Kiba carrying a ninja dog, Sasuke raised the corner of his mouth with disdain. Eagle step. With both hands outstretched, they soared into the sky, and one foot stepped on it like an eagle fighting a rabbit. Boss, that's the boss's martial arts. Sasuke is too shameless. How could he just steal other people's things? This is really annoying. Shut up, Naruto, that's definitely not a simple plagiarism. Even I don't know the flamboyant martial arts. If Sasuke can use it, he should have improved it himself. The whirling three-tomo Sharingan stared at the determined boy in the air. Kakashi seemed to see his own childhood. At that time, he was also so amazing and brilliant, and his self-created S-level Reikiri profound meaning was deeply admired by his teacher. But later. Text chapter 32 _ if you hit it, but if you don't, bite it. You are really not fit to be the head of the house, Sharingan Kakashi. Baidu Interesting Academy. Raising his hand to touch the scar on his left eye, the head of the Hatake family stared at the battlefield silently. Who had kicked and stepped on Inuzuka Kiba a few times, threw the shuriken all the way. Kiba, who had several large footprints on his face, dodged angrily and waved his paws when he got close. Or Sukuko doesn't want to get close to him. Kiba guy fights and never plays with his fists, and he has to guard against him biting his mouth after he transforms. No one likes being bitten by dogs. What if you get tetanus? Get out of here. Konoha Gangkwan roundabout kick. The whirlwind is finished, and the strong wind blows, and the second assistant whose two legs turn into propellers is tired. 2-on-1, Inuzuka Kiba, who cooperated with ninja dogs, took advantage of the boss in the battle. Without the restraint of ninjutsu, it would be even more difficult to beat him. How to do? Sasuke was worried here, and Kiba, who was fighting, was helpless. Although due to the curse mark, Nisukuko can't use ninjutsu, nor can Sharingan. But his physical technique is really good. Why didn't he find it before? Forget it, I can't control much. I fit in and pounced on Inuzuka Kiba who was in front of me, waved his paws and opened his mouth. I scratch. I scratch again. I'm scratching to death. If I can't bear it, I let the dog bite. Pass Kiba. Kiba pass Kiba. After the chaotic attack is over, can everyone be optimistic? The poor Uzuzi has turned into a beggar from Shaoshueguo. Looking around, his hairstyle was messed up, his clothes were torn, and by Wawa's two rear buttocks had two big Kiba prints. I don't know if it was bitten by Kiba or by his little dog, Akamaru. If the latter is fine, if the former. The audience who shivered all over did not dare to think about it. Damn shit, I'm going to kill you. With a bang, he tore off the tattered shirt, and the bear Sasuke went mad. That pose. Is it possible? Another copy of the physique was opened, and the eyes of the audience immediately widened by 3 points. Gudong several mouthfuls of saliva swallowed. Uchiha Sasuke's body turned into a streamer. Lightning dance. Do not. By no means the same thing. Recovering from the memory, the heart of the head of the Hatake family sank to the bottom. Sasuke's ability to burst out at this moment is completely beyond his imagination. This level of physical skills is not something that genin can have, even in Jonin. When did he study? Kakashi, who also owns Sharingan, doesn't think what Sasuke is showing now is copy. Did that kid Liuman teach it? It seems possible, but I'm not sure. It's logically impossible. Kakashi is confused here. Inuzuka Kiba is there. Bang. Boom. 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 After being punched several times, the left and right sides of the two faces were swollen, turning black like a national treasure into a panda. He scratched Sasuke's face, and Sasuke didn't make him feel better. After one attack, the two separated, with claw marks on the left and fist marks on the right, and the eyes looking at each other were full of blood. Hit Yuhi in the eye. This really hit Yuhi in the eye. Uchiha Sasuke. Inuzuka Kiba. Damn bastard, you forced me. Has a unique trick. How could Inuzuka Kiba, who has been with the Liyuman for a long time, not have it? That seal. Shadow Clone. What to do with Shadow Clone at this time? Boom, 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 boom. The 5 figures collided with each other, and Kiba, who had 7 figures in total with Akamaru and the main body, suddenly raised their heads. Ooh. This is definitely not a dog barking. Inuzuka Kiba has returned to his ancestors with a howl, from a domestic ninja dog to a wild jackal, or 7 wolves. Second assistant is going to have bad luck. Naruto, what do you know? His eyes suddenly turned to his student. Kakashi, the so-called 7th class teacher, was terrible. Uzumaki Naruto, who didn't learn anything from him at all, turned his face to the side with a stinky face, and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. The surrounding ninjas stared, and all shook their heads speechlessly. In the end, it was Haruno Sakura who was worried about Sasuke and told the truth. That's Xingyi Quan taught by the boss. What imitates animal boxing? He doesn't know how to practice it. Kiba learned this trick from the Timberwolves, and I helped him at the beginning. Xingyi Quan, imitation of animal boxing. Frowned and exchanged glances with the 3 generations of Hokage. The head of the Hatake family had a cloud of suspicion. It seems that these things Liamong made are not recorded in the family classics. Where did he learn it? In fact, what Kakashi didn't know was that Liamong itself is half a bucket of water. The taiji that Bengwan taught Hinata before, and the shape and meaning that Inuzuka Kiba used now, are all half understood. Hinata's little secretary can learn Tai Chi and develop the spiral twisting force, which is where other people's talents are placed. This little girl's talent is definitely the best in Hokage. How can she be an idiot in Hyuga Hiyashi's mouth if she can create a secret skill like the soft step and double lion fist? Abandoning Hinata was destined to be the biggest mistake of his life. After talking about the little secretary, let's talk about Inuzuka Kiba, the Liyuman that is inconspicuous, and inconspicuous is just a mouthful, and he doesn't even know how to practice it. The main reason why Kiba developed this trick is his own family. Inuzuka itself has an attack method that imitates animals, and the simulacrum method is to turn people into animals. With Liamong's advice, Kiba, who had spent a lot of time with wild wolves in the mountains, naturally understood the current technique. 7 wolves. This is Inuzuka Kiba's biggest killer move. A wolf is never an animal that acts alone. Only a group of wolves is a truly terrifying existence. We're on. Ow! With a snarl, the electricity shot out, and Inuzuka Kiba led his shadow clone towards Sasuke. Compared to Naruto Uzumaki, who lacks a string in his head, Kiba's IQ is very smart. Cooperation. The essence of wolves lies in cooperation. It's beautiful. Classic. It's unimaginable. Shadow clones are all individuals with independent consciousness. Although they are separated by the same person, there is no difference in thinking, but after all, they are not the same person, and they cannot synchronize their thinking in battle. But Inuzuka Kiba's combined attacking technique at this moment seems to have the same mind. Naruto, can you do this too? Sakura asked in a timid voice. How many avatars Kiba can divide, and how much this kid in front of him can divide, it is definitely the difference between heaven and earth. If Naruto can cooperate like Inuzuka Kiba, that's seen. Chishushu's gaze turned to his body, and the cool yellow-haired boy clasped his arms and shed a lot of cold sweat. Of course I do, haha, how could I not? Really? Sakura looked at Naruto's nervous look and seemed suspicious. Hearing his beloved girl's distrustful tone, Uzumaki Naruto became anxious. I helped Kiba to do this trick. How could I not? Sakura, you have to believe me. Come on, he's just bragging when he hears it. Shikamaru shook his head, but Shikamaru didn't even look at this stubborn idiot. Shadow clone that this kid broke out. He said that he cooperated, and it was not bad if he didn't fight on his own. Uzumaki can use it to cooperate. He will pull his head off and eat it. Damn troublemaker, how can you say that? What did I say? The black-faced XYZ who got close to him squeezed a bunch of them. Nara Shikamaru didn't know what was wrong, and he even quarreled with Naruto. The two guys with fire in their hearts were pinched together, and they were smashing into a mess. Akamichi Choji sat next to him and looked at it, and oh, he rushed in. Aren't you going to help? The blonde ponytail fell to his side, and Ino took his friend's shoulder. Haruno Sakura tilted her head and snorted, didn't you go too? Those two guys are your teammates. Ah, how do you know about this? Shouldn't I know? Should you know? Sakura, you'd better forget about it. I'm still single now. If I get angry, I will rob Sasuke from you. Pighead Ino, do you need to clean up? Why, it's amazing to win one game against the old lady. The sparks started to rise, and the second battlefield opened up again. One of the ninjas watching the battle next to each other was counted as one, and their old faces were all blackened. This is our newcomer at Konoha. Do we have tomorrow? Uchiha Sasuke, how long are you going to hold on? Admit defeat. Damn. Looking around at the hungry wolves that came up from all around, it was already enough to beat one by two. Who knew that Inuzuka Kiba had such a disgusting method? 7-1, this is a bad move that a turtle calf came up with. It's too animal and too human. And what makes Ursukuko angry the most is that Kiba's real body will always cooperate with the ninja dog to entangle him, and then the clone will launch a surprise attack. This kind of trick beyond his previous imagination. Not only did he make a fool, but the ninja outside was also confused. Is Shadow Clone still used for this? In the past, everyone used this ninjutsu as cannon fodder, going out to attract firepower to listen for information, and then bring the news back after breaking up. But in the battle, the young people of the Inuzuka clan were so good that they regarded Shadow Clone as the main force, and would rather suffer themselves than let the clones be broken up. Innovation, this is innovation again. A Chunin exam has seen more novelties than many ninjas have seen in more than 10 years, and there is not a single piece of junk. If you can learn. Envious. Yuhi. Dry eyes. Ninjas may not care about other things, but they are crazy about these strange ninjutsu. Maybe we can too. Uchiha Sasuke, admit defeat. Text chapter 33 _ The War of the Mad and the Psycho. Lose, how can I lose? Liamong, Little Lee, Hinata, Neji, Naruto, Sakura, all the classmates who had looked down on them in the past and looked down on them appeared one after another. Thinking of their previous performance, Ursukuko felt a strange anger. Interesting academy. Why are they so strong? I am from the Uchiha family, and I am the strongest. Sharingan. Is that kid crazy? The black cloud pattern spread like a fire, and Kakashi's heart immediately mentioned the midair. Stinky shit, you really think you can run wild in front of me, in front of these cursed eyes? You're like that ridiculous float. Raiden Thunder style, Chidori. Stop him. The sound of thousands of black birds chirping resounded through the sky, and just when Kakashi wanted to fly to stop it, something crazy happened. Uchiha Sasuke didn't attack Inuzuka Kiba with Chidori, but held it high above his head, and after a pause, suddenly pressed it on himself. Suicide. What is this crazy kid doing? Curse mark. The place he pressed is the curse mark. Crazy. Really crazy. Uchiha Sasuke, who did not want to be controlled, the orphan of the top Konoha wealthy family, even patted on himself the profound meanings he learned from Kakashi. I am the strongest. Bet on the glory of the Uchiha family, and no one will stop me. Jipo Yunshao's wailing swore an oath of determination, and the wriggling black cloud pattern slowly retreated in the gleam. When the dark electric light turned to blue, the two fishy Yuhi's 3 Tomo Sharingan stared at Kiba. Evolved. It has evolved in this way. Kakashi swallowed in shock. How old is Sasuke? At the age of 8, Sharingan has evolved into 3 Tomo, and his talent is by no means inferior to his brother. If it weren't for the inheritance and teaching of the clan, I am afraid his strength would be stronger. Any hidden blood force that wants to be unlocked must face the outbreak of emotional ultimate. People have 7 emotions: joy, anger, sadness, worry, fear, weeping with joy, madness with anger, sadness and death, joy and anxiety, Lovesickness turns into hatred and panic as a manifestation of emotional outbursts to ultimate. If you want to evolve Sharingan, you must push yourself to the extreme, no matter what kind of emotion you have. The simplest is the decision of life and death, between life and death terrifying. Uchiha Sasuke, we are teammates again, I can help you so much, don't bother me again in the future. Helping to open Sharingan for the first time echoed in his ears. Feeling the powerful force brought by Tomo Sharingan, Uchiha Sasuke bit Kiba past tightly. Interesting Academy first release. I don't need to rely on anyone, I only need to rely on myself. Inuzuka Kiba, do you want to fight now? The sudden increase in strength revealed an extremely powerful coercion. Feeling the inexplicable restraint on his body, Kiba cut with disdain. The wolves in the forest are never afraid of any animals. Even if the king of beasts encounters a pack of wolves, he can only avoid them. Tigers cannot hold back wolves, and wolves are never afraid of challenges. Wolf, have the pride of a wolf. Let's go. Open Sharingan, you should be cleaned up as you are. Kiba is going to lose. The beautiful Philippine pupils flashed a little bit of loss, and Kurenai Yuhi understood the disciples' tricks very well. Turning chakra into 6 points to 5 clones, although it has an absolute numerical advantage in a short period of time, it also loses its durability. Even with a supplement of ration pills, Kiba's battle time could not exceed 5 minutes. And now, 3 minutes and seconds have passed, and there is only a little time left. What will he do? Chakra, who felt that his body was about to run out, looked at Uchiha Sasuke who was full of firepower in front of him, and Inuzuka Kiba swept his reckless eyes and gave Shadow Clone an order. Siege. The 7 hungry wolves sprinted and spun, and the 7 figures running in a circle suddenly stopped. Sharingan's second assistant raised his right hand, and the squeaking thunderlight couldn't stop flickering. One hit is the end. Let's decide the winner now. Rustling Linfeng blew thousands of green leaves, and 7 whirlwinds collided with the piercing lightning. Raiden Thunder Style Blast. There was 1,000 thunders, and everything around was scorched. Looking at the apocalyptic image in their eyes, the ninjas watching the battle were all dumbfounded. This lunatic. Does he not want to live? Adding Kaden Fire Style to the Raiden Thunder Style that has accumulated to the extreme, how can anyone do such a crazy thing? Thunder's irritability, Fire's anger, can 2 things collide together? There is no such thing as death. Too crazy. This is crazy. The violent explosion dissipated, and Inuzuka Kiba plunged to the ground. He lost, not because he was not strong, but because he was not crazy enough. Normal people can't beat the mentally ill, because they don't commit murder. One has the bottom line, the other has no bottom line, how can the battle be fought? When you went to fight him with a stick, and found that he came out with a chainsaw that was on fire, he was dumbfounded immediately. This challenge was unequal from the beginning. Inuzuka Kiba underestimated Sasuke's madness. No, not only him, but everyone underestimated the madness of this orphan of Uchiha. The technique that Ursukuko used at the last moment was basically to die together. Kiba is not wrong to lose, although he is very reconciled. Medical class. An eager shout awakened the stunned ninja, and the orphan of Uchiha, who was blurred in front of him, staggered among the ruins, refusing to fall, and looked directly at the examiner based on his memory. I declare that the 5th challenge match will be won by Sasuke Uchiha. After listening to a sentence, he thumped and fell down. Compared with the opponent who was knocked out by the electric shock, Urzuzi was injured more seriously. Not only the bones in his right hand were exposed, but the whole body was covered with burns. There are Kaden fire-style baked ones, and Raiden thunder-style electric ones, and you can imagine how ruthless this kid is. This kid is so crazy, he should stay away from him in the future. The whole body was so excited that he didn't dare to look again, and the audience's mind was terrified to the extreme. It's not ruthless to the enemy, 99.9% of the ninjas can do it. But there are not many people who can be ruthless to themselves. A lunatic like Uchiha Sasuke must not be provoked. We are normal people, we don't play with lunatics. The 5 challenges have ended and the final challenge has begun. The troublesome Shikamaru scratched his pineapple head with a face full of XYZ and left the game. After a while, he walked back with his head lowered, looking at the ground with complicated and incomprehensible eyes. Why do you feel troubled when you are not? Damn, I wouldn't want to fight that kind of troublesome battle, would I? Little brother with glasses, you better hurry up and admit defeat, big sister is not easy to mess with. The Kuwudi, which was weighed up and down in his hand, twirled, and Tenten looked at his opponent with a smile. Aburame Shino raised his index finger and pushed the sunglasses, but for a long time no fart came out. As a marginal person, although he met Tenten a lot at school, he didn't say a word for 6 years. By now, he also didn't want to say anything. The Aburame family has always liked to speak with facts. Answer. The little beauty Tenten couldn't hold back her face, and the edge of her almond-like cut pupil was beating slightly, showing that she was very uneasy. Moonlight Hayate, the sick man coughed twice, looked around, wiped his body and ran away after shouting. Damn little brother, it will be very troublesome to dare to ignore the existence of my sister, so let you end in this scroll. Tool Rising Dragon. The unrolled bar-shaped reel circled around the dynamic and solid body, and the Tenten jumped up and shot countless ninja tools. Shuriken, 1000 books, meteor hammer, sickle, walking stick, wheelchair, car. Well, I admit that the latter 2 things do not exist, but no matter what, this little rich woman who has contributed a lot of money to the Konoha gang in 6 years is a real money owner, just like her little girl named Tien. Nephew in general. Dare to rob my mother's money, you are courting death. Send me all to hell. The violent storm, the thunder, the lightning, and the chaotic ninjas were shot down, and there was no shadow of Shino on the ground of the wolf. Where have people gone? Tenten, who couldn't find the master, danced with a 3-section stick and kept spinning his steps. The small half-cut wall not far from her, Aburame Shino knelt on the ground and formed a handprint, muttering in a sullen voice, "It's not that I don't want to talk to you, but it's not necessary. In this forest, I am invincible." Mystery insect summoning. The sound of rustling came slowly from all directions, and the ninjas watching the battle turned their heads one after another. What's going on? Why are there so many bugs? Fark, stay away from me. Help. Run. The ninjas who were running away jumped and dashed for their lives. Looking around, the sky and the ground were covered with insects, big, small, long, short, long-horned, thorny, and colorful. The poisonous insects stalked in the death forest rushed over together as if they had been summoned by Lord Kun. A tidal swarm of insects poured into the arena, and the pretty face of the Tenten little beauty turned green in an instant. The green was pale, the green was blue, and a Byakugan passed out. Master Examiner, you can announce the result. Pushing his sunglasses, he stood up from behind the broken wall, surrounded by Shino with an oversized Yuhi-headed iron wire black centipede, which scared people half to death. Moonlight Hayate looked at him like this. The dark circles of his eyes twitched twice, and he stopped eating without coughing. It's not scary, it's disgusting. As Aburame Shino looks like now, I can't stand it alone. On its head lies a group of 8-legged giant spiders covered with black hair, cabbage worms with snot on their arms, and a group of black sesame-sized yuri ants under their feet, on their face, body, and feet. On the legs, there is no place where there are no bugs. So Moonlight Hayate fainted happily. Yes, he is happy, because all the people who are not dizzy have vomited. That guy is from the Aburame clan. I cannot stand it anymore. Don't spit on me. I want to go home. ... Text chapter 34 Brothers are united to trouble the upper body. Boss, how is Hinata? I just slept. Interesting academy, tilted his head and glanced at the classmates who rushed in. Liamong gently tucked the quilt for the little secretary, and pushed them out of the ward with a shush. Looking at Liamong's caring appearance, Yamanaka Ino's emerald pupils flashed with envy. When can I have such a boyfriend? Haruno Sakura, who was equally delicious, remembered the opposite of her admiration. Will that iceberg have a gentle side? I'm afraid it won't be like this forever, right? The boss is really biased. The big mouth curled to the back of the head, glanced at Hinata who was sleeping on the bed, and Uzumaki Naruto walked out with a stinky little face. A child who has never been cared for since he was a child will have to fight his own suffering, and no one will take care of him no matter how many injuries he suffers. You're a man. He stretched out his hand and pressed his head covered with yellow hair and rubbed it vigorously. To this idiot of his teammate and younger brother, Lu Meng's mood was very complicated. Not only sighing at his sunshine, but also disgusted by this sunshine. Maybe he is not a decent person. A slightly self-deprecating smile, he turned around the corner, and both Liamong and Might Guy, who was approaching, froze for a moment. This was not a friendly meeting. The two of them didn't say a word, just watched for a while and passed by. Hurt little Lee, which made Lee Rock likely to lose his qualification to continue to be a ninja, and also had a deadly revenge with Hyuga Neji. Might Guy, a teacher, was naturally unhappy. But then again, both of his apprentices brought it upon themselves. And even if Lee Rock's affairs were changed, I'm afraid it wouldn't make any difference. How come Liamangwan didn't take a heavy hand? The 8 inner gates brought all the injuries. If you want to blame him, you can only blame him as a master who shouldn't teach forbidden technique. The two groups of people crossed and walked towards the rooftop. Sheets were hanging everywhere on the roof of the hospital. When the wind blew, the flowers were white. How's the test result? Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke all won, and the rest is me and Shino. Shaking his pineapple head troublesomely, Shikamaru leaned back against the railing and looked at Hokage Rock. For a while, the atmosphere was quiet. Hearing some unexpected answers, Liamong turned his eyes to Inuzuka Kiba who was wearing a bandage. What's the matter? There is no reason to lose with your strength. That guy is a lunatic. Depressed to talk about the matter, Kiba's expression was extremely depressed, revealing a trace of fear in his unwillingness. Now Uchiha Sasuke is in his heart and has been equated with a lunatic. Frowning his brows and thinking for a long time, Liamong threw his irritability out, as the game table set in a month's time. Not yet, Hokage-sama said it's time to draw lots. Heihei168.com, Shikamaru tilted his head in a meaningful way, and there was a hint of advice in his deep eyes. Hyuga Neji is the eldest young master of the Hyuga family. Although the family is only separated, his identity is unusual in the family. Trouble. Knowing Shikamaru's good intentions, Liamong smiled. I have my own plans for this matter. Don't worry, now it's you who are in trouble. 1 month is long or short, and how to improve your strength is the most important thing. Others it's okay to say, what are you going to do, Shikamaru? It's a troublesome thing. He raised his pineapple head with a long sigh of self-deprecation, and looked at Shirakumo's counselor and made a decision. Go back to trouble the old man today. That guy is less motivated than me. Haha, just think about it. He patted his shoulder with a smile and praised, and Liamong was also happy for his friend. No matter how good your head is, you must have the strength to execute it. It is never a joke to use your strength to break a trick. No matter how resourceful you are, you will be given nothing in the face of absolute strength. Let Shikamaru fight Naruto, he will never win in this life. Shino, do your best as well. After settling the strategist, he encouraged the marginalized. When Liamong still wanted to say something, Ino, who came along, was unwilling. Don't ignore the old lady. Okay, I'm such a beautiful job. Man, you didn't see it. Aha, how could it be? I still want to go to your flower shop for a discount. Kankan smiled and said haha. Liamong didn't want to provoke this woman. Unable to get the answer he wanted, Ino angrily pulled Haruno Sakura away, preparing to visit Sasuke at the hospital. Looking at the back of the two girls leaving hand in hand, only the rooftop of the Konoha gang fell into silence again. Aburame Shino stood in the shadows as a transparent person. Shikamaru leaned against the railing and watched the clouds. Akamichi Choji next to him chewed a tablet. Inuzuka Kiba sat on the stool with Akamaru, who was also seriously injured, leaving only Uzumaki Naruto look left and right. I don't know what these guys are doing. After waiting for a while, seeing no one answering him, he scratched his head and said to leave. I'm going to see Sasuke too. Boss, are you going? I don't care, you can go if you want. He waved his hand to send the guy who lacked a string away. Naruto left with his front feet, and the big guy turned his eyes on his back feet. What are you going to do, boss? You don't need to intervene, I will solve it myself. There was no warmth in his cold eyes, and he dared to hurt Hinata, regardless of whether you were the eldest young master of the Hyuga family. Shikamaru sighed and opened his mouth, then shook his head again and stopped talking. Having been together for 6 years, he is very clear about Lu Meng's character. Don't look at the usual slack, but he is actually a ruthless horn who has revenge. Hyuga Neji hit Hinata hard, if he doesn't get revenge, unless the sun hits the west side. Really decided, Shikamaru was still making the last effort. Eyes on Hokagean, didn't reply a word, his cold eyes showed determination. The gangsters with a sigh left in a group, and Inuzuka Kiba, who left the hospital, scratched his scalp and took out his baseball bat. Did you want to go to Hyuga's house to block people? It's troublesome, but count me in. I'm going too. Choji slapped the film and turned the packaging bag into a bomb. Shino, who took out a baseball bat at some point, explained his choice with his actions. The noon sun was shining. Hefeng burst into waves in Konoha village, and the alley not far from Hyuga's house was full of young children. They all had one thing in common, they were all cataract patients. As expected of a son of a wealthy family, there is a lot of pocket money, which is enough for me to eat barbecue. Choji licked the big cake face and threw the money, and Choji spat into the palm of his hand. Shikamaru glanced at him with a headache. Don't patronize and pay for their clothes. If you want to offend them, you will offend them thoroughly, or it's not easy for people to come forward. Take them off and hang them up on the telephone poles, so that the chaos can be even bigger. The jet black sunglasses flashed brightly, and Aburame Shino lived up to his sultry name. Inuzuka Kiba, who was in charge of the beating, was amused, rubbed his nose and bent over to dry. What are you guys going to do? Don't pick my pants. Mom. Bang. Hokage-sama is not good. Hyuga's child. Hyuga's child. What's wrong with them? They've been beaten. What? The slightly relieved heart immediately tightened, and the 3-generation-old man who thought that someone else had hit Byakugan's idea was dumbfounded. Since the Uchiha family was destroyed, Hyuga has dominated the Konoha family, who would conflict with them at this time. Tell me carefully, what's going on? Suppressing his surprise, he crossed his hands, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's cloudy old eyes flashed with light. Nara, Akamichi, Inuzuka, and Aburame are the direct descendants of the 4 families. The voice of the news ninja was very hard, and it was obviously not a good job. Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Choji, they took the Hyuga family's first elder and third elder. His grandson, and 5 direct descendants of the branch family were stripped naked and hung on the telephone pole. Lord Hyuga Hiyashi has rescued the people and announced that the Hyuga family closed the door and thanked guests. Quote. This. The newly bought pipe was cut into 2 pieces, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart seemed to run through 10,000 grass and mud horses. Things are really big. Originally an ordinary Chunin exam, not only did his most outstanding disciple come back to make trouble, but the only seedling of the Uchiha family had a problem again. Next, the continuous outbreak of candidates pushed Liamong, the abandoned heir of the Hatake family who broke out of the house, to the cusp of the storm. The headaches were one after another. It was already annoying enough, and there was such a mess again. What are they trying to do? Damn, do you still think this old man doesn't have enough headaches? His brows to suppress his anger, the 3rd generation of Hokage wished he could pull his hair out. Now it's troublesome in the light, and trouble in the dark. The 2 advisors, Shimura Danzo, the leader of the root group, and Homura Mitokado Kaharu Udatane, both put forward their own requirements. Why does it seem that all the troubles are stuck at one juncture? Hyuga Hiyashi closed the door to thank guests. This is obviously putting pressure on him, and if he doesn't handle it well, it will be a big mess. But how to deal with this? The 4 bastards who started are all family members. Since Nara Akamichi has started, Yamanaka, who is closely related to them, will definitely not stand by. Although the Aburame Inuzuka clan is slightly worse than the other, they should not be timid. Inuzuka has a wide network of contacts in Konoha because of his good relationship with ninja dogs. Aburame doesn't usually look like a mountain or water, but he has a position that can't be ignored in the hidden family. If it annoys them, some hidden old ghosts will definitely jump out and say something. Trouble, this is a big trouble, it's such a mess. What is the cause of the matter? After stroking the relationship that he didn't understand, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the messenger ninja viciously. Chunin, who was wearing a pair of flat mirrors, was about to urinate. It is said that Hyuga Neji attacked heavily during the exam. They are going to vent their anger on Hyuga Hinata, and they use the name of revenge for the Konoha gang bookkeeping secretary. Lord Hokage. Text chapter 35 An unexpected warm wind blows through my heart. A mouthful of old blood spurted out, and Sarutobi Hiruzen of Laoganpacha had a stroke and was admitted to the hospital. Before being dragged out by the reporting ninja, he kept his mouth open and closed, saying that he had unfinished last words. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Well, in fact, everyone in Konoha village knows that this old guy is pretending to be dead and taking refuge. Hyuga Hiyashi can close the door to thank guests, and 3 generations of Hokage can pretend to be dead and be hospitalized. In short, the 2 bastards are smart enough to work together. Homura Mitokado, Kaharu Udatane got the news and silently continued to prepare for the Chunin exam. As the connection between Konoha and the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the 2 of them must do a good job of face saving. Shimura Danzo, who got news from the cat in a dark corner, chased away his subordinates, took his single walking stick, danced the Obasan prayer dance, and deceived himself and wished his old rival died in the hospital. Just as the big guy's eyes widened to watch the situation, Lu Meng almost fell from the roof of the hospital with a somersault. Yakushi Kabuto. The shattering sound of glass shattered his eyes, and he looked down at Konoha's number 1 spy who fell and took off his mask. Our gang leader suddenly had 2 big heads. Kakashi, who appeared later, knocked a big bag on his forehead again. They looked at each other silently, and Liamong, who was leaning against the railing, sighed, turned and walked towards Lumen. It's too late to go home now. I don't need you to take care of my affairs. Besides, have you ever taken care of it? The open door slammed shut, and the 2 became passers-by from then on. Go home, what a joke. When did Hatake become its own home? Even if the country of fire is like spring all year round, there are times in autumn, when the rotten will eventually become rotten, and the new will eventually face the new. At noon, at the shop, the Konoha gangsters sit in a circle. Looking at these brothers who were implicated for themselves, Liamong lifted the jug and shook it. Actually, you don't need to do this. One day as a brother, and a lifetime as a brother. It's not just your fault that Hinata was beaten. Kiba, the dog, smiled and patted Akamaru, and the little white dog barked in response to Kiba's words. Shikamaru with a troubled face raised his chin and added a piece of meat. It's better to stand in line as soon as possible, who knows what will happen in the future. Dad said, build your muscles and prevent you from getting beaten up. Akamichi Choji's big pancake face was covered with rice grains. Shino, who was sitting next to him in a silent voice, pushed on his sunglasses. The family will stand up for us. The bigger the trouble this time, the better. It's easier to read on mobile phones m.heihei168.com. It will be very troublesome for you to do this. Shaking his head and pressing his thoughts, some things really can't be said now. Shikamaru looked at Liamong's lost face thoughtfully, but didn't think they had done anything wrong. Unfortunately, sometimes good intentions do not always lead to good things. Hiyashi, your daughter's boxing skills must be handed over to the family, and that kind of thing must be in the hands of Hyuga. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 7, even with main clan, the Byakugan men who had been sitting in a room full of Byakugan joined in one piece, to put pressure on the patriarch together. At these clansmen gathered together, Hyuga Hiyashi is extremely angry. What do these bastards mean? Isn't Hinata from the Hyuga family? Although he was angry in his heart, Hiyashi did not dare to show it on the surface. In the face of the righteousness of the family, even he, the patriarch, cannot resist everyone and go it alone. Besides, he himself was jealous of that boxing technique. I will handle it. As for who is qualified to learn after getting it, it must be done according to the rules of the clan. Main clan's secret skills cannot be spied on by the family. If you have the power to push the righteousness of the family, I dare to speak with the power of the patriarch. In the first confrontation, Hyuga Hiyashi directly kicked the division out of the game. The Byakugans, whose foreheads were covered in bandages, looked at each other, bowed their hands to the ground, stood up, took 3 steps back, and left. Main clan were left in the room that was still full. Although the elders were a little angry, it was not easy to talk about this matter. Both sides took care of it. The most important thing was to be able to force out the boxing technique. 1 week, we only give you 1 week. Don't blame us for being rude, it's time for the family to continue. There was a muffled sound, and the hand on the ground sank more than halfway. Hyuga Hiyashi looked back and forth at these old guys, snorted coldly, got up and left. Him and Hazashi that year is finally going to happen again, Hanabi or Hinata. As a father, Hyuga Hiyashi really has a hard time making a choice. But for the sake of the family, as the patriarch, he had to do it. I hope you don't blame me. No, father, you have to ask brother Liamong about this first. Shungyan blurted out his first refusal, and Hinata covered his chest with a cough. Hyuga Hiyashi stared at her daughter's pale and stubborn appearance with a twitching face, and when she was still about to say something, there were footsteps outside. There was a creaking sound, and the open door looked at each other. The 2 men, one big and one small, seemed to condense the air. Seeing Hinata insisting that he couldn't stop coughing, his livid face was freezing cold. You are to visit your daughter like this. It's not up to you, a junior, to take care of the Hyuga family's affairs. If I want to take care of it. Cough, brother Liamong, my father. Looking at the begging in the weak eyes of the little secretary, he put down the flower basket with a heavy snort, and took out the Anko sand and cinnamon rolls he just bought. You are not welcome here. If you still have a little bit of father's responsibility, get out of here immediately. Hinata, don't forget your identity. Directly ignoring the cold and icy gaze, Hyuga Hiyashi threw off his sleeves and left, and the nurses who were waiting outside bowed their heads one after another, and sent off the wealthy patriarch respectfully. Liamong's eyes became more and more disdainful. What is he doing here? Brother Liamong. He tilted his face and didn't dare to look directly into his eyes. Hinata, Yuhi's weak appearance was heart-wrenching. Your weakness and my wounds. Looking at the appearance of the beloved girl in tears, Liuman gently embraced her in his arms. Father and father, think about Tai Chi. Give it to him. Brother. He raised his head in disbelief, and Hinata looked at Liamong, his shocked pretty face slowly turned into shy Yuhi. Raising her finger and gently scratching her little nose, Liamong took the newly bought cinnamon roll over, and comforted the little secretary carefully. After she fell asleep, she walked up to the rooftop alone and blew the cool breeze. Want Tai Chi? Family, huh, this is the family. What a disgusting person, this village becomes less pleasing to the eye. Hatake is like this, so is Hyuga, but do you really think that boxing is easy to learn? The young master wants to take a look, how to play with the optics of boxing without learning boxing, do you rely on your eyes? Head to look at the Hokage rock, which was blown by the wind and sand, listening to the rustling of the leaves in his ears, he returned home with the setting sun. As soon as I entered the hospital, I saw an unexpected person. Sister Anko, what are you doing? Don't you see so many things in my sister's hands? Why don't you come over to help? With 2 boxes on the left and 3 bags on the right, the panting Mitarashi Anko puffed out her face. Liamong, whose head was aching, touched his nose and took the pocket, opened the door and walked into the courtyard. After a busy meal, the two sat at the dinner table and drank juice. Want lemon or strawberry? Strawberry. There is no Anko soup, it is better to choose a Yuhi color. Mitarashi Anko made a choice according to the color. Liamong sat opposite with 2 glasses of juice, and looked up and down. Came to my home. Be careful lately, someone is trying to trouble you. Who? Eyes swept to the ground without speaking, Anko's solemn expression seemed a little gloomy. Liamong looked at the shadow at the corner of the table and paused, his lips raised full of scorn. I can't escape the first day of the first year, but I can't escape the 15th day. Is the Anko team trying to protect me? It's really touching. When are you still talking about this kind of joke? A shudder knocked on the forehead across the dining table. Mitarashi Anko said with a serious look, I will protect you until the Chunin exam starts. This time I must do my best, and I will be the strongest. In addition to the contest between countries, there is something less known about the Chunin exam. The Daming House will recruit guards in it. You must get this status. 12 soldiers of the country of fire. You know. Anko raised his head in amazement. This is not something everyone can hear. Liamong turned to Byakugan speechlessly. Is the dispute between the two jades really difficult for that guy Ashima? But then again, does the big name still have this mind? When the old generation dies, there must be a new generation to inherit. There can be no shortage of guards around the daimyo. If you get this status, you will be safe. After finishing his words with a bit of sadness and a bit of shuffling, Anko Gudong took the last bite of strawberry juice. Stretched his waist and asked for the direction of the bathroom. Looking at this cheap elder sister who was unexpectedly thinking of herself, Liamong turned back and pointed to the door. There is one Izumi at the end of the left turn, and the bath supplies are placed on the shelf behind the stone platform. Would you like to come together? Taupe pupils flickered playfully, and Anko was wearing nothing under her translucent fishnet. Seeing the 2 balls that were rounded in front of him, Yuhi's little face instantly turned bloodshot, and the 12-year-old gang leader Sparta was stunned. Mitarashi Anko walked around behind him with a smile, and blew into his ears, Little pervert, are you afraid? Whoever said I'm afraid, just go. Text chapter 36_calm in moderation. In the steaming stone bathroom, Izumi, who had paid a lot of money to buy it, had water splashes in his eyes, and stood there dumbfounded, his eyes widened into 2 big ones. The half-clothed Mitarashi Anko smiled and blinked his taupe eyes, and his blue-purple hair soaked in water was sprinkled with crystals. Liamong was completely stunned. Seeing the playful younger brother look like a pig, Anko's beautiful eyes flashed a smirk, and suddenly he touched the soft and leaned forward and asked, Is my sister beautiful? Pretty. Liamong nodded vigorously, saliva almost overflowing the corner of his mouth. Anko with bright eyes and a smile pulled his hand down. Is that sister good looking? It's beautiful. I wish I could point my toes and look inside. How could Liuman say a word? Anko's smile got even bigger. Then, do you want a sister? Don't. Giggling and covering her cherry lips with a charming smile, she successfully teased the flamboyant Anko Lee's front and back. The milky beige skin was covered with crystal water droplets, which really made the bastard look straight, and his nose seemed itchy. To spill something out. Not good. I'm going to lose an adult. Liamong was hugged by Anko as soon as he lifted his footsteps, and the back of his head immediately fell into two softballs. Fragrant, soft, and somewhat bouncy. Little pervert, where do you want to go? My stomach hurts. Yuhi didn't dare to look back with a face full of expression, and he felt sluggish. Anko smiled coquettishly behind him, his trembling chest jumping around like two rabbits, flicking to the left and right, causing an endless fire. Lu Mang, who couldn't bear it any longer, turned around abruptly, and his two small claws probed straight over, but who knew that he didn't even catch a hair. You're not good. The bright eyes that turned slightly sideways blinked playfully, and Anko's jade arm that stepped on when Izumi sank into the bottom of the water. Looking at the cheap elder sister who only showed her half body, she clenched her fists in anger, struggled for a long time, bit Kiba and rushed in. Leaning forward in the water, the bad boy pretending to be slipping turned into a hungry wolf. Watching the volley pounce on his little bad boy, Anko's dress stretched out his jade arm angrily, and pulled it into his arms one after another. Before Liamong had a chance to make a move, his two small claws were caught in the palm of his hand. Don't move around. Hands manually, stepping on his feet with his feet, Anko, like an octopus, fixed the Liuman on his body. With zero distance contact in all directions, the gangster was Spartan in a blink of an eye, only to feel an alluring fragrance pouring into his nostrils crazily. Heihei168.com. CC Yuhi's thread overflowed into the water, and Anko, whose mouth was slowly raised, bit his earlobe. Little guy, you are so rude. You forced me. What are you doing, little bastard? Feeling the violent struggle in his arms, Anko increased his strength with a smile. The same afterburner Liuman roared viciously, do what you need to do. Do you have this intolerance? Little, family, guy. Don't call me little, I'm big. Where are you from? I'm big everywhere. A frenzied fight caused countless splashes, and the gangster who overturned on his back couldn't do what he wanted to do, and the abominable Anko ran away after molesting him. Staring at the roof and reminiscing about the tenderness he just touched, Lu Meng swore to the lamp that he would definitely make that hateful woman regret it. Little guy, wash yourself slowly, my sister is going back to sleep. Sleep your sister. The dawn in the middle of the night is quiet, and the mice scratched by the cat are messed up. With Mitarashi Anko staying in, the night is nothing. During the daytime, you can move around in the village, as long as you don't go to any hidden places, you're not afraid of someone coming. Day by day, Hinata's injury gradually improved. He personally played the 42-style elderly fitness Taijikwan for Hyuga Hiyashi, and brought Yuhi's little secretary into the house. Anko joke. You're so good, you little pervert, even the eldest lady of the Hyuga family has been kidnapped. That's right, you don't even look at who I am. He held Hinata in his arms as if he raised his head in a demonstration. Liamong deliberately hurt people. Unexpectedly, Anko was not angry at all, but brought Hinata to his side, and the gangster who seemed to remember something immediately froze in place. Sure enough, the little secretary slept with Anko that night. Goddamn stinky woman, how can you do this? In order to bring Hinata into the house, Liamong and Hyuga Hiyashi fought a lot. You must know that the little secretary is the eldest miss of Hyuga main clan. Every move is related to the family's face. How can you live in the man's house before marriage? Such behavior is extremely shame. Hyuga Hiyashi can agree, the process can be imagined with many twists and turns. And there are two unfamiliar things here. The reason why Hyuga agreed with Liamong to take Hinata away is not only to get the boxing manual, but also to reduce the trouble after returning home. But it is because of this that this guy has completely abandoned the eldest daughter and decided to inherit the family from the second daughter. It is impossible for any wealthy patriarch to do anything that would harm the family's face. In other words, Hinata was out in this battle. I roughly guessed that the gangster here took the little secretary back home with pity, and took care of him in every possible way. Anko looked at him with jealousy, and at the same time gave birth to a strange envy. The children who have been without a home since childhood have lost the care of their masters. Anko, who has been fighting alone all these years, suddenly feels that it would be great if someone took care of him like this. Little bastard, my sister is going to work, don't take advantage of Hinata. He joked with a smile, making the little secretary shy Yuhi, and Mitarashi Anko floated away like the wind. Seeing the back of the cheap sister leaving gracefully, Liamong grabbed the little secretary and took care of the luggage, and put a bamboo chair behind him. Come on, sit up. Blue, Liamong brother. Good, my brother will take you out for a walk. He gently carried Hinata to the seat, afraid of the little girl's dazzling ons blown by the wind, and added a curtain around her, so she carried her on the street, as if proclaiming the sovereign stalks everywhere, but it ruins the popularity of surveillance in the dark. Hyuga, Anbu, the eyes of the three forces are all irritated. This bastard should be killed. I really want to kill him. Shameless. Wait, what is that? Hinata, do you like this? The glutinous rice roll that was just out of the pot was fragrant, and Liamong carefully blew it and sent it behind him. The action of reaching out to withdraw money shocked countless people. The vendors who sold the goods didn't feel anything, and the ninjas watching in the dark were dumbfounded. Who saw how he took out the money? Without any extra action, the banknote was taken out as soon as the hand was stretched out. Like, time and space ninjutsu. When, countless people are watching. Suddenly seeing the legendary magical skill, the ninjas in charge of monitoring broke out in a cold sweat. It can be called a legendary magical skill, and it naturally has its strengths. The second generation of Hokage and the fourth generation of Hokage are proud of the pinnacle of the ninja world. If it is not dragged down by the righteousness, those with this magical skill will be undefeated. Can't fight but can't run. Once again, seeing Liamong taking money out of thin air, the ninjas in charge of monitoring retreated decisively. How can these frightened mice go back and report to us? Not to mention, feeling that the surveillance person has left, Liamong happily raised the corners of his mouth, and continued to wander as if nothing was happening, buying a snack on the left and a toy on the right. If Hinata likes, she will give it to her, and if she doesn't like it, she will put it in her portable space. I can't scare you tofu sellers, are you really stupid? Then let's see who is the real fool. Time ninjutsu. Nonsense. If I really know this stuff, I have to wait until today. Walking around the lively streets with a belly of bad water in his arms, he tilted his head and saw a familiar flower shop. Let's go, my brother will buy you a bunch of flowers. Instead, he lifted the chair with both hands, and opened the door with a creaking sound. The wind chimes on the eaves of the door tinkled softly. Ino, who was squatting on the ground to take care of flowers, raised his head, and when he saw who it was, his pretty face immediately dropped, and he glanced at the little secretary who was on the ground with resentment, again. Bring Hinata to buy flowers. Well, come in and have a look when you see the newly arrived Kikyo outside. Sincere and unchanging love, what an insane bastard. Angrily puffing out her cheeks, she pulled out the wrapping paper. Sister Ino fiercely wrapped 99 flowers and slaughtered the big money with a smile. Shungwei, 1,800 taels, is a very lucky number. Well, it's auspicious. When you go out with your girlfriend, you can't be fussy about it. Knowing that the slaughtered man is not angry, he smiles and walks away. Before leaving, he also said 2 words of gratitude. Feeden watching Hinata's happy smile behind the curtain, Ino's sister smashed the watering water bottle angrily. Damn guy, where is my mother worse than her? bastard. Damn bastard. Brother, Ino seems to like you too. Ha ha ha, your brother is getting more and more handsome day by day. It's normal for him to like more people, but he can't take all of them home. Diane boasted a lot, feeling that the little secretary's voice was a little tired, and decided to change to a more leisurely place. It seems like they haven't been back to ninja school for a long time. Let's go, brother will take you to collect protection fees. Text chapter 37 Inheritance in School. Walking into the childhood campus after a long absence, it seems that it is very sad to leave the splendor of the centuries. The shooting range where you practice shuriken, the swing hanging under the tree, and the rooftop where you used to watch the wind have left warm memories everywhere. In order to relive these past good times, Liamong slowed down with Hinata on his back, and stopped for a moment every time he went. Do you like it? N nodded lightly and leaned his little head against his chest. The little secretary sitting in Liamong's arms slowly closed his eyes, feeling that steady heartbeat slowly fell asleep. The breeze blew through the green leaves, the swing was rippling slightly, and the ding bell's closing bell broke the rare peace. It was not too long, and the noisy children poured out, some shouting, some screaming, and bluffing and roaring. But when they saw the couple sitting on the swing outside, the noise came to an abrupt end. How is this guy? How did he come back? Boss. Sky, didn't he come to collect our money again? Hey, what's wrong with you all? Left and right, Konohamaru, who didn't know what to do, pushed the crowd away, raising his head like a little adult. Why are you all standing here? Shut up. Numerous slaps covered their heads, and the students who almost suffocated Konohamaru were swarming with cold sweat. Please, don't let that man notice us. You bastard trying to kill everyone. Hurry up and make this kid disappear. Konohamaru, who struggled to pull it back and forth with her small hands, bit her mouth open, and finally sucked in fresh air while screaming. After a brief stunt, the crowd froze. It's over. Worse. I really want to kill that bastard. I want to. Count me in. One after another, countless eyes stared at Konohamaru, and the little guy shrank his neck with a candid smile, not understanding why the big guy looked at him like that. Light and shade turned, and the gangster who touched the Kiba sign stood up. Are you waiting for me? Embracing Hinata with a smirk on his face, Lu Meng looked at these juniors who were used to bullying from left to right, and said with a sigh, oh, there are so many new faces, so many new students. Huan, welcome to the boss to come back to the school for inspection. Chi Shushua bowed his head and bowed in salute. Except for the little brat of the new school year, all the other students from the 5 divisions lowered their heads, stared at the corners and shivered. Interesting Academy first release. Scanning these little slickers, Liamong waved his hand cheerfully. Let's go, I'll come back today to see. Who is that? Take the protection fee for me, and invite everyone to dinner after school. Boom. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and the apprentice who was called was startled for a moment, and quickly nodded his head. Annoyed this ancestor, not sure how to be cleaned up. If you want to collect the money, just accept it, it's not my fault anyway. Sending the schoolboy who was blocking the road, he carried Hinata on his back, and Liuman walked past Konohamaru. The little guy who took a long time to react, finally remembered who this annoying guy is he the boss of the boss? It's so good, so many people are afraid of him, if only I could do the same. Thinking of how he was respected by all the students, Sarutobi Konohamaru crossed his arms and thought for a moment, then called the 2 followers to him and solemnly announced that he would also form a gang. I've decided, in the future, I will also collect money like the man who banged. Udon, Mengwang, you 2 go out to find out how the gang works. After school, you can also ask Naruto boss for advice. Konohamaru, is it really good for us to do this? The big snot wave was twitching hard, and Udon wearing big glasses started to be silly. The 2 yin yellows with 2 sky-high piercings opened their mouths blankly, forming a gang. Oh, the high selling, is our boss really reliable? Thinking of the scene of being surrounded by countless students, the little girl twisted her fingers hesitantly, feeling the urge to immediately suspend her studies and take refuge. Didn't know how to teach the child badly, walked up to the rooftop with Hinata on his back, and sat together facing the Hokage rock. The 10-minute break was over in a blink of an eye. After the class bell rang, a group of people unexpectedly came to the rooftop, and the leader was a familiar face. "When did you come back?" "Aha, it's Mr. Iruka. Why, aren't your students welcome?" With a grin, he turned around and glanced at the twitching classroom teacher. He was still very emotional about the head teacher who had taught him for 6 years. Coughed twice to stop the consternation in his heart. When Iruka was about to say something, Konohamaru jumped out from behind, trotted to Liamong, bent at the waist, and gave a big gift. "Thank you for that day. The grace of salvation, the boss of the boss. I also want to set up a gang. Please give me a lot of guidance, thank you." Quote. Plopped to the ground, the crowd fell, and Iruka Ueno stared at Konohamaru like a stroke, feeling a very bad feeling in his heart. He is Hokage's own grandson. If Liamong is ruined, you also want to form a gang? Yes. Boss, I adore you so much, please teach me. Raising his little face to reveal a big kiba with a gap, Konohamaru nodded his head sincerely. The tisk Liamong immediately became happy. Set up a gang, okay. Little guy, there is a way to make money. He patted his shoulders encouragingly and expressed his approval. The gang leader squeezed his chin and spread the word about his experience. If you want to form a gang, you must first make a name for yourself. The Konoha gang let me occupy it, so don't think about it. I think this way. You can set up the Yuhi Flower Club. Even if you don't know Konohamaru, it's useless to be a hero. How about this? Isn't this slogan enough? Boss, you are so great. Great ass. Climbing up and falling down again, Iruka Ueno felt a sense of collapse when she heard the slogan of Konohamaru's milky voice. Dahai, you should get up and shoot this bastard to death. The establishment of the Yuhi Flower Club means that the Yakuza who are out of touch with the Yakuza have once again passed on, and the origin of Konohamaru is much easier to use than Liamong. The gentle and peaceful little secretary Hinata watched silently by the side, and when Konohamaru called the 2 attendants over to go to the top of the mountain to worship, she took out the butterfly notebook that was used to keep accounts and handed it over. In the roster printed with several blue flying butterflies, the income and expenses of the Konoha gang for 6 years were recorded in detail. As long as it's there, just do it. Take good care of it. I know, I see. The wide glasses slid to his mouth with his little head. Udon quickly pushed it up, and Junji held the notebook in his arms. Witnessing this historic scene, Yumino Iruka stretched out his arms blankly and passed out for the 3rd time. Liamong, who didn't want to continue to beat the students in class, gently lifted Hinata on his back, waved his hand and walked to the rooftop in the distance. His ears were full of Konohamaru's farewell cry. When Iruka wakes up faintly, there is no need to rush to teach again. The determined Konohamaru has already started to collect money. Udon kept the account, Yin Huang stretched out his hand, and Konohamaru, who folded his arms, was triumphant. Oh my god, hit him to death with a thunderbolt. In order to prevent this irritating farce, Iruka, who was full of anger, announced the start of the class, hoping to use history to influence the Konohamaru, who was about to go down the wrong road, and the illusions of Hokage in the past dynasties were flying. While talking, the 3-generation-old man stepped in. The bright-eyed secretary coughed twice and pulled down his sleeves. It's Lord Hokage. Yeah, nodding lightly, he took off his shirt, afraid that Hinata's stray light would wrap her up. The couple sitting embracing each other watched from a distance across the rooftop, and the smiling 3-generation-old man smiled here, and went dark with a smile. This bastard. Covered with Tani Madara was slapped twice. Sarutobi Hiruzen really wanted to go over and beat Liamong down. This bastard dared to compare his middle finger to himself. Did he want to turn the world upside down? Konohamaru, is this bad old man your grandpa? Well, He is the third generation of Hokage. Nodding affirmatively to admit, Konohamaru is also very suspicious of his grandfather's strength. Looking at the following little guys who talked about himself, 9 out of 10 sentences were not good words. The old man Sarutobi laughed. What is that old guy laughing at? Why do I feel like he's stupid? Is this old man really as good as Iruka-sensei said? It doesn't look like it at all. Yes, I don't look like it. Shut up. Those who can become Hokage are the strongest in the village. To stop the students' commotion, Iruka hurried to accompany the 3-generation-old man, Lord Hokage. They are still young, It doesn't matter, they are all cute. He laughed and exhaled 2 puffs of smoke. As Sarutobi Hiruzen, how could he care about the dolls as Sarutobi Hiruzen? Seeing that the 2 above were not angry, the daring boy below jumped out. Iruka-sensei, is Hokage really the strongest in the village? Of course. Okay, I've decided to become the 5th generation of Hokage. Who made me strong and handsome? Ahahaha. This idiot has his grades passed. One sentence turned over the long-haired man who was still giggling, and black lines flowed all over the classmates next to him. Looking at these interesting little devils, Sarutobi Hiruzen praised happily, this is a very big dream. You are different from me, you are still very young, maybe it is possible to become Hokage. People only have one life, don't force yourself, it doesn't matter whether you live or die, as long as you are happy. But no matter what, you can't forget, protect your most important people. I hope you can remember. The most important person. What is the most important person? The doubtful little ones raised their hands to express their doubts. Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the pipe with a smile. The most important person is the one who trusts and loves from the bottom of your heart. Do you have one? Yes, I have a father, a mother, a nasty brother, and a dog named Kwantai. I have important friends. I have a dear uncle. Noisily or in a low voice or aloud announcing the person he values most. While talking, a little guy raised his hand and asked curiously, Lord Hokage, what about you, do you have such a person too? Well, of course, he is my grandson Konohamaru. Shaolian licked old Gao triumphantly, looking at Konohamaru's stinky fart, the whole class darkened. Seeing their appearance, the 3-generation-old man sighed, of course, besides him, there are all the people in the village, I am Hokage. Shushu Qingfeng took a solemn oath and flew into the distance. Liamong, who embraced Hinata in his arms, got up and left. Everyone will say good things, but have you really done it? Everyone you identify with. Ha ha. Let's go home. Text chapter 38 _ final preparations before dawn. After wandering around for a day and returning to the courtyard, the Liamong and the pretty-faced Hinata soaked up when Izumi, and the little secretary's face, Yuhi, was like a pot. If it weren't for the fear of hurting her still unrecovered heart, the gangster with a full stomach would really want to sneak 2 cheap hands. Of course, it would be better without this uninvited cheap sister around. Little pervert, get me a glass of juice. Don't you have long hands yourself? Angrily turned his head and widened his eyes. Lu Meng hated this woman who stepped in halfway. Didn't she know how to avoid leisure? Raised his slender fingers and pointed to the tray behind Liamong. Enko winked proudly, you're so close. Here. He poured a glass of orange juice and slammed the pestle in front of him. The gangster's face turned black and muddy. Drink slowly, be careful not to choke to death. Hey, I can't see that you still care about your sister. Zilu Ziliu narrowed her taupe eyes. Mitarashi Enko lazily opened her jade arms and put Hinata in her arms. It feels so smooth. It feels like silk. Good sister, can we both strip to sleep tonight? Yuhi, Sister Enko. The bloodshot face pushed away the slender hand, and Hinata, who couldn't bear it, lowered her head. Fire! And Lu Meng, who saw the little secretary being molested, clenched his fists fiercely, but there was nothing he could do in Enko's demonstrative eyes. Several times of confrontation ended in failure, and the gangster leader took this carefree woman as a no-brainer. Little pervert, take your time, I'll take my sister back to rest first. Lu, brother Liamong, good night. He grinned and watched the two beauties, one big and one small, leave. The whole person sank into Izumi's water without words and tears, and he didn't think of coming out for a long time. The cold moonlight pierced the sky and reflected on the towers in the distance, and the huge black shadow pulled away. That's Gara. He suddenly got up, his eyes were round, and Lu Mang, who narrowed his eyes, thought about it, put on his clothes and rushed out. Sunagakure village with Kabuto's loincloth on his face said solemnly, another little mouse is here. Don't underestimate him, this guy is very troublesome. Raising his hand and pushing the flat mirror to remind him, Yakushi Kabuto felt a little heavy. Maki, who saw the appearance of the person coming, snorted and disappeared. Deal with one first. Not good. Been discovered. The body hidden behind the wall suddenly moved to a high place, the examiner who seemed to jump into the moon and pointed his sword. Heihei168.com. Konoha style dance of the three suns and moons. The figure of one turned into three swung the sword from top to bottom, and Liamong, who was stopped by Yakushi Kabuto, touched his head. The big play has not yet been staged, the son of the night dancer can't die here. I admit that you are very troublesome, but do you have the strength? A cold light flashed in the flat mirror, and Yakushi Kabuto raised caution. However, some people can't stop it if they want to. Dance of Lightning Tianluatawang. Raised to the ultimate speed, Yakushi Kabuto's feet were forced apart. Liamong threw his right hand, and the huge energy net covered the sky and covered the sky. The blue and white energy net with hooks caught his eye, and Maki, who had caught the sword with his shoulders, saw that the situation was not good, and he kicked the moonlight Hayate and retreated. The unfortunate examiner didn't even scream, and was pulled back in a brown bag. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Bang. His forehead fell to the ground softly in the slap of a brick, and the examiner who was in a coma widened his eyes. Yakushi Kabuto, who were preparing to raid next to them, were also a little stunned, and the moonlight Hayate threw to his feet. Don't let him die, without this guy in Chunan's exam, the role will be insufficient. Kabuto Sr., turn back and follow Uncle Snake said, after the exam, I will go to his place as a guest. You know him. Suspiciously turned his head to look at his allies, and Maki narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Yakushi Kabuto stood his ground viciously. Don't let him run away, I don't know what this kid is up to. A few words of effort can let people go, how can there be such cheapness in the world? Hearing the rebuttal of the ally, Maki immediately raised caution, and Gara, who was a step late, stood quietly in the corner, seemingly isolated from the world. Lu Mang, who looked back and forth, let out a sullen breath. It's really troublesome to be surrounded. But, do you really have the confidence to deal with me? If you delay, it will attract attention. Fix him. I still don't believe it, even if you have a lotus on your tongue. Yakushi Kabuto, who has been a spy all his life, won't believe such words easily. The middle of the day, the Hokage office, which had not heard back for a long time, was filled with all kinds of tyrants, and there was not a single low-level ninja. Moonlight Hayate is missing. What? Hayate him. 3 generations of Hokage in a deep voice. Dozens of eyes swept over, and the 3-generation-old man sitting in the main seat nodded. The bamboo hat placed in front of him was extremely dazzling. The ninjas in the room were all silent. Although Moonlight Hayate was young, he was a famous descendant. He inherited the Konoha-style swordsmanship developed by the 2nd-generation Hokage, and his strength was extremely outstanding. If not for the congenital lung disease, the achievement is far more than the name of a special jonin. But now such a strong man has disappeared. Did Orochimaru do it? Anko's face was very ugly, and he subconsciously covered his shoulders. Kakashi gave her a sideways glance. It's too early to draw such a conclusion. Hayate is probably stalking the Otogakure spy named Kabuto. But Orochimaru is really planning something. That said, we have to terminate the Chunin exam immediately and take Orochimaru. No way. Homura Mitokado, who was sitting behind Hokage on his right, spoke up after listening to the discussions of the genin. Orochimaru once appeared on purpose and threatened us not to terminate the exam. Besides, the allies will despise him if he stopped rashly, which will greatly damage Konoha's prestige, and the elders are opposed to the proposal to drop the intermediate exam. How could this be? His eyes widened in astonishment, and the ninja proposed below was stunned. Homura Mitokado explained with a sigh, with Orochimaru's strength enough to conquer a small country, his departure is bound to attract the attention of other countries. It just so happens that he hates Konoha, so many countries welcome him. Does this mean that the allies and Orochimaru have passed through and want to turn their backs on our Konoha? The terrified thought blurted out, and almost didn't jump up. Kakashi glanced at him indifferently. The alliance treaty is no different from a verbal agreement. Isn't that the case in the past 3 wars? That piece of paper is a piece of waste that can be thrown into the trash can at any time. Okay, there is still too little information now, so don't make assumptions. Puffing a smoke ring to stop the argument, the third generation of Hokage turned his eyes behind him. Kaharu Udatane, with a rutted face, nodded lightly. Anbu has already set out to inquire about information from various countries. We really shouldn't act rashly before they come back, or we might fall into the enemy's arms. The old man also thinks it should be like this, but I have great confidence in everyone. The 3-generation-old man who made the decision to encourage morale and took down his pipe slowly stood up straight, as if he had returned to his youth. His eyes were shining, his hair was flying, and Lao Ganbaka's hands were swept in all directions. I will train the old man more. At the last moment, even if we put all the power of Konoha on, the old man will continue to fight them to the death. Lord Hokage. The ignited passion was exchanged for a loud cry, and Konoha's long-hidden power seemed to be slowly revived. Many ninjas feel that they need to make good use of the next month. Training. Watch the enemy. No matter what you do, you can't let Konoha suffer. Liamong, who heard the message from Enko's mouth at night, sat down at the table and had a big meal himself, but he couldn't see any worries. It's going to rain, my mother is going to get married. Sister Enko, what are you worried about? Are they going to live with you? Are we related? Stinky boy, you really don't care about anyone but yourself. I care about them dying. Map Cannons laughed. Lu Meng didn't want to be a hero. Silently watching the noisy Hinata next to him, he took a bite of his favorite dish and smiled gently. Looking at the little secretary's tender appearance, Liamong and Enko were all stunned, and then laughed and shook off their cheeks. Hinata, will you come with me? The question suddenly asked after dinner startled the moonlight, and the little secretary froze in place, his morbid face full of astonishment. Just when Liamong gradually lost her mind and thought that Hinata would not agree, the little girl suddenly smiled, sweet, obedient, and gentle like a flower. Wherever my brother goes, I will go. Really? She focused her little head to stop her shyness. Since when did she become so attached to brother Liamong? Looking back on the past, the little secretary's sweet smile became more and more warm. Father family. Our Hyuga family doesn't need such waste. A little tear wet the front of the clothes, although it has been a long time, but this scar is still difficult to heal. Maybe it will not heal in this life. Why are you crying? No, nothing. Hinata is happy and cried happily. Gently leaning her tear-stained face to her chest, the little secretary, Lihua, showed a rainy smile. It feels so good to have someone who cares. The faint attachment rose to a strong warmth, and a certain girl who saw this scene slapped the table. Hurry back to the room for me to sleep. Ask for collection, is a new book, please support more, thanks to the cloud. Text chapter 39 where it to bear the eyes of the world. A new day, a new year. Heihei 168. Calm Hinata, is this handsome or not? Is it a little more handsome? The largest clothing store in Konoha village spent huge sums of money on custom-made snow-white feathers draped over his body. Encircling Fengwash's Liamong is correcting the star pincer. The little secretary who served like a wife in front of him smiled madly. and Yuhi's face was full of softness. Mitarashi Anko, who had been waiting for a long time, couldn't stand it any longer. Hurry up and speed up the action for my mother. How long will you be so ugly? Sister Anko, today is a very important moment. With a long breath, she turned her head back with a smile on her face, slowly put away the smiling face, took out a scroll and stuffed it, open it when there is an accident in the exam, and take good care of Hinata. This is out, and holding down the movement Anko wanted to unfold, Lu Meng shook his head solemnly. It's not the time yet, trust me. Cut. What the hell, don't look at it if you don't see it. Anko said angrily, but the movement in his hand was very refreshing. After thinking about it, he simply pulled off the collar and stuffed it in. Little pervert, what are you doing with those big eyes? Didn't you see it? Cough, we should go. Pushing open the door to face the sun, the floating light of the snow-white Yuri moved forward, and there was no trace of turning back. The boss is out. He tilted his head and shook the pineapple head, and Nara Shikamaru followed Akamichi Choji with him. Time is not long. Inazuka Kiba at the crook, and Aburame Shino in the shade of the tree also returned to the team one after another. A group of people marched to the venue in a mighty manner. The unified Captain Yuri, with a high arrogance, was greeted by countless people wherever they went. What are those kids doing? Well dressed. Which family is it from? I don't think so. Look behind them. Reaching out and pointing at the cross pattern on the back of Haori, the fruit shop owner suddenly remembered something and opened his mouth. Those kids are the gangsters of the Konoha gang. There was an uproar in the crowd. If you were to talk about who is the most famous person in Konoha in recent years, except for the Konoha gang, there is no second in command. Anyone with children at home will not forget the fucking things they did. Really, those brats. They are so arrogant. Lord Hokage doesn't care. His ears and shaking slightly, Inazuka Kiba stroked his nose proudly. We seem to be famous. You just know. He reached out to hold Hinata's chin and raised his chin. Liamong snorted coldly. For a moment, there was silence on both sides of the street. They just need to clean up. The gangsters who entered the venue with high spirits, who ran rampantly and pulled the wind to the stage, ushered in countless eyes. Quartet stands, countless spectators. Hyuga. Inazuka. Nara. Akamichi. A large group of commoners of the clan, who may or may not know each other, looked over. Mobile reading is more convenient. m.heihei168.com. Those little devils. The chief examiner has changed. Shino, who was making a sound, and then at Mitarashi Anko, who had a dignified expression, and a smile appeared in Lu Meng's heart. Moonlight Hayate will no longer be the chief examiner, but he will definitely be an audience member today, a very necessary audience member. Konoha, embrace change starting today. We're in. Haori, which was raised high, was agitated by the wind, and the two divided teams staggered back and forth. Shimmering. Shino. Shikamaru. The team that formed an assault formation entered the arena and fought head-to-head with the three sisters and brothers of Gaara from Sunagakure village. 6 people, 6 eyes, thunder and lightning. Konoha village kid, you will die miserably today. I don't know if others are miserable, but I know you will definitely not get better. Tit for tat sparked. Inazuka Kiba glared fiercely at Konkuro, and Sunagakure's puppet master's flamboyantly painted square face turned gloomy for a moment. Unlike the two guys who were vindictive when they met, Gaara, who met Liamong, twitched the corners of his mouth, and a trace of vigilance flashed in the dark panda eyes. Tamari, who had been watching the development of the situation, was sweating slightly and put Shikamaru. Looked in amazement. What happened? Did something happen this month? Or, what are you staring at the old lady's chest? The blonde hair tied into 4 corners fluttered in all directions, and Tamari, the daughter of the 4th generation Kazekage, stared at Shikamaru angrily. Surprised, Nara's parents were speechless. What did they say? Did they just get distracted? Looking at the smiling eyes cast by the audience in the stands, Shikamaru had the idea of rubbing oil on the soles of his feet. How could this mad woman say such things on such occasions? Chest. His unwilling eyes glanced at Tamari's towering plump, and Shikamaru, who had always thought women were troublesome, would be watching such a place. You bastard, are you still finished? The beauties gritted and rattled, and the big-haired beauties with long legs and crisp breasts hated the bastard in front of them. It's not enough to watch it once. This bastard can't even get his eyes out. He must teach her a lesson in a while. What's in there? Why is it so big? Shikamaru asked subconsciously, who had an IQ of more than 200 and felt that the 2 balls of meat were unreal. A gust of cold wind blew past, and the surroundings were completely silent. I'm going to kill you. Psychic. Stop. Any grievances will be resolved later. The figure suddenly flashed to the center, grabbing the Samsung fan that was waving. Shiranui Genma's expression was very embarrassing. Shikamaru, who knew that he was asking the wrong question, nodded his toes brightly, his troublesome face full of helplessness. Women are indeed troublesome creatures. What did you say? You have to say what you just said again. Good men don't fight women. You are courting death. The chief examiner standing in the middle had a big head, and when the beautiful Tamari couldn't help but waved her fan, there was a commotion at the entrance of the examination room. Get out of the way, get out of the way. What happened? Those are bulls. The rumbling mad cows passed the crowd and retreated, and saw the people who were rushing towards the mad cows, screaming and pounced on both sides. Some snatched shit, some gnawed the ground, and a big kiba collapsed and kowtowed. Just a few it fell down in the blink of an eye. The gangsters who were watching helplessly shook their heads. That guy again. I knew it. He's not doing well anywhere. 3 people, 3 mouths, 3 pairs of eyes and 3 legs, the gangsters who kicked the mad cow with one kick and kicked back quickly to the sides. In the pile of mad cows, the yellow hair on the buttocks pushed up by the horns has green eyes and white eyes. The eyes are wide like a frog, and the mouth is like a toad, just like a discolored super invincible big fool. They are all looking at the horse. Sakura. Don't call me, I don't know him. Looking around nervously, Haruno Sakura, who was desperately covering her friend's mouth, shrank her head, and when she realized that no one was paying attention to her, she quickly slipped into the arena, and carefully hid behind Shikamaru. It's a pity that some things can't be avoided if you want to hide. Ah, Sakura, you're here too. Where's Sasuke? Uzumaki Naruto, who grabbed his butt and pulled from the horn, took a step and drew a lot of attention. The gangsters who retreated in unison disappeared like a zipper, leaving only the boys and girls facing each other in the arena. Feeling the curious eyes from the surroundings, listening to the roaring scenes that kept coming from her ears, Haruno Sakura, who was running wild with the second personality, slowly pulled up her sleeves. Little. You die for my mother. Bang. A punch hit his cheek, and Naruto Uzumaki, who hit his left cheek into his right cheek, leapt across the arena like a cannonball, rumbled and splashed a lot of smoke. The stand who witnessed the brutal scene with his own eyes stopped talking, and the nervousness replaced the original roar of laughter. This girl is so violent. Are all female ninjas so scary? You must never marry such a daughter-in-law in the future. Whirlpool, vortex, Naruto, people. Sakura, what do you call me? Shaking his head, he struggled out of the cracked walls and ruins. The life of the undead Xiaoqiang is always so tenacious. Haruno Sakura, who was stunned by anger, clenched her fists furiously, cursing furiously in her heart. How dare you say that about me? What does it mean that you can't marry such a daughter-in-law? Is it a disadvantage to marry a woman like me? Even if you want to marry, the old lady still doesn't want to marry. Sasuke will definitely not dislike me. Both anger and beauty, Haruno Sakura, whose pretty face was constantly changing, was really confusing, and the nervous Uzumaki Naruto stared at the clenched fists and patted his chest in fear. That. Boss of boss, here we come. Yan Yuhi's flaming flag fluttered into the arena like the wind. The 3 little guys slipped and fell in front of them. They fell into a hill like building blocks. Konohamaru, who was lying on the top, handed over the flagpole with a smile. The next 5 generations of Hokage several characters shine very. You. Boss, cheer up. He smiled and pulled up his 2 partners and waved his fists. Sarutobi Konoha Maru looked around the stand excitedly, and announced in a milky voice, "Our boss is the future Hokage, you should watch it carefully." Quote. Fire Hokage. Where did this idiot come from? That seems to be the grandson of 3 generations of Hokage. Bullshit, really bullshit. The old face turned purple and pressed down on the chair. Sarutobi Hiruzen really didn't know what to say. Put it on. The robes that were thrown flying with their hands fluttered out in the sunlight, and Yuhi's shading was as dazzling as a burning flame. Looking at it, many ninjas straightened their eyes. Since it's going to be messy, let's make it a little messier. Liamong patted Konohamaru on the shoulder and looked at Naruto, who caught the robe and looked stupid. This is for me. Of course, this is what you should wear. Liamong, who knew Naruto's character, tugged at Yuri, and the yellow-haired boy was excited when he heard this. No matter how many people there were, he just shook off his clothes and put them on. On the body, the golden hair fluttered, and the robes with Yuhi patterns on the white background bulged, and the Konoha ninjas in Naruto's dress were all stunned. That is. ... Text chapter 40 _ sound in the wind. There was once a man who shined on the battlefield, there was a man who ended the war, there was a man who defeated the monster. He was the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, after Konoha White Fang, the man who was ordered to evade by the ninja world after Konoha White Fang. Heihei168.com. Whenever the dazzling gold flashes, countless ninjas are terrified. The Battle of Shinwu Kunchao became famous, and the Kyuubi 9 Tails attack on the village disappeared. The life of the 4th generation Hokage was a splendid life and a brilliant life. His existence is equal to legend. Fluttering blonde hair and a smile on his face, Namikaze Minato is as cold as winter to his enemies and as warm as spring to his friends. He is the most friendly Hokage in all dynasties, and in his short life, he gave everything for Konoha. Today, in the middle of the Chunin exam venue, people seem to see that eternal golden color again. Uzumaki Naruto Namikaze Minato. 2 unimaginable figures gradually overlapped. Shiranui Genma, with the same footing, the 4 generations of shadow guards looked straight in an instant. Leaning slightly, he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in anger. Why didn't you tell them about this? Uzumaki Naruto's identity should be kept secret from anyone, and he should not hide from him. With sharp eyes one after another, one up and one down, the 3-generation-old man closed his eyes in pain and did not give any answer. He has done a lot of bad things in his life, but the Kyuubi 9 Tails attack on the village is a pain in his heart forever. Minato's exhortation before his death, and the concealment after the incident, the hero's son became the incarnation of the demon fox. Compromise. The best thing the 3 generations of Hokage will do in this life is to compromise. Your name is Uzumaki Naruto. He clearly knew the name, but he asked again with a serious tone. Shiranui Genma Lingli's eyes were gentle. The surprised yellow-haired boy nodded. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, the chief examiner. Do well, don't embarrass your father. The hand that clapped heavily on the shoulder trembled twice, and tears welled up in Shiranui Genma's eyes. A dull thunder struck his forehead, and Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Father, do you know who my father is? Tell me now. Painfully looked away and turned away, Shiranui Genma understood that it was not yet time to speak up. Seeing the insider retreat, Uzumaki Naruto jumped up unwillingly, and a noisy voice covered the stands. The audience in all directions fell silent, and they all stared at the field with scrutiny, staring at the teenager wearing the 4th generation Hokage jersey. Konoha's, Sunagaku's are all elderly ninjas, all pricked up their ears, waiting for the insider's answer. But none. Shiranui Genma, who was far away, or the same person standing behind the 3 generations of Hokage, did not give an answer. But even if they don't say it, it's enough. Want to know who your father is? I'll tell you later. They don't tell, I tell. Haha laughed and looked around. Liamong violently shook off the yuri that he was wearing, and the third Hokage opened his eyes in an instant, his cloudy eyes like a sword like a sword. You're scared. The sudden question shot at the high platform like a sharp blade, and the Konoha Xiaoqiang who found something wrong all frowned, staring at the arena on and off the stage. Today is different from the past. In this day that attracts the attention of the world, Liamong does not need to fear anyone. If you want to make trouble, make the fun even bigger. Senior Sarutobi, I seem to have missed something. The footsteps came from the crooked foot, and the fourth generation of Kazekage, wearing a black scarf, appeared in a deep voice. Hearing the words, Senior, that he was biting hard on, the 3-generation-old man laughed. It's been a long journey, it's really hard for you. Where is it? It's better to hold it here. The 4 generations of Kazekage sat down on the back chair, and the tone of the 4th generation Kazekage was very playful. Although your face is still very healthy, if you have to travel long distances, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it, or it would be great to decide on candidates for the 5 generations earlier, so as not to cause any trouble in the future. Quote. Ha ha ha, the old man can work for another 5 years. The candidate is not in a hurry. You have to hurry up. Don't suddenly disappear like the 3rd generation. Hee, I don't have to worry about my safety, Senior. You have to take care of Kyubi, 9 Tails, if there is another attack on the village. Kazekage, please rest assured, Kyubi, 9 Tails, is very quiet now. I heard that you have been unable to take Shukaku. Should Konoha send someone to help? Fire. Wind. Konoha. Sunagaker. When the big guy was shrouded in a suppressed atmosphere, another person walked into the entrance of the examination room. His silent eyes, and his arms around him showed endless arrogance. Hyuga Neji. Countless glances flashed across the brush, and the eldest young master from the Hyuga branch walked into the venue with his head held high and his chest raised. Hanabi, look carefully, he is by far the best heir to the Hyuga Tenin bloodline, and the Hyuga family is a rare genius in a century. Okay, father. The young face flashed a calmness that did not match her age, and the second daughter of main clan, who was sitting next to Hyuga Hiyashi, widened her eyes. One up and one down, 3 beams of eyes converged, and Neji's heart flashed bursts of anger and unwillingness. Today, he will also do something. Even if he can't resist in this life, he has to correct his father's name. This is the responsibility of being a son of man. The time is up, the candidates will draw lots. The eyes full of murderous intent suddenly shot to the opposite side, and Lu Meng looked at Neji as if he was looking at the dead. The eldest young master of the Hyuga branch snorted coldly, and stepped forward without fear, and the two looked at each other 3 steps apart. Intense murderous intent permeated the arena, and the Hyuga patriarch in the stands frowned. In exchange, you can take Hinata, but you must not take Neji's life during the exam. Thinking of the previously reached conditions, Hyuga Hiyashi's heart gradually sank. Will this kid abide by the agreement? Hanabi, call your sister over. Hyuga Hiyashi turned his gaze to the north stand just in case he was looking for Hinata. Hanabi, who was a little surprised, was stunned for a moment, then nodded quickly, got up and left, and was brought to Hinata by 2 guards. Lord Father told you to come over. Her sister raised her head without even shouting, and Hanabi, who was 5 years younger, was triumphant. Nah, the speechless Hinata was about to get up, and a slender hand pressed her shoulder. Sit down, with my sister here, no one can force you. Your Excellency Anko, this is your father's order. You have no right to hinder the family affairs of the Hyuga family. He turned his eyes, Hyuga Hanabi, and Matsuri made a killing move. Mitarashi Anko squinted his bright eyes with a grin, smiled, laughed, and suddenly shook off his robe, bang. Boom. With 2 beeps, the 2 guards of Hyuga's house flew out. As I said, Hinata is sitting here today. The strength is not as good as others, so don't say it hard. Look back at the footprints printed on the guard's chest. Hyuga Hanabi smiled convulsively. Since Anko insists, then sit here, my sister, and I will, truthfully, report to my father. Of Hanabi, whispered softly without replying, and the little girl who hummed the trash slowly disappeared into the distance. Hinata stretched out his hand in despair, looking at Anko with great distress. Don't take them into account, your surname will be Kuchiki in the future. Sister, shyly lowered her head and twisted her fingers, and Hinata's uneasy heart calmed down a little. The wind rose, the clouds moved, and the 9 candidates stood around the camera obscura. The anxious Sakura and Naruto couldn't stop watching. Sasuke, why hasn't Sasuke come yet? Master Examiner. 9 people are no different from 10 people drawing lots. Draw lots first, he'll be fine. Shiranui Genma was extremely tolerant of Naruto, with Chinban in his mouth trembling up and down. Hearing this answer, Haruno Sakura and Uzumaki Naruto stopped talking. A few wisps of strong wind wrapped around the green leaves flying, and Liamong was the first to stretch out his hand and slap the ball of paper directly on the ground. The pitch-black number 1 was very eye-catching. I'm coming too. Unwilling to lag behind, he slapped. Uzumaki Naruto took out a note and slowly unfolded it. The eye-catching number 5 settled down. As long as it's not the boss, everyone else hums. You guys have to be careful, I'm the future Hokage-sama. The banner behind him fluttered in the wind, and Uzumaki Naruto picked up his arms. This kid. Kill him. I'll call him pretty soon. With fury in their hearts, they stretched out their hands. Except for Haruno Sakura, everyone else entered the camera obscura one after another, unfolded their bars and watched, and immediately passed the battle table to the stands. The time is not big, so Hokage will draw out the form and issue it again. Shiranui Genma glanced at the battle table that was passed back, and frowned secretly. What do the 3 generations want to do with this arrangement? Hatake Lemons 1 Aburame Shino. Hyuga Neji 2 Konkuro 9. Nara Shikamaru 3 Tamari 8. Sakura 4 Uchiha Sasuke 7. Uzumaki Naruto 5 Gaara 6. Face to face, with the ninja world's usual fighting style, is it for the children of the Hyuga family. At Hyuga Neji, who is stinking, Shiranui Genma sneered and raised 1,000 copies. I announce that the 3rd final of the Chunin exam will be conducted by Hatake. The examiner, did you mispronounce your name? This young master is now surnamed Kuimu. He shouted loudly without saying a word, and his sarcastic voice caused an uproar in the audience. Kakashi. Dozens of eyes turned to the head of the Hatake family, and the gloomy face of the copy ninja was no different from that of the stinky water ditch. This kid is so amazing that he even tore his face in public, doesn't he know what to cover up? Or cough, since you insist. Shiranui Genma drew his attention back after biting Chinban and coughing twice. In the first game, Kuchiki Liamong vs. Aburame Shino. I abstain.